of the 2023 Champions Chess Tour, we will get the match that we're all dreaming of. The two biggest rivals in online chess, Magnus Carlsen versus Hikaru Nakamura in the winners final of the Airthings Masters. But first, two more players will be knocked out of the tournament, and Wesley So is one of the players fighting to stay in the game.
Magnus really looking happy with himself.
The king can't move. Wait. This move is breaking the rules.
Whoa, everything under control, but suddenly the position has changed. This just looks glorious for white.
Big choice from Arjun Erigaisi.
There we go. The avalanche continues.
There's a big threat on the board.
He's taking
Whoa, Magnus Carlsen is furious.
He's going straight for the kill. Wesley So has blundered. He's blundered his knight. White king is trapped. This is checkmate blundered.
Magnus Carlsen showing his genius. And Magnus Carlsen will have to bring his very best today, because in the winners final later today, he's going to face Hikaru Nakamura in an incredible match. We're looking forward to that. And to safely guide us through this day 3 in the Airthings Masters, Grandmaster David Howell, International Master Tanya Sachdev, and Grandmaster Robert Hess. And David, what a day it was yesterday. But I'm going to tell you, the highlight for me, even with 2 Armageddons, what's this?
Thanks, Kaya. I need to hit the gym a bit more clearly.
We got a little bit of a MTV Cribs tour of your apartment, seeing that nice gold medal. But the Armageddon, David, we had 3 matches decided in Armageddon yesterday. What did you think?
We did, and it was the first sight, the first glimpse we've been given of this bidding process. I really liked it. It added an extra layer, the mind games there that we saw. It added the strategy, and it did end up favouring the stronger players in most of those, or at least the higher seeds on paper. And I expect to see more as we go through the tournaments. It was really dramatic.
Yeah. And Robin, you're a big sports fan. So as a sports fan, do you like the direction chess is taking now, also with this Armageddon bidding?
I love it. You have to break a tie somehow, and you put it all in the players' hands. They chose the amount of time they were willing to bid. They chose the color that they wanted to play with. So I think they were very exciting games, and we had 3 Armageddon matchups yesterday. It was awesome.
Yeah. And today's going to be another awesome day. We're going to start out with a match between 2 Indian teenagers, Tanya, Erigaisi and Gukesh. What do you expect from that one?
I can't wait for that one. This is going to be an epic fight. It's going to be so much fun because these 2 players are absolute beasts and they play uncompromising chess. It's going to go down to the wire, no quick draws. I am expecting a tremendous effort from these 2 who are good friends, but on the board, they don't care about the friendship. Also looking forward to see, Kaya, who India's rooting for, because they've got such a massive fan base. So I'd love to hear from all the Indians who are joining us for this one.
Definitely.
Gukesh or Arjun?
Who are you rooting for? 2 players sitting in India. We have 6 players left in the Airthings Masters, spread out across the world, those 2 young Indians. And Magnus Carlsen, one of 3 players sitting in the US. Wesley So playing from his home in Minnesota today. He's going to face Alexey Sarana, who yesterday knocked out one of the biggest names in online chess.
If Arjun doesn't move quickly, I fear for him in this game.
More than 5 minutes.
He dodges the queen trade, but immediately Sarana replies again. He's hammering home the point. Wow. What a move, Tanya.
Whoa! What just happened?
He ignores the attack on his queen, and he counterattacks against the black queen. Now, all of the queenside pawns have disappeared.
But the knight is trapped. That is what Alexey Sarana's been, and he brings his bishop back. The knight is stuck.
Everything just happened there in the blink of an eye, and there we go. Farouja is about to resign. White's pawn, central pawn, did run through, promote, and just in time to stop black's pawn. Magnus just widening his eyes there.
Yeah,
shocked.
what is that about?
I think shocked by this last decision by Erigaisi. It did feel to me like Magnus was trying to provoke this move. I think Magnus would have happily invested 2 or 3 moves to provoke black to push his pawn to g6. Ooh, discover checks all over the shop here if Magnus wants.
It's just a nightmare. Everything is a weakness in black's camp right now.
A rook trade and white will make a new queen. Arjun is about to resign, losing on time as well, and he logs off immediately.
Wow.
Feels like momentum is on Magnus's side. 5 minutes though against 9.5. He's got to speed up. Erigaisi at least doing the right things, breaking out, asking questions. There's going to be blunders, there's going to be mistakes, they're only human, but the queens are off the board. This is great news for Arjun Erigaisi. Look at that black pawn in the center. It's tying down the white rook and the white bishop. He's essentially playing up a piece, and Magnus gesturing. Wow, he's just blundered a pawn.
He's gave away the pawn, and he's lost.
He's given away the game. It is looking dangerous for both sides, but this is Armageddon, and that's exactly what happens.
Look at what Hikaru's done. He's throwing a thorn into the white side. This black H-pawn, if you capture it, your structure is ruined. The white king is going to be weak forever. Hikaru so focused, up on the clock, up on the position. Yeah, just a masterclass.
Wesley So with a draw in this game. Wesley is knocked down to the losers bracket. Hikaru Nakamura makes it through. And also in the studio, we have international master Jovanka Hauska. And Jovanka, you played chess almost your whole life. What do you think about what's happening in chess, with online chess, with rapid and blitz chess and Armageddon and bidding and everything going on?
Yeah, I think it's actually quite brilliant because you get maximum drama, maximum tension, and everyone out there, quite frankly, loves it because this is what sport needs.
Totally agree. Let's take a look at the results from the winners semi-finals yesterday. Hikaru Nakamura, it went all the way to Armageddon against Wesley So, and bidding as low as 9 minutes and 28 seconds in the Armageddon. Hikaru still got the draw he needed to win the match with the black pieces, but that is a low bid.
That is a low bid, but I have to say Hikaru was a man with a plan because he actually wanted to play an Armageddon. He had worked out in the break exactly how low he could go to make that bid, and he decided, okay, he wanted the black pieces, and this was the maximum time he could give Wesley. And it worked out. What can I say? It was a perfect strategy from Hikaru.
No. And then Magnus Carlsen, he also won his match in Armageddon, but he did lose his first game of the 2023 Champions Chess Tour season. He's not unbeatable.
No, he's not unbeatable. And I have to say it was a bit surprising to say because Magnus started the day in such good form. You know, he looked unstoppable. And then, of course, he just took the foot off the pedal for those games 2 and 3. But then again, Magnus is the king of comebacks, and when it came to the Armageddon, Magnus was just, again, back on unbeatable form.
Still on the winner's bracket, Magnus Carlsen, but in the losers round 1 yesterday, 2 players were knocked out. Alireza Farusha and the Rauf Mamedov Gukesh and Sarana making it through to today's losers quarterfinals. And we're going to follow the winners final between Magnus and Hikaru later today, because first it is the losers bracket and the losers quarterfinals with Wesley So against Alexey Sarana and Arjun Erigaisi against Gukesh. Wesley So fighting to survive in the tournament, and he's playing a lot of online chess.
Yeah, Wesley, he's in the last chance saloon, but that doesn't bother him because yesterday, before the match against Hikaru Nakamura, he played the early title Tuesday, won that 10 points out of 11, and then after his match against Hikaru, he perhaps needed to burn off some frustration, and he also played the late title Tuesday, won that with 9.5 points out of 11, completely unbeaten yesterday, so he is a man in form.
And fighting to survive today, Wesley. So yesterday, with all the drama going on, we also enjoyed a very nice puzzle that you had with you, Jovanka. So we're going to have another puzzle for the viewers today, and let's reveal it.
Yeah, I mean, this puzzle, I think, is just amazing. It's a study composed by Vitaly Kovalenko, and it's one of my personal favorites. Now, it looks quite simple. It looks like a pawn race, but there is such a nasty twist on the board. Don't get confused. Don't get swayed by those ghosts. But I'm going to leave it out there. It's white to play. There's a lot of twists and turns. And it's the kind of puzzle, quite frankly, which once you've solved it, don't cheat, please. That's not fun. But you kind of message your friends, you message your family, and you share it with however many people you like, because it's just amazing.
Yeah. Solve it together with friends, family. Maybe you're at work, maybe you're at school. Gather everyone around and try to solve this puzzle that has a lot of twists and turns. Very cool. Now, Magnus Carlsen, he doesn't have a lot of nemesis, but he certainly did struggle against Indian teenagers on the tour last season. Whoa, look at the bar.
Yeah, is this clever or is this madness? Okay, actually,
Prag finds the best move. I was about to say, Stockfish, the computer, had 3 suggestions there. The move I mentioned, taking that white pawn, would have been fine for black, but this is even better. Okay, Magnus does try and create that air for his king, but as you guys mentioned, the only escape square for that white king is up the board on a light square.
8.5 on the bar.
Checkmate is just coming, cliff edge.
Yeah.
But, oh wow, what a move. Black cuts the coordination between white's queen and the second rank, and is Magnus about to resign?
Magnus Carlsen, the world champion, loses to 16-year-old Pragnananda.
It looks winning for Erigaisi.
Is he getting his revenge?
It might be.
That way.
I want to put, wow, I would never play this move in a million years.
This looks hopeless, doesn't it, for Magnus, really?
Do you think he knows? Just that's his expression, leaning forward. He knows it's all out of control, at least. I mean, he's just trying to make things messy at the moment.
And pretty is off, you guys.
He means business. Oh, but he's getting all the rooks off the board now, and Magnus reacts. Surely this is winning for white.
Look at Magnus. He is so upset. Angry with himself. And there it is. It's over. Magnus Carlsen. He loses to 19-year-old Arjun Erigaisi.
Whoa.
What happened?
Something's happened. It did feel a bit wrong for Magnus to play this move. I actually thought Magnus had something a bit stronger.
Is the queen trapped?
Wow. Lawrence, the queen is actually trapped in the center.
And the queen on b6 protects the e6 pawn. That's a crucial thing, yeah.
Oh, so that's the real threat.
Just like a house of cards, his position just completely fell apart.
It is over. Magnus Carlsen loses to another Indian teenager. He actually became the youngest player ever, Gukesh, to beat Magnus Carlsen after Magnus became a world champion. And what a year young Gukesh had last year. He played for the Indian B team in the Olympiad. They took a bronze medal, and playing on the first board, Gukesh also took the gold medal. This must have been huge in India, Tanya.
This was a big moment. We were hosting the Olympiad, and then we had this young India B team, and they were phenomenal, alongside, of course, Uzbekistan, who took the gold medal. But Gukesh led the team. He was the front runner. He won a gold on board 1, and what a performance, an absolute breakout moment for Gukesh.
Yeah, and the other young Indians as well had a fantastic tournament in the Olympiad. Erigaisi on the Indian A team took an individual silver medal on board 3. Prag took the bronze medal.
Oh wow, the guy in the center looks really familiar.
I know.
It's really good looking. Who is that?
Taking the gold medal on board 3, our very own David. I don't think I see the medal. I wonder if we have something else so we can actually see.
Oh, Kyle, you got me again.
Well, it's a huge moment for you, though, David, taking that gold medal.
I do feel guilty just kind of getting in there ahead of Erigaisi and Prag, two players who are clearly going to be at the top of world chess for a long time. But it was an honor to share the podium with them.
Yeah. And talking about Pragnananda, he's not playing in Division 1 here in the Airthings Masters, but he's playing in Division 3, and he has a big match coming up today, Robert.
Yeah, he's performing excellently in Division 3. He takes on Sam Sevian, the Super Grandmaster from America, also very young, but no longer a teenager. So Pragnananda with big opportunity to score a victory and head on to the grand final.
Wow, impressive stuff by young Prag. And in Division 2, they are also playing some interesting matches today, and it's especially interesting to look on the losers bracket in Division 2. One very big match coming up here. Jan Nepomniachtchi against Vladimir Kramnik. How did they end up here, Robert?
You would expect to see that in the winners final in the top division. But Jan Nepomniachtchi, he didn't play yesterday. I think he was in transit. Vladimir Kramnik lost the match in this rapid format. Not always his best friend, but we see another all-Russian match with Dmitry Andreevich and Daniil Dubov. That, too, could be a Division 1 winners final. So Division 2 is super strong as well.
Definitely. And remember, the winner of Division 2 qualifies for Division 1 in the next event on the Champions Chess Tour. Now, we are going to follow Division 1 today, starting out with the losers quarterfinals. It is best out of 2 rapid games, and if they are tied, well, then we know it's going to head to Armageddon. It's Wesley So against Alexey Sarana, and then Arjun Erigaisi against Gukesh. You're not rooting for any of them, are you, Tanya?
I'm so torn in this one. I'm going to keep the unbiased approach here. And it's a bit bittersweet because one of them will go forward, but it will be the end of the road for one of the Indians. And their friends, they know that. And I think they will be happy whoever goes through. They will feel slightly bad at the same time.
Yeah. And you brought with you some cool footage of these two. They're, as you mentioned, good friends. What am I seeing here? Is this Gukesh in a boxing robe?
This happened. And there we have the face reveal. This was a death match. Organized by Chess Base India, and it was a huge event. There were thousands of people who were watching, and there we see Arjun walking in with his boxing suit on. They really went at it with each other in this one. What a match this was. Just so much fun to watch. They played different formats, and in the end, just in the last moment, the last game, Arjun took this championship away.
What a cool event that was. Credit to Chess Base India for sharing that footage with us. And here they are, ready for the big fight. Arjun Erigaisi, 19 years old, against Gukesh, 16 years old. Best out of two rapid games. The winner will make it through to tomorrow's losers semi-finals. And it is Arjun starting out with the white pieces. What should we expect from this match?
Well, Arjun plays pretty much every opening under the sun, and he plays them all extremely well. So it will have been hard for Gukesh to prepare for this game. Looks like the clock has started. We don't have the moves coming in yet. We'll try and get that refreshed as soon as possible. But yeah, it's unclear who the favorite is. Erigaisi, a couple of years older than his countryman here. Slightly more experienced, you would say, but Gukesh has had a fantastic year. These two met over the board in Tata Steel just a few weeks ago. It was a draw, very hard-fought draw there. And, okay, where are the moves?
Yeah.
We want an update.
Ghost moves. There are some technical issues. Moves are coming out. Do you have them up on your computer?
Yeah, I think they're just getting underway. It started as a Caracan, so hopefully the moves come up shortly. Gukesh with the black pieces. There they are. Arjun Erigaisi playing what is well regarded as the fantasy variation of the Caracan. So we'll see what kind of fantasy it will continue to be for the Indian fans who don't know who to root for, and it's already a fascinating position.
Why is it called fantasy variation?
I
always ask these questions. I understand it's quite hard to know the answer to them.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's like the genre. It's not like a Lord of the Rings type of position, but it's just, I guess, takes a bit of creativity to push the white pawn to f3 on move 3 against the Caro-Kann. I should just explain, we're ignoring the live board for now. That one isn't updating, so this is the analysis board we're going to focus here because it is the current position, and we'll follow it here on the central board for now until we get things fixed. Mm-hmm. But crazy coincidence, just 2 days ago, I was up until 3 a.m. in the morning studying the fantasy variation, preparing notes for a student of mine in this opening from the black side. And I said, don't go into this. It's too complicated. There's too much to learn. And if you're not careful, you might get attacked. On the f7 square, you're very weak. So I chose a different sub-variation. But this one, decent reputation.
Did your student listen? That's the big question.
That's yet to be seen. I said, go memorize these notes. I doubt that would have been heard. But meanwhile, Caro-Kann, a famously solid opening, and Arjun just trying to take Gukesh out of more well-known waters. I must admit, I'm not used to seeing the white bishop on e2. Normally it goes to more active squares. And there we go. The live board is working again, so we can trust it. And Arjun's last move was to centralize this knight bd2. And both sides now will decide where to castle and where to put their pieces.
I think the opening approach is going to be so important in this match because both these players, Arjun and Gukesh, they come from the Vaka school, which is the Westbridge Anand Chess Academy. They've got the same trainers, the same mentors. They know each other's repertoire so well. So it's really important to surprise the opponent. And I think that's what Arjun has managed to do with this fantasy variation of the Caro-Kann. So nice approach. And we were talking about their uncompromising style of play. And that's exactly what we're seeing. Look at those central pawns. They look like they've given white so much space. But on the other hand, they can also turn out to be a weakness. Black can start piling up the pressure on that e4 and the d4 pawn, both on open files. I love the activity that Gukesh has currently. The bishops are out. The knights are developed. It just looks like Arjun might be slightly behind in development.
And one of the big problems when you have these pawns like this, as soon as you push one, the square it was previously covering is now handed over to your opponent. So if you push this pawn up to e5, that knight sinks into the d5 square. You're not dislodging it. You don't have another pawn to kick it. So that knight is very happy to stand in the center. So I feel like these decisions being very difficult for any player, Arjun will have to figure out an exact plan. He's going to have to come up, is it right to push the pawn? Can you just slide your queen away? You need to protect those pawns in the center, and Black is going to aim his forces at those pawns that are sticking out.
Yeah, and what a nice classy move there from Gukesh. Well, okay, I got there a bit early. We'll see that move happen on the board in a second. It looks like Black's bishop is about to slide round and back, and he wants to eye up this white queen. It's all about putting pressure on those central pawns. I like the symmetry in Black's position right now with the bishops nicely placed. White also has these pawns that you guys were mentioning, but doesn't really have the piece development to back it up. So we will at some point see White race to get his knight out of the way of his bishop, and still a middle game that could go in either direction, but right now it does look like Gukesh has got a healthy position as Black out of the opening. That's all you can ask for in these very short matches, to survive with Black, to get a playable position, and he has achieved that.
And speaking of a playable position, it was already on move number 8 that we were in absolute new territory. So both these players really just want to get a game, not go into any theoretical battle. And I think Gukesh is happy about that, because we know the kind of opening preparation that Arjun has. It's phenomenal. So I like this approach where you go for a middle game where neither of you are familiar, and you basically get a position with everything to play for, all 3 results possible. Bishop h5, the move that you were talking about, I think we're going to see it shortly on the board. It shows that Gukesh, even though not so many games here, knows what he's doing.
Yeah, seems like he knows what he's doing. And Arjun, meanwhile, he's got a healthy enough position if he can hold his pawns together, so he'll be figuring out just how to consolidate, how to get active again. And in terms of, well, we talked about both of them being very strong players. You're not taking sides, Tanya, of course.
I'm trying.
Who do you think on paper is going to be better at this format, this exact time format with the elimination? It's just a sprint here, 2 games.
That's a good question. I think Arjun might just slightly have a little more experience. He's been in the Champions Chess Tour. We saw him in the finals. But in terms of strength, I think it's really hard to pick. Both these players have this very energetic, ambitious style of play. They don't go for the draws. They always go for the option that creates a mess on the board. Arjun relies a lot more on intuition, I think. Super good calculator, of course, but he takes decisions which are quite intuitive at times. Gukesh, meanwhile, is a hardcore calculation fan. He can see lines really fast. So I think it's going to be a lot about those time scrambles. With fighting chess, we can expect a long game. And in this format, it's going to be about who can keep the speed and the nerves when the clock runs down.
It's going to be an exciting match. And if you are rooting for any of these 2 Indians, then share it with us, either on Twitter using the hashtag #ChessChamps or in the Twitch chat. We will pay close attention to that as well, and really, really enjoy it when you guys join in. If you do have questions, comments, then share it on Twitch. We'll bring up as many questions as we can for our excellent experts in the studio here.
Guy, you're putting 1.3 billion people in a very tight spot right now. Let me tell you that both these players have this huge fan base because they're so mild-mannered and they're so humble and just really nice kids, actually. But on the board, there's a different side of them that you see. So I don't think it's gonna be easy for the Indian fans to pick a side today. And I think a lot of them are gonna be heartbroken. A lot of celebrations at the same time.
Yeah, yeah.
I tried to push you, Tanya. I tried to say, who's the favourite? You still didn't choose. You still didn't take sides. And, yeah, impressive neutrality there. Yeah. But meanwhile, the position has changed somewhat. Black has parted with the bishop pair, but that was to provoke one of the white pawns forward. And that strong knight on the rock-solid outpost on d5 has been established, the one that Robert was pointing to earlier. And Gukesh, to me, on the face of things, looks like he's done a very good job of just clinging on and kind of eroding the white pawn center here, just getting great squares for his pieces. But the question is, what next? And Arjun now in the move will be maybe centralizing his rooks, bringing more pieces to the center, and still anyone's game.
One really interesting tactic here in the position that White has, but it doesn't work, David, is this knight jump to g5. Imagine you go knight g5 and you're already threatening a huge mate on 8-7. You say, 1 second, the bishop on e2 hangs, but what happens if black actually picks that up? Queen 8-7, well, it's not a mate yet, but the king sidesteps one move, but that's as long as it's going to survive because the rook jumps into the attack, and after rook f7, it would be game over. But thankfully for Arjun, after knight jumps to g5, the bishop on h5 is hanging, the pawn on h7 is hanging, the bishop can actually slide back to g6, taking care of everything on the board, attacking White's queen. So a tempting option to jump with the knight, but not accurate.
Yeah, that would certainly have been the first thing that came to mind, the first thing he calculated, Arjun Erigaisi, but instead, going back, he decided to use his bishop on this diagonal, creating a battery with the white queen, and slightly surprising to me, the pawn is pushed forward to h6, covering any knight g5 jumps and taking the pawn off crease, but now this bishop doesn't have too many escape squares. So slightly risky here, Robert.
Yeah, definitely risky. And one of the common plays against a structure like this is to throw in a check, flick that in, bishop h7 check, to force the king to the corner and then bring the bishop back to f5. And now that move g2 to g4 is very threatening because the bishop is not well defended on the g6 square. So I feel like White has the upper hand here. The king for black is less safe than the white king, but the one thing that White needs to pay attention to is this pawn on d4. It's a backwards pawn, so if black is able to bring the queen out to b6, eventually, not now, there's a knight that would be loose on d7, that pawn can be a bit tender. That's the hope that Gukesh will have here, is that he can create counterplay against that pawn.
Yeah, so that sequence looks very promising for White. At least it would ask some awkward questions of Gukesh right now. Let's wait to see what Arjun does. If he just wants to play an autopilot move, maybe he'll just centralize the rook. But as you say, Robert, there will be at least a timeout for Black to start creating his own counterplay. So it feels like there's a bit of urgency in the position. Both players have played relatively quickly up to this point. It's a very tense middle game. Let's let Arjun Erigaisi think and ponder his next move.
Now, guys, it's kind of hard for me to pick a favorite. I'm completely torn, but I have to ask you, Kaya, Robert, David, you've seen these two on the tour. What do you think about this matchup, and who would you think is maybe just slightly has a better chance?
Oof, I'm slightly biased. I'm a huge fan of both of these two, but I'm biased by my own experiences. I've played Gukesh a few times. First time, I think, when he just became a grandmaster, he was 12 years old, and I just played maybe the most boring chess imaginable, eventually bored him to death and managed to take the point. I also played him in the World Blitz last year, and I managed to grind him down in a rook endgame. But Arjun Erigaisi, I've played him Blitz, and I've never been crushed so badly in my life. I played him last year, and he barely spent 10 seconds on his clock. He was just playing every move instantly, just outplaying me strategically. Not many people are capable of doing that in such a fashion, but it was very one-sided, and he destroyed me. So I'm going to say Arjun.
And I think I know better than to answer the question, because you said you didn't want the Indian population mad at you. I don't want them mad at me. So I'm just saying both these players are awesome. We're rooting them both on. But in all seriousness, they both have their different strengths. I mean, they think they're both versatile players. And despite the fact that they're teenagers, they've shown some great class. They have restraint. And a lot of teenagers struggle with that. They're afraid to go to the end game because they think that in the end game they haven't studied as deeply. No, these players, the opening, middle game, end game, they're complete, well-rounded players. And I think that for Arjun Erigaisi, after the Tata Steel event, it's hard to forget about all those losses. I know he has already won a match here in the Airthings Masters, and he qualified for Division 1, which is an accomplishment in and of itself. But you want to get those wins, and Gukesh beat him in Tata Steel. That was one of those losses. He probably wants that revenge.
Yeah, probably. Now, I'm definitely not going to answer a favorite, but
Throw me to the wolves. I chose a side.
But I will say one thing, because Jovanka brought to my attention, and I think this is super cute, sort of underlining the age of these two players. Erigaisi, behind him is a shelf, and in one of those shelves is all his teddy bears. And I think that's so cute. So I like that. He has a lot of teddy bear fans behind him, at least. Yeah.
Nice. Cheering him on, bringing him luck. Everyone has a lucky mascot, right? You guys? or just me? I don't know.
No, that's just you.
What is your lucky mascot, David?
I don't have it here with me in Norway, actually, but I have a Pikachu, like a big cuddly Pikachu.
Really?
That's been at the end of my bed in England for like 15 years. But
nice.
shouldn't be admitting these things.
Pokemon fan.
Yeah. big Pokemon fan.
Yeah,
I miss those days on the Game Boy. And,
Gotta catch them all.
Yeah, when do you miss those days? You probably still have that Game Boy. Dust it off, play it.
I know. There are people in my life who wouldn't approve of that perhaps these days, but yeah, maybe after this tournament.
Did you guys practice the throw? Pikachu, I choose you.
No.
Even I'm not that nerdy, Kaya.
Oh, I miss the Pokemons. Yeah.
Everyone gets into games and sports in certain ways, right? And that was my way into gaming in general, just the competitive aspect, Pokemon, and trying to beat my friends. And that kind of transported over to the chess world.
How about a chess set with only Pokemons? That would be super cool. Who would be the king and the queen?
Professor Oak.
Professor Oak would be... would he be the king? Maybe. Brock and Misty. And Misty would be my queen. Anyway, back to the chess. So a few moves here. Robert, you predicted the future. White's bishop did land up on that f5 square. He's really forced black to start retreating. That glorious knight on d5 is forced to a passive post. Both of those black knights now a bit tied up defending. What do we think of developments here? I
mean, I like White's position. You just have so much more space. The king on h1, it looks like it's a bit breezy, vulnerable. Queen d5 comes in, making use of a pin on the diagonal. But black is well defended for now. The knights are protecting that bishop on g6. That's of vital importance. And that d4 pawn remains a backwards pawn, a future target. So I just feel like White's position is a bit flimsy. So if Arjun is not careful, things could fall apart. But for now, he has control of those dark squares thanks to that beautiful bishop on b4. It covers the length of diagonal, can stick its teeth into the d6 square at some point, or trade itself off for a knight if the moment calls for it. So I like the look of White's position for now. I'm just worried how the trajectory of the game might go if he doesn't be accurate here and land some kind of attack.
Wow, there have been some very dangerous and committal decisions by White. We're praising White's positions, but I think with every pawn move, there have also been a lot of weaknesses in White's camp. We see that d5 square, which was first used by Black's knight, and now the queen lands there. Rook has been moved to d1 to defend that d4 key pawn. But we are talking about how good White's bishops look. I think it can be very dangerous to play this kind of a position as well. Imagine the black knight landing onto e6. Right now, he's developed the final piece, the only piece that was not part of the plan. Gukesh brings the rook to the center of the board as well. Always watch out for threats like the knight taking the bishop, forcing the white pawn to recapture, and then the black bishop sliding back to h5, David, where it will hit this pinned knight. Now, not just pinned to the king, but also the rook on d1. I would be scared to play with White here.
Yeah, the key word there is committal. There's no going back now for Erigaisi. His pawns will not retreat. He'll always be weak on the light squares. And in the current position, as both of you were alluding to there, the white king will always be weak. So, yeah, how do you proceed here? If you're Erigaisi, you need to justify those commitments you've made. You need to keep stepping forward. It's like a bike. You need to keep pedaling, otherwise you'll fall off. And here I'm wondering how we continue the attack. It would be very tempting to post up the bishop on this nice outpost on d6. To be honest, though, I'm running out of other ideas. I really want to get my king off this diagonal, but it feels too slow to take a timeout and put it on a slightly safer square. It feels like you need to do something. But he doesn't really see what to do right now. I don't, I've got to be honest. And he's burning time on the clock.
And black is maximized, right? Look at all of black's pieces. They're staring at the white center. At some point, that knight on e7 will chop off the bishop on f5. And then once the pawn recaptures, the bishop will take use of the newly free h5 square. So I think we could see a variation like this. And that would be a problem for white. The knight is loose. It's pinned in multiple directions. That's quite scary stuff. So I do think that Gukesh has played excellent chess. And if I'm looking at it from Arjun's perspective, maybe it's time to get rid of that beautiful knight on e7. The bishop looks great, but wow, he just had to push forward with h4. He is showing no fear whatsoever.
Yeah, but first, Roberts, I think he made a very wise decision. He did get rid of that black knight. So at least now, if there is a bishop trade, then no way to attack this pinned piece. And suddenly White's pawn avalanche, they will start breaking forward and storming the black king side. And, yeah, h4, it's committal again. But once you've said A, you might as well say B. Just throw them all towards the black king.
In this case, once you've said G, you might as well say H. It is really terrifying to see White's position. And this is one of those games, don't try this at home. Your own pawns in front of your own king are supposed to be there to shield it. Now, of course, both these youngsters, they're super at calculating, and they will play concrete variations, but these can be so dangerous. I still like black's position. It just feels like it's more safe. No problems on the black king. All the pieces are playing. Just so many loose spots in Arjun's position. And I see that our eval bar says that everything's fine. But from a practical perspective, I would pick black any day of the week.
Yeah, often in these positions, especially in this time format, you just want a position that's easy to play, easy to handle. You don't have to calculate too much here for Gukesh. Until white really breaks open some lines, some files towards the black king, it feels like you don't have to work out too many things. First, you need a plan, though, so that's why Gukesh is thinking.
Bring out that knight. That knight needs to come into the game, and I like the idea of playing knight e6. It's a move that we've been talking about. Notice that f4 square is a weakness, a nice spot for the knight to jump into. What is really interesting to see is how fearlessly Arjun is playing. He's also keeping control on his clock and making sure that he doesn't fall back behind too much. But I think this is the kind of position, David, where you really need time on the clock to navigate when things get tricky. And I see that Gukesh has gone on to improve that knight. Really logical approach. You're also targeting the d4 pawn. So watch out for all these weaknesses that you have voluntarily created in your camp.
Yeah, and this is a temporary pawn sacrifice, but I don't think white should get tempted to capture this bishop. Yes, the white queen can back it up and take this pawn, but you have opened a line towards this pinned piece. We've mentioned in a few variations now that this knight is a huge target due to the pin, and yeah, suddenly it's just going to fall off the board. It's attacked once. If you defend it again, then, okay, all sorts of problems here. A knight fork, for example, hitting the white rook, hitting the white queen. You could also just slide across your rook, and eventually you'll overwhelm white's defenses. Suddenly, it's all backfired. All those pawn pushes. So Arjun, he wants to maintain the status quo. He doesn't want to open up lines because that will only be a sign of trouble for the white king, and therefore he steps forward, maybe even planting his king on g3 behind the wall of pawns. Brave stuff, but yeah, still nothing wrong with it, still in the balance.
The best thing that Gukesh has done is look at that clock management. I feel like throughout the Airthings Masters, he's been ahead on the clock. So he keeps that lead, and with the black pieces, his king is the safer of the two, but I do like that last move from Arjun. He steps out of any pins, and we keep talking about this trade, the tension between the bishops on the light square diagonal. Black does not want to take the bishop on f5 because it helps white drive another pawn forward. So Black's position looks excellent. It's about coming up with ideas. Maybe you'll try to create a pawn exchange at some moment, but those decisions are not easy. So Gukesh is leading the clock. That's, I think, the most important thing at the moment.
King h2, a nice move, just sidestepping from the pin. And I think white has a threat here. You were talking about how Robert Black should not take that bishop on f5. White wants to force black to do that. On the next move, imagine advancing that, harry the h-pawn, you go to h5, the bishop on g6 will have no squares left and have to take a call to trade on f5. And now, black would be super happy if white was the one making that decision to open that file. But if black has to do it on white's terms, then not such a happy decision to be made. So Gukesh now taking a little bit of time here. Critical moment. A move like a knight jump comes to mind. You know, it's always so tempting to get your knight into your opponent's camp.
Yeah, let's check out what happens. We're looking for ideas here for Gukesh. His time advantage, meanwhile, all disappearing now. But if he does jump in, this is a call to just advance the king forward. I'm hesitant to suggest it, but the similar ideas do appear in openings like the French defense, Robert's favorite there. You do often bring your king up, just nothing else to do. You have to kick away enemy pieces from your half of the board. You have to cover squares, and the king does at least force the knight backwards. Just to show Tanya's point as well, if we do nothing for Gukesh, if you just push a pawn on the other side of the board, kind of a relevant move here, then white does get the opportunity to break the tension in Arjun's favour in this case. And suddenly, the difference here is that the black knight can't use this square because the white knight is no longer pinned. If you do jump, white will be more than happy to trade off, and suddenly these white pawns are stepping forward. Suddenly it's bad news for the black king. Suddenly that black king, which looked safe as houses, it's all out in the open after a move like f6. So potential threat on the board, and Gukesh doesn't look too comfortable. He goes for this knight jump. You predicted it, Tanya. Will we see the king step forward to kick it out?
The one good thing about knight to f4 is that the idea of pushing that h-pawn now might not be as strong, because after the trades of the bishop, you're forced to recapture with the queen, I think, because you can't take it with the pawn as the h5 pawn is now hanging. But your move, king to g3, that is brave, David. If Arjun finds it, that's going to be super impressive. We've heard king is a piece in the endgame. But in this position, how is it still just marching forward like that and not getting checkmated?
I think the knight's going to have to hide. That after king up to g3, you'll swap bishops. It doesn't seem like it's something you want to do. But now that the g4 pawn captures, the h5 square is available to that knight. And is white really going to go king g4?
Don't do it, David. Don't do it.
It looks fun, right? The knight is actually kind of trapped over there. So what does black do in response? I mean, there must be tactics saving black here. We see the eval bar suggesting that it's about level. But that's dynamic equality, that you need to find a series of only moves. Because your king is up on g4. But on the other hand, the black knight is trapped, and king g3, step one, has been played by Arjun Erigaisi. He has shown no fear this entire game. I think that king is going to go all the way up to g4.
This is wild. If we get that position with the king to g4, I'll be speechless, which doesn't happen very often.
Wow. Very brave play from Erigaisi, and now both players are around the 4-minute mark. This one is going to end up in a time scramble, and it's still going to be wild. I think this position guarantees a bit of chaos. I can't imagine the queen's coming off and some really stable endgame. It doesn't look like that type of position.
But Robert, does he even have an option apart from taking that bishop and walking into this line that we're talking about with white's king marching all the way to g4 to win a knight on h5? Because you can't really fall back with the knight anymore. Now it's too late. The bishop on g6 might be hanging.
Yeah, and the h5 move that we've been advocating for as well. So I feel like you're right. It is the time has come where you have to take this bishop. But what's troubling me, and I was just praising Gukesh's clock management, is that suddenly he's thinking he made the knight move, and the king came up, and now he actually is to e6, but spending a lot of time. So he does not feel comfortable right now, and we're saying chaos. Arjun Erigaisi, he's kind of an agent of chaos. He's going to throw that h-pawn up the board, offer a trade, and then take with his g-pawn and try to use it as a battering ram and open up the black king.
Yeah, suddenly he's going to be sweating Gukesh. He's not going to be feeling comfortable at all. Still questions if the knight moves, for example, of whether you can break things open with your king out on such a vulnerable square as well. But it definitely feels like things are turning in white's favour. And he doesn't hesitate. He's trying to speed up a bit on the clock here. Erigaisi trying to hustle on the board as well. And we have that position in front of us. Look how strong these pawns are. A few moves ago, I agree with Tanya. I would have taken black every time. I thought black was rock solid, but not anymore. And Erigaisi, if he picks his moment well to push one of these pawns forward, he should be able to launch a breakthrough. It does feel very strong for white. I'm not sure if now is the moment, or maybe it's time to run away, hide, and then just get your rook to an open file first before we start attacking. Matter of taste, what would we do here in the studio? Go for the attack now?
I think such a big deal, though, is that black doesn't really have a follow-up. You would love to put the move c5 as black open up the position, but the d4 pawn and the queen cover the square. So I do think that with that being unavailable to black, white does have a move. So I think you can fix your queen. The queen on c2 looks good. I might bring it back to c1 and up to f4, just making the king feel safer and going for that h6 pawn, because if you throw in the move f6 and black is unable to take it, that spells doom for the black king in the corner.
Yeah, just a sample variation showing what could happen if things go wrong for black. The queen could jump in, and this one's going to be game over. It's going to end in checkmate very, very shortly. So that would be a very sneaky move. Instead, he centralizes his rook and also looks decent to me, preparing potentially a pawn push a bit later on. But Gukesh now has a move or two to try and keep things under control. Maybe parking the knight on a defensive square like this one is what he needs to do. It's not pleasant. It's not a great square aesthetically, but yeah, Gukesh on the back foot, at least with a small time advantage still. Wow. This one started off so excitingly.
Super exciting, and I'm just amazed at Arjun's nerves in this one. Advancing those pawns and not stopping at that, also advancing the king all the way to g3. He has decided to move the rook to e1, so making sure all the pawns stay defended. At some point, he can also look at a lift with the rook or getting the queen to the centralized e4 square. It's a really nice square to put a piece on to keep everything together. It's one of those super rare positions in chess where white's king on g3 with no pawn shield is absolutely safe.
Yeah, I guess
modern chess.
Yeah, if there are no pieces around to defend to attack it, then it's not that weak, surely. But yeah, it is brave nonetheless. And we're seeing some comments here. Choosing sides. Who are the players? Who are the fans supporting?
Yeah.
I feel like I haven't seen anyone actually choose a side. Everyone except for you, David, knows better. We know just to chill out and just say, "Oh, great chess." We do not want to have an angry fan base on our heels.
But you know, Robert, I don't even think it's about an angry fan base. It's just that I think everyone likes both of them. It's so hard to pick one. You know, they've got this similar versatile style that you were talking about. They're so similar in their strength. Both just amazing people off the board and super strong on the board, you know, playing ambitious chess regardless of who they're playing against. They play fearlessly, including when they're playing against each other. And I think that's the reason it's hard to pick and have a favorite.
Yep. I did see a comment in the Twitch chat, someone calling Arjun agent of chaos.
Yeah. I said that, yeah. They're just taking my words and where's the copyright? Somebody, you know, play back the video.
And I think, Robert, this game is such a big example of Arjun being the agent of chaos. I mean, he literally has created chaos out of nothing. There was no need to go for any of this, but he has just made a mess on the board. And right now it looks like he's being rewarded.
And he's in control of that mess. Is that sort of his style as well?
It always feels that way. No matter how complex it becomes, he always seems to have something up his sleeve. He always seems to have foreseen into the future sufficiently to turn things in his favor. And if we think of chess as a battle game, then it feels like White is taking over the battlefield. He's stepped up to the 5th rank. He's controlling all the squares. Black is just kind of huddling away in his half now, just hoping for the best. And apart from the Black Queen, I really hate those black pieces. Not well placed at all.
And the clock, don't like that at all for Gukesh right now. Arjun Erigaisi, I mean, he looks cool as a cucumber. You would not expect that he is in the middle of a crazy position. And look at this move. The rook slides next to the king. It's both defensive and aggressive in some positions, because if that G7 pawn, just throw it off the board, then there's a rook in line with the white king. That's why the white rook steps in front. So now we have defense mixed with offense, multi-purpose moves by both players. White has so much extra space, but Black is defending very accurately. The clock, though, is going to be a weapon for Arjun Erigaisi.
Yep, he's so quick. He's so ruthless when he gets the chance, Arjun. And I do fear for Gukesh. This last move, retreating this rook, isn't one he would have made happily. And now, how can we add extra ingredients to this attack? White's rook at the bottom of the board on F1 feels a bit left out. It wants to line up with its fellow rook on the G-file. And finally, that brave king, that intrepid warrior steps back and clearing the path for the G-file.
But when you're under attack on the side of the board, you have to strike in the center. I think Black needs to push the B pawn to push the C pawn next. And if Black is able to crack White's impressive pawn chain from D4 to E5, maybe then there are some chances. So I really think it's now or never for Gukesh, because you can't just sit and do nothing forever. Oh, wow. And he plays a pawn push on the other side of the board, and the evaluation bar doesn't really react negatively. So that's an impressive choice. But if that white knight goes up to G6, that would be checkmate. I guess the Black Knight can step out the way, but it's looking scary for the Black King.
Yeah, F6 is another super brave move in this position. I mean, imagine that knight on G6, it's game over. But as you're mentioning, knight H4 is an option here, threatening that ridiculous smothered mate on the Black King. But then Black has this defense of advancing his own knight to G5, blocking that G5, blocking that rook on G4, and creating a very important lift for the king on H7.
Yeah, not quite smothered mate here. You do manage to escape. And really creative stuff. It does kind of go against conventional wisdom of touching pawns on the side that you're weaker. And Arjun swings his queen across, lining up on the G-file, some tactics. He's under 10 seconds now, Gukesh, and he has to plug that G-file with his knight. And now, could we be heading towards an endgame? If there's a knight trade, suddenly the queens might disappear as well. Who do we think this will favor?
I think it favors White because of the impressive pawn chain. You could swap all the pieces and then plant your pawn on E6. That is going to be a protected pass pawn. And the position is a bit closed for the moment, but that allows White the time to bring that king, play king of the hill, go to the E4 square, then try to open up more files for your rooks. So I feel like Black is really playing on the defensive here. However, if those pawns are blockaded, then maybe Black has enough time to go after some of White's pawns. But I do think that White has the upper hand.
Yeah, so Arjun potentially just weighing up the pros and cons of going into the endgame. He can keep the tension for a move or two longer if he wants to. But let's go back and see what he's done. OK, he's pushed that pawn forward first, so the option of trading the knights, trading the queens, still available to him. Gukesh around 12 seconds. He's playing purely on instinct right now.
Yeah.
And, OK, he does bring his knight forward, so allowing a queen trade, but he wants to plant his knight on this G6 square, cage that Black king for later on. There will be mating nets, there will be mating patterns that Gukesh has to fight against for the rest of the game.
We have the first result of today. It's a great start for Wesley So. He has won the first game with the white pieces against Alexey Sarana, taking the lead in their match in the losers' quarterfinals. It is best out of 2 rapid games to decide these matches. On the losers bracket, it's looking very good for Wesley So right now.
Yeah, it's also looking good for Arjun Erigaisi. I think he's found a really positive version of that endgame we were discussing a moment ago. Once White's knight does end up on the G6 square after centralizing his king, then, yeah, he's got full control.
It's time for a knight sacrifice. Take those passed pawns. Knight takes e6. You'll get 2 pawns right there, and then you'll also be able to snag the h5 pawn. 3 pawns is worth a knight, at least from a perspective material worth. But look at this. Unfortunately for Gukesh, he just pushed his a pawn. Now the trades, it's not going to be enough because that passed pawn is cemented there on e6.
He's playing with seconds now, Gukesh. Look at the clock.
It's all about the clock. All his decisions are baseline. It's down to 0. He makes a move, but has he made it in time, or did Gukesh get flagged?
He made it in time.
Just. Wow. Whoa, seconds left. We see the clock really reacting here, struggling to keep up because they're playing super
97
fast.
knight c6. Does that just win a pawn?
Yeah, Tanya, it looks like a winning tactic now. You can give a check. Okay, the players, they are not calculating. They're just relying on instincts, and this looks strong too. He's just simply going to advance his e-pawn forward, bring that white rook to the top of the board, and game over.
That's done. He just pushed the pawn. Then I think that forces resignation on the spot.
Yep. And here we go.
We see it, guys.
Yeah, White's rook is going to reach that 8th rank and break the black defenses. The bar reacts, and Arjun is going to take the win. He's been going in his favour for a long time, but there we go. I think he's going to confirm it. Gukesh leans back. Is he going to resign? No defense now for black. There we go. Result.
Wow, Arjun Erigaisi, he strikes first in the big Indian match against Gukesh, winning the first game in their losers quarterfinals. That means Gukesh has to win the next game, game 2, to take this one to an Armageddon. What a game. Some chaos on the board. Entertainment. David, take us through the highlights.
Yeah, some crucial moments in this game, but I just want to highlight one that Robert actually mentioned, but Gukesh simply didn't have enough time to calculate, and it was this critical moment. White is trying to play King of the Hill, my favourite variant, by the way, trying to get the king into the centre of the board, but this did allow black one moment to save the game. Knight takes pawn. Getting rid of those strong white pawns would potentially have turned things around somewhat. What black does get 2 pawns for the knight. This is a check, and maybe a 3rd pawn would drop off on the edge of the board later. Suddenly, you've got rid of the strongest part of White's position and great chances to save the game. Instead, he let the pawn survive. He simply moved his rook to the wrong side of the board. And if we fast forward to the end now, we saw the final stages of this game. The white rook centralized, and once the pawn started stepping forward in the center, there was no way to save the game. Rook d8, eliminating the blockader, and White was about to make a new queen.
Do you wish playing a chess game with a friend was as easy as sending them a text? Well, good news. Now it is. With Chess.com's new iMessage app, you can start and play a game directly in iMessage. Your friend doesn't even need a Chess.com account. It's just tap and play. Head over to go.chess.com/iMessage or use the command iMessage in chat to learn more.
Starting off the day with 2 decided games, Arjun Erigaisi takes the first point against his fellow Indian. What a game.
Yeah, it was an incredible game. I have to say I'm slightly disappointed with the outcome because Gukesh played the Caracan, and I love the open, and he actually played the variation that I recommended in my book. But okay, it was a great game.
Do you think he's right
Very
or
bold? Oh, I hope so.
Nice.
No, I'm not sure.
Very nice. All right, we're going to keep digging into the games of the first set of games today. But if you're not a subscriber on Twitch, here's the Twitch Freak. And we also have to talk about the other game that happened. Wesley So starting out with a win against Alexey Sarana. What happened in this one, Ivanka?
Yeah, it was a very fascinating game. Actually, Alexey Sarana came in with a plan. He just wanted to survive with the black pieces. He wanted to grovel for the draw. Unfortunately, he played a very imprecise move, and Wesley, he took a long pause and he used his time very wisely, because then he struck, and it was Alexey Sarana's king who was just caught in the most dreadful of positions. And Wesley, I have to say, his clock handling was just magnificent, because often he was playing with less than a minute on the clock, and he just played it perfectly.
Wow. So Wesley So seems to be in top shape today.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, he's just not putting a foot wrong.
He's incredible, Wesley So, and he can decide the match in the next game. Alexey Sarana, he has to win the next game to take it to Armageddon. Any other result, and he is knocked out. Now, you did bring with you a very cool puzzle today as well, Jovanka. Are people getting engaged in our puzzle?
They definitely are. I see a lot of right answers. However, this puzzle, this study, is actually quite multifaceted because you have to remember black has 2 pawns. It's not just 1 pawn that can run. So I'm just going to put that out there. It's white to play. It's much harder than it looks. But when you find the solution, oh my God, it will give you such a buzz.
Wow. Share your answer using #ChessChamps on Twitter, or share your answer in the Twitch chat. Gather friends, family, whoever you are with, and try to solve. It's a difficult puzzle, even for the title players like yourself.
It's not difficult because the ideas are quite straightforward, but there's just that one twist that keeps on coming up. And once you figured it out, you'll get it and you'll be like, yoo-hoo, let me share this with everybody. I mean, chess is like that.
Yeah, best feeling to solve puzzles and best feeling to win games as well. The second set of games on the losers quarterfinals is coming up.
Wow. He just had to push forward with H4. He is showing no fear whatsoever.
Yeah, but first, Roberts, I think he made a very wise decision. He did get rid of that black knight.
And King G3, step 1 has been played by Arjun Erigaisi. He has shown no fear this entire game. I think that king has been all the way up to G4.
All right, we're getting ready for Game 2s on the losers quarterfinals. 2 players, they will have to win their games right now to take it to Armageddon. 2 players can decide it now with draws or wins. Gukesh against Erigaisi and Alexey Sarana against Wesley So. So, Robert, what should we expect now from the second set of games here?
Alexey Sarana gets the white pieces. We know how strong he is. His record is almost impeccable, so he does have a shot. And in the other matchup between the Indian juniors, it looked like a great game from Arjun Erigaisi. It's going to be tough for Gukesh to bounce back, but if anyone can do it, I think Gukesh can.
What do you tell yourself, Tanya, when you're heading into must-win situations?
You have to just stop thinking about what's happened, and you don't have to think that it is a must-win situation. He's still got 3 games in the day. So he starts with the white pieces, that's a positive. And of course, knowing Gukesh's style of play, once again, we can expect a long, big fight here. No quick draws in this match. I think you just have to keep going and make sure that you don't go on tilt. Nothing has happened right now. It was a tough game, could have gone either way. And I think Gukesh will show what he's made of. He will try his best. Most important is that he doesn't lose his cool just yet.
In soccer or football, David, we often say that 2-1 is the most dangerous lead to have. In chess, it seems to be kind of dangerous to have that 1-point lead when you only need a draw. That's when those blunders often happen.
Yeah, we've seen it many times before in previous seasons of the tour. Even Magnus Carlsen can be affected by this phenomenon. Normally, the players, when they're leading, they just want a draw. They take negative decisions. They take passive decisions. And these top players, they're good enough to punish you if you're not playing your best. So normally, they do say the best way to get the desired result, to get the draw that you need, is to play your normal game. Yeah. But it's incredibly hard to do psychologically.
Gukesh has the white pieces in this must-win situation.
And Tanya, something's going on here. Who are you expecting to win this next game?
Okay, guys, this is Gukesh's last chance. It's just 2 games.
Yeah.
It's not 4 games. And I just realized that I've been saying he has 3 games, but this is a win-on-demand game for Gukesh, actually. So there's no time to take things easy. He's got to come out all guns blazing. This is his final shot.
Yeah,
it's now or never.
Win. It is must-win for both Gukesh and Alexey Sarana. And here we go.
Yeah, I was wondering why you were looking at me like that. It was like, what's up, Tanya? But yeah, it is a huge game.
For Tanya.
I think she was looking at you because you chose who you were rooting for, and everyone still is out to get you.
I was right, I should mention. I did take that point.
You are a gold medalist after all. No surprise that you're correct.
It's not going to be easy, and we do have a Queen's Gambit accepted in this game, so it's going to be another big fight. And the good news for Gukesh is that, well, it is his final game, but he has the white pieces, and that's exactly what you want.
Yep, you want the white pieces, and he did win on demand with white in the Armageddon yesterday against Ralph Mamedov. And can he repeat that trick? Arjun, of course, very well booked up. And it's the Queen's Gambit accepted, but it's not maybe the traditional Queen's Gambit accepted because White's Knight has come out to the C3 square very early. That does reduce your options. Often that White Knight wants to find different squares, or you want to get your king castled first and start attacking in the centre. Instead, Gukesh keeps maximum tension. He retreats his bishop and says, OK, we're just going to get a game. We're just going to play chess. And Arjun, I doubt he'll have prepared this exact position before. Can he get that type of solid position that he will be craving in this game? Bringing out his knight, putting pressure on White's centre. We might well soon see an IQP position with an isolated pawn for White.
Yeah, in these positions, they start off quietly, but even if the queens get traded, that's not the end of the story. A lot of people play these types of positions for a win, despite some of the limited material. So at the current setup, we see that White has 3 minor pieces developed. Black has just developed his second. And this move A3, it's a very clever move. You're getting ready to take the black pawn on C5, and now after the bishop will recapture, you thrust that pawn forward to B4. So that's sort of what's on the agenda in this position, is that you can expand, then develop your dark square bishop to a useful diagonal by fianchettoing it, and that is what Gukesh is looking for. A quiet start, but there's more bite than initially meets the eye.
Yeah, and often it's a really tricky, intricate waiting game here because Black doesn't have that useful a move. If you do move your bishop, then White will force you to move it for a second time by capturing, as Robert mentions, and you've kind of lost a tempo if you move the bishop twice in the opening. So do you release the tension now? Gukesh is saying, please take me, please at least clarify the pawn structure. And now we get a classical IQP position, isolated queen's pawn. And plenty of ideas there that we'll explain if we get to that position. But if you don't go for either of those ideas, what else?
Well, one of the ideas that we should point out is that Black cannot pick up that pawn on D4, even though you've got the knight and the queen attacking it, and White has only one defender. But watch out, David, if you do get greedy in this position, eventually there will be a massive discover check and you end up losing your queen and the game on the spot. So the pawn is actually not hanging. Very often, you're absolutely right. What Black does is to decide the center. You don't want to waste that move with the bishop, taking it out once, and then forced to again move it the next time when you have to recapture it on C5. So I wouldn't be surprised if Arjun decides to actually clarify the situation and then develop his pieces so that at least he doesn't lose that tempo.
Yep, this will be one option. I guess it would be typical as well to push a pawn on the queen side, but are you ready for that? You haven't developed too many pieces. OK, he does trade off in the centre. We see this isolated queen's pawn. It's not captured, of course, as Tanya showed there. And the position now is about just getting pieces out to good squares. I do kind of have a bias again towards the white position here, just because I played isolated queen's pawn positions my whole youth. But yeah, it tends to be out of fashion these days to play this type of structure with White.
But I played those positions my whole youth too, and I often lost them. So I have become biased against them in a way. But look at the latest move that has just been played. Harry the H-pawn is thrown forward. That should be no surprise. The white bishops are aiming in that direction, and now you're anticipating, well, Arjun, do you really want to castle kingside where that pawn was just thrown forward? I'm not sure you do. It looks very dangerous. So at least you're putting that fear in Arjun's heart. And he says, well, I'm not touching anything on that side of the board. Let me throw my pawn forward on the queen side. So it's going to be interesting to see where the kings go from here.
Wow.
H4. I was not expecting that move, but then once again, of course, Gukesh has to do everything to create a mess on the board. He has to win this on demand. So it is the approach that is guided by the match situation. And Arjun takes no time at all to respond to this well, not the most popular move in the position, and immediately plays on the other side of the board. Now, this is a very thematic idea to take out your other bishop. You want to fianchetto it on this long diagonal. It's where you want your bishop. It is ideally placed. Arjun stopping down before he decides to castle.
What? Tanya, what a move. Has he mouse slipped? He just hasn't castled. He's just played king to F1, forgetting that castling is legal in chess. But I think his idea is to keep the rook on the H-file to attack. This is just revolutionary stuff, Robert.
Yeah, it almost looks like a mistake, right? He's like, can I please put my H-pawn back? And he says, well, now that I've gone to H4, let's keep it chugging along. He goes to H5, and he's just telling Arjun, you are not castling, and if you do, I am going to attack your king. So the question for Arjun, and it's actually quite a big one, is do you stop that pawn in its track? It's gone far enough. He just answered my question as soon as I released it. He plays H6, and you are going no further, and he has a rook lift. So it's clear, White is playing for a win. Tanya, as you said, it's because of the match situation. But going for it at all costs often backfires. You need a solid setup, a strategy, and I feel like he's just playing for a win, a little bit of subjective chess at the moment.
This King F1, that was a shocker, and one would want to believe it's a mouse slip, but once you've made that H-pawn move all the way forward, it could just be part of the opening plan here for White. You want to now continue attacking on the king side. The rook will eventually also land on G3 on the open file. Arjun, meanwhile, will try to delay his castling as much as possible, because once you do that, then White gets a clear path, and I think it's going to be interesting to find out if King to F1, the last move, was that a mouse slip or was it not? Gukesh. It's also hard to tell with this camera. I mean, you see the silhouette, you have no idea what's going on.
Yeah, definitely. Calling that some revolutionary stuff earlier today, Robert, you called the Arjun agent of chaos, was it? And we do have a question for you on in our Twitch chat from Dayuti, asking you, what is the difference between the playing styles of Gukesh and Arjun?
It's funny because I'm reading the question on screen. It looks like they call him Arjun Hess. That's a compliment to me. Like, if I could be in the same sentence as Arjun, thank you very much. What are their playing styles? I have always felt that Arjun is quite a restrained player, as is Gukesh. I mean, I do think that there's quite a lot of similarity between the two. But I do feel like Arjun, he has shown in his most successful tournaments that he will punch you. Like, he is ready to fight at any moment. And I do feel like Gukesh, the style we're seeing in this match, is in Arjun's favor. I just think he is the more aggressive player of the two. So Gukesh typically likes a bit more of a calmer start to the games, whereas Arjun's always ready to fight.
But this king move.
This king move. Actually, I should mention, I've seen Gukesh play H4 at the kind of most surprising times before. I know that he said in interviews he didn't work with a computer at all until he was about 15, so about a year and a half ago. And then when he started working with an engine, he started realizing pushing the H-pawn in all of these queen spawn openings, it is a concept. And I remember in Red Gozins, he was starting to play H4 in every position. In Vienna games, he was starting to push H4, and he's doing it here. Doesn't feel correct. Computer won't really approve. But it's certainly going to keep Arjun on his toes. And sometimes, especially in these really tense, pressure-filled situations, all you need to do is ask your opponent a new question that they've never faced before. And I must admit, once I played a very similar idea against Wesley So, and after the game, Wesley was like, what's up with you? You know King F1 is not good, right? I was like, yeah, okay, I didn't get an attack and I lost. I got mated. But yeah, if he pulls it off here, Gukesh, then fair play.
And that's the worst type of things to receive, words to receive. It's because Wesley's such a nice guy. So if he's like asking you, you know you've done something wrong. It's kind of when, I'm not angry, I'm disappointed, David.
Exactly. But then again, if Gukesh goes on and wins this game, if he gets a big attack against the Black King, we'll say this was just genius from the get-go. And yeah, you wouldn't have seen these types of ideas with H4, King F1 15, 20 years ago, but this is modern chess.
Yeah, modern chess, and especially with the Alpha Zero coming in, a pawn advances, the Harry the H pawn is the new star of the chess world. But I have to say, with this bishop move, it is a natural-looking developing move. You do defend your pawn on d4, but it also invites the Black Knight to jump in and attack that bishop with a tempo. Not just that, what this move does is it vacates the f6 square for the Black bishop to land on. Remember that isolated queen's pawn that we were talking about, it does have the potential to come under fire once the bishop finds its way to f6. So this looks like it could be a difficult middle game for Arjun, for Gukesh. Arjun as a player loves the initiative. We always see him go for more aggressive, more attacking positions. Whenever he has the option to create the chaos, he will take it with both hands. Meanwhile, Gukesh, he's a more solid player. So I feel these kind of positions, like the ones where we've got no castling, kings marching up the board, pawns all over the place, they perhaps suit Arjun a little more than Gukesh.
Yeah, you're taking sides, Tanya. I'm impressed. Slowly but surely, you're
Armageddon, Armageddon.
And yeah, just a solid queen move there. Very sensible stuff. Getting ready to bring the final piece to the party. That white rook on a1 is going to slide towards the centre soon. And with isolated queen pawns in the position, watch out for a pawn break in the centre. If white can ever successfully throw his central pawn forward, play d5, open up lines, especially while the Black King is in the centre, then things will start to turn in his favour. I like this last move by Gukesh.
And I have to say, yesterday I was giving Ralph Mamedov a lot of credit in his game against Gukesh because he was just playing for a win. He needed to muddy the waters. And in this one, that's exactly what Gukesh has achieved. So from the perspective of needing a win. This is not just a solid position. Nothing is symmetrical here. Chances for both sides. I think he's doing the right thing, even though King F1 was surprising. Now that I look at the position, I'm surprised by how much I like it for white, because at some moment there will be that rook on h3. It lifted up the board. It could slide one square over to attack the knight and the pawn behind it. The d4 pawn is pretty well defended, at least for the time being. And as you were mentioning, David, if you're not looking out for it, that move d4 to d5, when you have an isolated pawn, you always think about pushing it forward. And with that black king in the center, you have to look out for the e-file as well. So I'm nervous for the black king, even though objectively it looks fine, or the eval bar saying black is doing pretty well. I just see some problems for Arjun to solve, and it's not easy in a rapid time control.
Wow, and he's just castled into the eye of the storm. This is brave stuff again from Arjun. We saw him be adventurous with his king in the last game, but wow, he's really kind of waving the red flag. He's saying, come at me. And Gukesh now, surely he's going to switch his rook across and start playing towards the enemy king.
I think what black is relying on is that if you do make that move, you, of course, are not going to fall back with your knight, because then the h-pawn is hanging, but that f-pawn. And we know Arjun, he doesn't care about pawn advances in front of the king. That f-pawn will move forward, not only defending that key knight on g4, but also blocking out white's bishop on the diagonal. So I'm expecting the knight on g4 to stay there for a while.
Yeah, it's actually surprisingly hard to get rid of this piece. It acts as a blocker, just controlling all of white's potential activity. So with this in mind, maybe this is not such an effective maneuver. Bring the white rook across right now. How else could white try to get this attack going, kickstart it, and give it some momentum?
I guess there's the standard. You slide your rook over to d1 behind your isolated pawn, bring your bishop back to b1 at some point, then line your bishop and queen up on the light square diagonal, try to threaten that checkmate. Black can always block that diagonal with that pawn push f7 to f5, but that creates other weaknesses, namely the e6 pawn. So then that bishop on b1 can slide to a new diagonal over to a2, and this is maximum pressure on the black position. So we can see how black parries off one threat at a time, but then there might be some underlying weaknesses that will be difficult to defend.
Yeah, I like it. Just slow and steady. Just bring another piece into the game and you will get attacking chances later. I don't think there's a need to start calculating too much now. Once you see that maybe shifting the rook across isn't so effective, then you just, take a time out, bring another piece in, save some time on the clock for later. Gukesh does have a minute or so advantage on the clock. And still very promising position. If you look at all the pieces as well after this rook move, all of them are so centralized for white. These are kind of textbook centralization pieces for white. If you're teaching a beginner how to place their pieces in the opening, you say, look at this, knights in the center, bishops next to them, pointing at both sides of the board. Yes, the white king looks a bit odd, but it's almost as if it's castled now, and the white rook isn't necessarily worse placed here than it would be in the center of the board. So still looking very good. I love this plan, Robert. The more I look at it, with just dropping the bishop back, keeping the options open, also hinting at pushing with d5, it definitely gives Arjun a lot to think about if he goes for it.
The reason that Gukesh is taking his time, and I see he's finally made a decision and made the move bishop to f4 instead. One of the plans that black has that white needs to watch out for is play on the other side of the board. As white has placed everything on the king side, eyeing that king, the b4 break is a resource that black always has to try and get that counterplay. Because if there are trades, the knight will move forward, the bishop on b7 suddenly opens up, eyeing that knight on f3. And the reason that white has put that bishop on f4 is that he's taken a key square away in black's camp. Queen on c7 would be an extremely strongly placed queen, because imagine that knight jumping onto h2, David, and maybe we can just mark the squares here. Once the bishop trades off the knight on f3, there are all these forking ideas that become a reality. So bishop f4 is actually a very strong preemptive move, taking away a key square from black's queen.
Just to show that variation, knight h2. That's some very effective winning strategy for black, I've got to say. But maybe there is a threat in the position. Is this something to be careful of? I'm not sure we can go for it now if black does initiate that idea that you mentioned, Tanya, with b4, because suddenly it looks like white is delivering mate, but the black knight can leap back, act as the hero, and also you attack the queen just in time. I guess we have prevented also this f5 break, so now we are threatening perhaps to shift the rook across if black does take a timeout. Now black's pawn push is not possible simply because this e6 pawn would drop off. Lots of variations we're showing here, but all very relevant to the players' plans.
And I just want to add that the bishop was protecting the pawn on d4, but that's not necessary because of tactics. You see that if the black knight scoops off the pawn on d4, the knight takes back, and once the queen swoops into the d4 square, that knight on g4 is loose, the queen will take it, and that rook on h3 is doing very important work protecting that light square bishop. All of white's pieces are defended. Black would lose a piece and thus lose the game. So that pawn on d4 is defended tactically, and that's a huge moment for Gukesh to bring his bishop out into the open. And I feel like with Arjun spending this time here, it's going to be increasingly difficult because there will be an attack. You're not going to lose a piece in the moment, but with rook g3, a new threat. With, of course, rook from a1 sliding into the action at any moment, queen to e4, pawn to d5 at any turn. You have to watch out for so many different things that it's just not a simple position. And now that you're down to 6 minutes, that's where it starts getting scary.
Yeah, wow. I'm just going to say that h4 king f1 idea, just a mark of genius, a stamp of a really top quality player. They look like beginner moves, but he's making them look like part of a master plan.
So not a mouse slip anymore.
Definitely not a mouse slip.
Definitely not a mouse slip. David, I love this idea that you're pointing out, that now after this last move, white has opened up the queen, is eyeing that e6 pawn. So rook g3 is a massive threat on the board. And if you're on the back foot in such a position, you're on the defense, your king is under fire, rook g3 is a massive threat. I think black has to look for ways of trying to trade off pieces here to try and reduce the pressure somehow. And it looks like the only way to defend such a position. Imagine even if rook to g3 wasn't coming in, but you managed to line up a battery on this diagonal, on the b1, h7 diagonal with the bishop and the queen, a mating threat on h7. It can get super dangerous, and black has to find a way to try and trade off as many pieces as he can, as quickly as he can.
Yeah, which pieces would you be trying to trade off here?
Queens, bishops, knights, rooks.
Get that draw. King versus king at the end.
But not pawns. You want to keep all the pawns on the board.
Because you've got that isolated queen spot. I am super happy to keep all the pawns on the board.
But that's a really instructive point, because it may seem like we're joking around, but that's what black wants to leave white saddle with. An isolated pawn in the endgame, that's not what you want. Jose Raul Capablanca would look at this position and say, let me get to that endgame, because then white has this pawn that's not easy to defend. You have to use your major pieces to keep it covered. So bishop d6, a step in the right direction for black, taking Tanya's advice. Let's swap pieces, get rid of some of the attackers, and the knight on g4, at any moment, it can slide back to the f6 square. So that's something that you're going to have to watch out for. That knight retreat, it not only helps save the black king, but also starts putting pressure on this h5 pawn, covering the d5 square. So I think that right now, Arjun has everything under control, but I'm keeping one of my 4 eyes on his clock.
Wow.
Yeah, he's down quite a lot now on time. And Tanya, does that get your stamp of approval? Bishop d6, trying to trade off these dark square bishops.
I was thinking that I want to trade bishops, I want to trade my pieces, but I couldn't find a way. And the reason that I wasn't sure about this move is because of your idea of sliding in with the rook to g3 regardless. Yes, the bishop on f4 is hanging, but so is the knight. And who does this trade favor? It's not so clear in my mind, Robert, that after the rook attacks the knight, do you pick up the bishop and give up the knight and then lose a tempo on the way?
Mm-hmm. It's getting really complicated.
Super complicated.
You have to calculate everything now, because yes, you might have to lose time retreating the bishop. I'm not sure exactly where you go, but if you step back with the bishop, suddenly there could be a threat. We've mentioned this checkmating pattern several times now, but you're creeping in along this diagonal. Black can only block it at the cost of material. If you block it with your pawn, then this pawn drops. This still looks like an ongoing attack against the black king. And suddenly tactics everywhere. So this definitely looks like the acid test of black's last move to slide the white rook across. Maybe it forces the black knight to go back. But I was going to say you're allowing all sorts of tricks. Maybe it's just about, OK, there's no time for white to go and take this pawn, trying to use this pin, because luckily the bishop can capture this pinning piece, the white rook. So it's hanging together by a thread for black. But if it's hanging together, it's good news for Arjun Erigaisi.
And just goes to show that what looks like a very simple move, your bishop sliding one square on the diagonal, there's so much more than meets the eye. There are many tactics in this position. Bishop d6, a calm move. It's just trying to trade off one of the white attackers. And black had less space with some of the minor pieces. Let's get our queen out, connect our rooks, and then that isolated pawn on d4 can become a long-term problem. So leaving that f7 pawn to go forward to f5 at a critical moment, if the black queen slides up especially, it feels like the base of black's position will be stronger, and that allows black to fend off the threats and avoid the secondary ones.
Yeah, looks like a great move for Arjun, and it's also forced Gukesh to burn most of his time advantage, just trying to figure out how to proceed, how to keep the momentum going.
It's must-win for Gukesh if he's going to stay in the tournament. The losers in the losers' quarterfinals will be knocked out of the Airthings Masters, and the situation is the same for Sarana right now, playing against Wesley So. Wesley, he won the first game today, and Sarana, he has to win this game 2 to take it to an Armageddon. I see the bar is roughly in the middle in that game. Is there any drama happening?
Still early days. Sarana has got a very playable position, but maybe not the type of advantage he would want or that he's used to with the white pieces. Wesley, so hard to beat on demand. We've said it before. It's going to be an uphill struggle.
Wesley lost 0 games yesterday. Yeah. He won 2 Title Tuesdays, and he played 5 games with Hikaru Nakamura in Rapid, and he drew all 5 of those. I mean, the guy seems unstoppable. Yeah. He is in the loser's bracket because the draw, he had the white pieces. It meant that Hikaru was able to punch his ticket to the winner's final. But I mean, Wesley So is playing unbelievable chess right now.
Yeah, it's so unfair, actually, to sort of name him in the loser's bracket with the way he's playing.
Yeah, I like that pun, Kaya. So unfair. So solid he is.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, wow. What a move. The white knight landing in the center of the board. It can be captured 3 different ways. Arjun reacts instantly. He says, no, I'll let your knight sit there. And he pushes the F-pawn.
And the first question is, yes, you push the F-pawn, but you leave behind your E-pawn, which is now a weakness. White can simply snap up the knight on G4 and hope to pick up the E6 pawn with a check.
You pick it up with check, and I guess black slides into the corner. We have won a pawn with white, but suddenly a few problems facing Gukesh here. Your knight is attacked. This pawn is finally going to drop, the isolated pawn we've been talking about for a while. Everything's happening with tempo, and suddenly white's position is a bit loose. To me, I think I would need 5-10 minutes to just to kind of try and figure out what's going on, just to kind of find my bearings in this position. But the players, of course, don't have that luxury. You could also make an argument for taking this knight and then going in with your white queen. You can make an argument for, I don't know, throwing this pawn forward at some point or other, jumping in with the white knight. So many options. But Gukesh, he's now down on time. And Arjun playing that last move, this last committal move, instantly. I think that's a huge psychological blow.
Yeah. F5, it's almost as if he's calculated all these tactical variations. What is very, very impressive is how fast he played it, despite the whole board hanging. What it does is, one thing's for sure, pieces are getting traded off. And we've been talking about this over and over again, that the more the pieces get traded off, that D4 pawn will be a huge weakness. And it looks like that last move by Gukesh, jumping in with the knight at the center of the board, so tempting, might have been actually a huge mistake.
Yeah, evaluation bar hates it. We're not sure because it's so complicated, but we've got to trust the computer in a position like this one.
I might have to call him Arjun the astronomer, because I feel like he takes a while in the opening. He's setting up his telescope, but when there are clouds and complications there, he sees through them. So this is unbelievable stuff from Arjun Erigaisi. He's playing F5 when the E6 pawn is hanging with check. I mean, this is just really unreal. Just like knight takes C6, knight takes G4, E6 falls to the check. He has seen it all. He is a tactical wizard, and he is in form today.
Wow.
Yeah, and Gukesh, he must have been loving his position. It did look very promising just 1 or 2 moves ago. Suddenly, it's pure calculation. It's either going to be very good, this position for white, or it's going to be very bad, nothing in between. And suddenly, 2 minutes down on the clock, you have to be greedy. You have to go and grab pawns with the white queen in order to justify everything you've just done. But the fact that Arjun's blitzing, playing every move instantly, he's going to be panicking. Doubt is creeping in now. Tanya, are you fearing for Gukesh in this one?
I am. He's putting a lot of pressure. Arjun's putting a lot of pressure, not just on the position, on the clock, playing the psychological game here as well, making moves fast and so far accurately. The problem it comes down in this position is that, yes, you pick up the pawn with a check, but once the king sidesteps, the whole board for Gukesh hangs. You need to make a decision with that bishop on F4. Your queen on E6 will be targeted with the rook on C6. So I think Gukesh is going to be super wary of actually going into this line. Once after the king sidesteps, let's say you pick up the bishop on D6, the black rook recaptures, and again, white's position collapses. The queen is hanging, the pawn is hanging. Notice that bishop on B7, eyeing that pawn on G2, and it's actually white's king that is under so much pressure, no material to call for. And wow, we have this line, but instead of trading the bishop, Gukesh went for the pawn push, attacking the rook, and Arjun once again just blitzes out the move, just simply sidesteps with the rook, keeping all the threats on the board. What a beast.
Yeah. Two beasts here, and they're playing very, very high-quality chess. We've got to say, no big swings in the evaluation bar, despite the fact it's so complicated right now. It would be so easy to blunder. I like what Gukesh has done. He's pushed this pawn forward. It's on a less vulnerable square now, defended by White's knight. It also blunts in this bishop, but the problem remains. There's this awkward tension between the black rook and the white queen, and if you have to take a time out to retreat, start running away, black will at least restore the material balance. And Robert, do you see any chance here, especially down to 1 minute now for Gukesh?
I'm wondering if we're going to see a queen sacrifice. Just a quick line here. The dark square bishop slides back one square to e3, hitting the rook on b6. The bishop goes up to c5, saying, your queen's under attack. You have to move that thing. There are no safe squares. And White says, OK, I'll take your bishop. You'll take my queen. I'll also get your rook. That's, we might see this. Bishop e3 has been played. That's a Lasker compensation of a rook, a minor piece, and a pawn for a queen. That is a lot of material with the passed pawn. Both kings are kind of exposed. This is the type of position you need if you're Gukesh. You may be worse. You may end up losing the game, but you have serious winning chances. So I think that Gukesh, the biggest problem right now is his clock. If the times were reversed, he would have huge chances. But Arjun has been finding these tactics quickly. I do like Gukesh's last move, though.
Yeah, incredible to make this decision to actually give up the white queen because he's committed to it now. But he made this decision with 1 minute on his clock, and this black rook is actually trapped. The only way to avoid that variation would actually be to trade off this bishop. But suddenly, after the white queen steps back, takes this knight, you're just a pawn down. And I don't think Arjun can really go for this. The black king also weak on the light squares long term. So I think both sides are pretty much committed to that variation, Robert, starting with this bishop move, sliding forward. And just to show it one more time, bishop takes bishop, giving up the white queen. But yeah, rook, bishop and pawn. If we didn't see the evaluation bar, we would think that White is maybe doing very well here. But it still looks like dynamic balance in this position, in this crazy wild position.
That's actually a stunning line. Robert, that you're pointing out, and Arjun slowing down because it's also not easy to evaluate. You have the safe option of picking up the bishop right now and not sacrificing the queen, but then you just end up in a slightly worse position. That bishop on b7, as we can see, will remain dead with that white pawn on d5, which is still alive, and it's going to completely favor Gukesh if Arjun goes for this bishop trade. But how do you evaluate that position? Winning that queen, but allowing a white pawn on e6 looks super dangerous. Just the fact that Arjun needed a draw in this game, and he went into these complications, just goes on to show how brave these two players are.
Yeah, if we reach this position that we're looking at on the analysis board right now, then it's anyone's game. It's
anyone's game.
I would prefer to have White. I see the evaluation bar off the sides and the black is still better. I would prefer to have White because all of a sudden you have more forces. You're aiming at some of the black weaknesses like the f5 pawn. The rook is under attack. That e6 pawn, it's not even clear that black will be able to stop it. So I'm just looking at this position and I don't care what the evaluation bar says. The players, they don't know it. And I just think the trajectory of the game has been in Arjun's favor. All of a sudden, Gukesh strikes back and he's putting a difficult decision in Arjun's court. And I think he recognizes the importance of this moment, the magnitude, and he may take the bishop, but he's not going to be happy about it. Just saying, you know what, I don't want your queen. I'll be down to pawn. I can try to defend this. I don't like that he's spending so much time here. I feel like he's uncomfortable.
I think he's going to go for this line with bishop c5.
Yeah, he has to. He's now down on the clock. And we mentioned he's an agent of chaos, Erigaisi. I think he has to embrace that chaos now. You can't just maintain this position, hope that it fizzles out towards a draw, because this one is just too wild. And I would rather go into that, where it's a big mess, take my chances there, than suffer a pawn down. And now, no real time advantage, only a few seconds, and still a few seconds increment for Gukesh to rely upon. So he needs to go for it. Wow, he doesn't choose any of those options. He retreats his knight to the centre of the board. He's giving up material here. He's a pawn down. He's giving up an exchange. The black rook, the white bishop can snack on that one now, feast on it. He's trying to argue, I guess, that the white queen is trapped anyway. And the evaluation bar doesn't react, which is just shocking to me.
This is genius stuff.
I mean,
knight e5 was not even a move on our radar. Just giving up that rook on b6, which, by the way, let's point out, has been voluntarily self-trapped. He moved that rook all the way up to c6 and put it on b6 and says, come and take it. And it all relies on piece activity. Knight e5 What is this move? Bishop takes rook.
It's brilliant.
Queen takes bishop. It's brilliant.
That is an unbelievable find.
Unreal.
The white queen is entombed on e6. It looks like a great square, but either the black bishop is going to head back to its home and attack the queen, or the rook will slide in the queen's path and attack it. So what a find.
Yeah, what a find. And now Gukesh down to his last few seconds. Okay, he takes that black rook. He shifts his own rook out of the corner into the center, but the white queen is gone. She's still going to have to sacrifice her own life once that black light square bishop slides back home, as Robert mentions there. And I'm trying to do a quick count here to figure out the material balance. Here we go. The queen is trapped. No way to save her. You just have to take this black knight in the center of the board now.
Yeah, it's going to be knight, pawn, and rook for the queen. So the same material imbalance, but the pawn is on d5 and blockaded by a bishop rather than all the way up where the rook is on e6. So that's a humongous difference. Opposite colored bishops, that usually favors the side with the safer king. Both kings looking a bit vulnerable. The white king has more forces around it, but eventually perhaps the black pieces will line up. So it's b4, a good move by Arjun, opening up a second wing, and I like the way he's playing.
Yeah, I like the way both players are playing. This is not just super high quality chess, but also both sides just going at each other, punch after punch after punch. And Gukesh finally has to take a timeout, play a consolidating move. He's going for this black f-pawn. It's very weak there, but he's also shoring up the white king. The white king at some point will be given a nice safe home. White will push the g-pawn forward at some point and slide it to a light square. But first, okay, the black queen coming in. How do we stop her from delivering some nasty checks? The white knight also under fire.
But the nasty checks, do they really matter? Because a draw is not enough for Gukesh, right? And after the bishop falls back on e2, bishop b4, you've got this queen c1, big threat on the board. You can't really move your knight to any other square except fall back. And now queen e1 is a mate in one. d5 pawn is hanging.
That's the more important, well, what's more important than the mate in one, but I think that's the key detail here. The white king, you needed to take a timeout to give it a safe square, but now the pride and joy of your position, that central pawn, has disappeared. And with it, maybe white's winning chances. Suddenly it's hard to imagine unless there's some sudden kind of surprise attack for white. If you maybe imagine the white knight getting to g6, unless that happens, black's not going to be in trouble at all in this game.
And look at what Arjun's doing. He's completely dominating that knight. That knight is not getting out of there anytime soon. The black king looking safe, tucked away. The white king is a bit more open, and I feel like white just doesn't have the coordination of the pieces. You have two pieces for the queen, a rook and a knight, but they're not working together very well, and I feel like black is stabilized, only needing a draw.
Yeah, and another nasty queen slide there. The black queen controls the diagonal that the white knight wants to use, and wow, what a move. Developing his knight, giving it up. But if the knight is captured, there will be a nasty skewer. Is that a skewer? Is that a pin? And, okay, not allowing that white rook back into the game, not taking the bait, but has he allowed Gukesh back in? This pawn drops now, and we might well just see an endgame after Erigaisi gives back the queen. Nope. He's given a check, and suddenly he's won a rook for the bishop. It's knight, bishop, and pawn now for a queen. This is a big material advantage for black. Should be a fortress for white, potentially, but a draw minimum.
We have a result. Wesley So has won also game 2 in his match against Alexey Sarana. That means Sarana. Oh, he's knocked out, Robert. What are your favorites?
Well, he'll be okay. He takes $10,000 home with him, so I think he'll be happy about that. But it was a great match by Wesley So. I was keeping an eye in the background, and these players down to their final seconds. I mean, it couldn't get more exciting here in the Airthings Masters. And God, what do you think? Does white have some chances here with the material imbalance?
It's hard to imagine. I mean, a queen for 2 pieces is just really difficult. But of course, Gukesh is going to play this out till the end and try and create something. He will target that 8-6 pawn, the rook jumping onto d6. Trying to create a threat on
I think he might have chances here.
Wow.
Especially
down
10
a queen
against 10 seconds.
It's easier to play with more pieces, and the queen is more valuable, but rook d6 being a huge threat. And it looks like he backtracked, because if you went rook d6, the knight was hanging over there. So a great move to keep chances alive. He wants to slide his rook over. I really do think white has chances in this position.
Yeah, it's definitely not over yet. If the rooks disappear, black is safe. It should be a draw. But
how long are you going to avoid it?
Yeah, Gukesh. He has to dodge that. He does slide across.
And now the knight wants to jump onto f5 and hit that queen and the pawn. The rook moves forward to defend the 8-6 pawn. And watch out for a fork now.
Yeah.
So much happening.
But Arjun doing the great thing of keeping his piece on the dark squares away from the enemy bishop. So you see the rook and the queen, all of Black's pieces on dark squares. He's trying to offer that trade of rooks, but that is what Gukesh is avoiding. He's threatening a rook all the way up in the corner to pin the queen to the king. So Arjun says, no, none of that for you.
Oh, and still a few seconds each here. White needs to get the rook to a more active square, needs to get the knight back involved. But at the moment, no way through. Black has set up a defensive barrier.
It's amazing how Gukesh is fighting down a queen, and he's creating all these incredible threats. Both players on seconds. At first, I thought White has no chances, Robert. But it looks like Gukesh is showing some amazing will, and now the king joins the attack as well.
Again, 2 games in a row, the king landed on G3. And despite having no queen, I think we would all take White here, right? At least in a blitz game.
I would for sure.
I love a queen. Give me a queen any day. I'll take Black.
You are a queen, Tanya. And meanwhile, Black is trying to get pieces off the board. Still no way through. Now, Black's got pieces on dark squares. White's pieces were all on light squares for that moment. And a nasty check, kicking away the white king. The black queen is going to come in behind at some point. Maybe start delivering some checks. Maybe that's the way to salvation.
Whoa.
But wow, there's a pin here, Robert. White's knight unable to move.
And I was surprised that Black brought his pawn forward. And look, the king is out. Knight G6 check is the fork. I mean, that king is helping in the attack. This is scary for Black. Where's that king going? If it steps up, the king might go up for White as well. You have to be really careful now.
Well, who's mating who?
Rook is coming on. There's actually a mate in 1 on the board. Is Rook D7 just a checkmate?
It would be checkmate.
Wow.
That's a checkmate.
You have to
Threatened.
stop that.
Queen will come to G3, giving a check, but no, he offers a rook trade. This is getting really intense. And White needs to watch out for that check on G3 with that queen. Easy to miss from the other side of the board. But it looks like Arjun might have just survived all the threats that Gukesh was creating.
There we go. The queen check does land, as you predicted, Tanya. White needs to take out a time to block that now.
The bar jumps up.
Yeah, he does have to place his pieces on awkward squares. All of the pieces were on the G file for a second, but a pawn has disappeared with it.
Take the rook.
Take the rook. Finish the game. He does it. That is professional.
Yeah.
He needs just a draw. He gets out of any threats. And what a game by Gukesh. What a fight by Gukesh.
Wow, and Arjun, he's going to secure the draw. Next move, rook takes bishop, and a knight alone is not enough to deliver checkmate.
Wow. What just happened? That was intense.
It's over. Gukesh is knocked out of the tournament. Arjun Erigaisi makes it through to the losers quarterfinals. What a match between these two. What do you think, Robert?
He was living on the increment, but that 3-second increment that's added after every move, that came into play. Arjun Erigaisi, he used it to his benefit. He is the junior speed chess champion. He beat Neil Sarin in that format, so he's used to these quick time controls, and he is a superstar.
How fast is your Indian heart beating right now, Tanya?
I can't believe what we just witnessed. I mean, that was chess at a whole different level. Also, Gukesh, so impressive, having no time on the clock, down a queen for just 2 pieces, managed to create a mating attack with his own king moving forward. That was just incredible chess start to finish. Both these players have so much to be proud of today.
Wow, what a game. And here is today's Lisoveta learning points.
Today's learning point is about how to play for a win at all costs. Gukesh, in the opening, surprised his opponent, Erigaisi, with some really creative and some really clever play. In this position, he shocked us all here, all of the commentators, by playing h4. What is this doing, you might ask? He's simply going to push his pawn forward and make it less attractive for the black king to castle on the king side. His next move, another shock, king to f1, putting the king on a slightly odd square, but committing to lifting his rook up the board, where, as we saw in the game, it did prove to be a very strong piece. It was a crazy game, of course, many twists and turns. Later, Gukesh sacrificed his queen, but Erigaisi, at the right moment, was able to lock things down by giving his own queen back. I definitely recommend playing through all of this game. It's well worth a study.
Wow. Both matches on the losers bracket today have finished. 2 players are knocked out, Gukesh and Sarana, and 2 players have made it through, Erigaisi and Wesley So. Congratulations, Wesley.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah, finally. I still have 1 life left. So that's one thing I like about this format. I played this format before in the American Cup last year. So it's nice because if you lose one, you have to lose another.
But does it feel a little bit unfair to be playing on the losers bracket when you actually haven't lost any games?
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, unfortunately, Hikaru won the bid yesterday by 16 seconds. I think the match was very close, but unfortunately, the last game yesterday, I didn't really get any chances. And then I looked at the games afterwards, and Hikaru played really well. So big congratulations to him. And, you win some, you lose some, but I'm excited to see his upcoming match against Magnus today. I wish it'd be more than 4 games, but that's nice, nevertheless.
Yeah. And Wesley, we've heard rumors that you're playing a lot of online chess these days. Obviously playing here in the Airthings Masters, also playing Title Tuesday yesterday, winning that one as well.
Yeah. Yeah, some of my friends ask why top grandmasters play in Title Tuesday, but it's practice. It's a super strong event. It's so difficult to win. But I took advantage yesterday by the fact that all the top grandmasters weren't playing, like Hikaru or Magnus or Fabiano. They weren't there. So yesterday it was a little bit weaker, but to win 2 Title Tuesdays in one day is totally unreal. I think I've only won before yesterday. I've only won 2 Title Tuesdays in history, so it's really difficult. But I've been trying to get some practice games in. I think if you're gonna spar with somebody, might as well do it in a real tournament setting. And also during tournaments, you don't want to tire your brain too much. You don't want to stretch it too much. So during tournaments, I would prepare or work on problem solving or analyze my games. But these days, I just play blitz instead to try and relax. And and it's nice. I think this year is going to be very exciting, of course, with the merging of chess.com and chess24. I used to play in the chess24 site too before, but there are not too many good players there. So it's nice. And then after this tournament, I have a classical tournament in Dusseldorf coming up where Ian Nepomniachtchi is playing as well. So that's going to be good practice. As I said, this year I'm going to try to improve my classical rating, but it's nice to be able to participate in this online events, and I'm very grateful to be part of the Airthings Masters this year.
Yeah, we're so excited to have you here as well, Wesley.
Yeah, and Wesley, quick question. You said you win some, you lose some. Yesterday you lost 0 games. So what did you eat? What were you doing? What was going on with you?
Yeah, actually, now that you mentioned it, I didn't lose any of the 22 Title Tuesdays I played either. Well, I've been working a lot on my chess. Also, I think the match format is suitable for my style. And I love playing chess. I spend hours per day doing it. But I think yesterday I was just playing really well. It's unfortunate I lost to Hikaru, but we'll try again today. Also, yesterday I played your friend Daniel Narditsky in the last round in the afternoon.
Yeah. And you won it.
Yeah, I won it. I was better, and then I was completely lost, and then he blundered a rook for a knight. So you should ask him about it. It was a very fun game. It was another Italian that we usually play.
You're on a roll, Wesley. Congratulations on winning the match today, and best of luck tomorrow as well when you're going to play in the losers semifinals.
Yeah, play again tomorrow, and it's going to be an exciting match also today. And thank you again, guys, for all your hard work. It must be really difficult also doing commentating for many hours a day.
Thank you for the kind words, Wesley. Thank you so much. We'll see you again tomorrow.
Yeah.
And we're also joined by the other winner on the losers bracket today, Arjun Erigaisi. Congratulations.
Hi, thank you.
We just had to take a deep breath after that match against Gukesh. That was intense. What was it like for you?
Yeah, I think both games were quite intense. The first game, he walked into my prep. I knew until queen c2, a3, and then I didn't know rook e8, but I was pretty sure it's not a good move. I was fairly happy with my position, but he managed very well until this knight f5 knight e6, and one critical moment was instead of playing knight f4, I thought he could go queen b5, threatening knight x d4. I felt this was very strong. But in the game, I thought I got good control, and in the end, I kind of blundered knight takes e6. He could take 3 pawns and sacrifice the knight, and I think he had a good position there. But after that game went my way, I was fairly confident.
Arjun, what a match this was. We loved watching every bit of it. To us, it seemed like there was so much going on. Now you won 2-0, but is it accurate to say that it doesn't truly reflect how chaotic the games were?
Oh no, it's actually a 1.5 firstly, and yeah, I think both the games were very complicated, especially the second one could have gone either way. At first, I was thrown off by his h4 king f1 idea, but a bit later I realized it makes a lot of sense and I was feeling it. But when he played knight e5, I was very happy because after f5, I think I was in control. Though he did manage to pose some practical problems.
You took the match in 2 games. I have to ask you, Arjun, in that game 1, when you were going up the board with your king, what was going on in your mind? Were you at all terrified about your king position in that one? What was that all about?
No, in fact, there was some crazy lines. I was calculating like king g3, bishop f5, g5, knight h5, king g4 with the idea of king takes h5. But then I realized he can just go g6, so I thought it's too much. I would have probably dropped back, but I thought he should still try that rather than going back knight e6, knight f5.
Yeah, we were thinking about that one here in the studio as well, wondering whether you'd be brave enough to advance the king to g4. But Arjun, I want to say congrats, first of all. But also, we heard there's a collection of teddy bears behind you. Can you tell us the story behind those ones?
Which one?
On the
Okay, so some of them I got from WWF when I made some donations, and some of them were the toys that I played with when I was a kid.
How cool. So you have support while playing in the Airthings Masters. We know you have huge support also in India. A lot of fans. Are you noticing that with all the fans now cheering you on?
Yes, I am aware of it, and especially it was an all-Indian matchup, so it must have been exciting for the fans to follow as well. And also, I have played Gukesh quite a few times before, and it's always nice to play him.
Yeah, what a match it was. And you're through to day 4 in the Airthings Masters. We wish you best of luck tomorrow when you face Wesley So tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us, Arjun. That was it for today's losers bracket, you guys. We are now going to get ready for the winners bracket with the big winners final between the 2 big online beasts, Magnus Carlsen against Hikaru Nakamura. Tomorrow in the losers semi-final, Wesley So will face off against Arjun Erigaisi. The winner of that match will go through to the losers final to face the loser of today's winners final. The winner of the winners final today will go straight through to the grand final to be played on Friday. This is a big one. Magnus Carlsen against Hikaru Nakamura is coming up very shortly. What do you expect from that one, Robert?
Fireworks as always. These 2 players, since the pandemic, since online chess has exploded, they have given it their all the way back in 2020 through the past year when Hikaru Nakamura kind of took the edge against Magnus Carlsen. Of course, the lifetime score heavily in Magnus' favor, but 2022 was Hikaru Nakamura's year.
Really, it really was. We remember the Fish Random World Championship last year, and also, of course, the Speed Chess Championship. Do you think Magnus Carlsen is eager for some revenge against Hikaru, David?
Certainly, and here we see their scores in the past 12 months in 2022, 13-8 in terms of wins, and a lot of these games came in the Speed Chess Championship, that dramatic final. I was watching on the edge of my seat in that when it came down to the final few moves of the final game. But it's hard to pick a favorite, I've got to say, especially in Rapid. Both of them extremely good. Both of them just coasted to this point so far, and maybe Hikaru has a decent shot at continuing his good form against Magnus.
Oh, definitely. And we're just finished with an extremely entertaining match between Gukesh and Erigaisi. What kind of match can we expect with these two playing styles, Tina?
I think you just set the tone. This has been a great warm-up. What a match that was. Absolute fireworks on the board. Magnus has got a score to settle. As we've been talking about what's happened in the previous year, and there was a time when Magnus was dominant in their matchups. He was crushing Hikaru throughout. And then there's been this breakthrough that Hikaru has had, and there's been no stopping him. Magnus is looking for revenge today.
Yeah, you think so?
Absolutely.
All right. It's getting close, the first game. So in the winners final, it is best out of 4 rapid games. If they are tied, then we will get another one of those exciting Armageddons. And this should be a tight one, don't you think, David?
Yeah, on paper, it's extremely close. It's extremely hard to separate them. They're both so good in the opening. They're both just endgame gods at this point. And in speed chess, their strengths really do shine through. Remember, this could be just part 1 of the rivalry in the Airthings Masters, because whoever loses today will get another shot to qualify for the final for a rematch. So, yeah, I can't wait. Let's get the popcorn out.
Yeah.
Let's enjoy.
Exactly. And Robert, we've seen them now in 2 matches so far in the tournament. Are they playing their best chess now, Magnus and Hikaru?
Well, I think Magnus Carlsen should be happy that he lost a game to Arjun Erigaisi. Because once you get that sting and it shows that you can bounce back from it, that's huge for your confidence. So I don't think Magnus has been playing his best chess. I think Hikaru against Wesley, that was just 2 very solid players. I think the best is yet to come.
The best is yet to come. It's getting very close. The first game in their match, Magnus Carlsen will start out with the white pieces. What sort of opening should we expect? I'll go around the table. What do you think?
Bomb cloud. No, double bomb cloud.
We've seen that before between those 2.
We have. I'm going to say the Italian game, just because I've seen them battle it out in that opening so many times, especially when Magnus is white. At least you can predict that Hikaru for sure is going to set up in that way, and maybe Magnus will come armed with a new idea.
What do you think, Tanya?
I think it really depends on what happens in game 1. We might even see a lot of switch-ups as Magnus will go forward. If he starts with the white pieces, might be an Italian, might switch over to the Catalan, depending on how things go. Hikaru also so hard to predict. These 2 players are masters of every opening. I think it's all going to come down to what happens on the time scrambles. Kaya, I'm predicting an Armageddon, and I'd love to see that happen.
Ooh, I agree. But David, Robert, we know Magnus, he's all about the psychological warfare as well in chess. Do you think he's going to open with something dubious in this first game against Hikaru?
I think he's no longer in Hikaru's head. So all those psychological tricks may work against everybody else. But Hikaru Nakamura showed in 2022 that he can take down Magnus Carlsen, whether it's in Fisher Random, whether it's a speed chess championship, whether it's in any type of event. So I feel like for Hikaru, he's no longer afraid. That band-aid has been ripped off. And so I think the Magnus just play his optimal chess.
Yeah, I do have some inside information, though. They should have been logged on now, both players, but Magnus Carlsen isn't logged on yet. Do you think that is on purpose, David?
It could
keep Hikaru waiting.
It is Magnus, so we know he's usually late. I think we've just been thrown off because he's been on time for the last couple of days. But yeah, maybe a hint of mind games there. But there's so much. I just want to add to that point earlier that there's so much respect between these 2 now, and I just think they're going to go all out. They have to play their best openings. That's the only way they're going to win this match.
But is that a problem in online chess, Robert, that clocks don't start? In over-the-board chess, you're often penalized if you're not by the board when the game is supposed to start. In online chess, the clock isn't started until you're there. Is that a problem?
I don't know if it's a problem, but the chess.com can always take some time off their clocks if they're late. But maybe it's also an issue that you don't have a set starting time, because these last 2 matches could have gone to Armageddon, which means there's some buffer, some time to work it out. But we see Hikaru Nakamura on screen. I'm not sure if he's talking to chat, telling them about all the taking he's going to do. But either way, Hikaru, he looks ready for this match.
He doesn't look too happy that Magnus isn't ready yet. I think we saw Hikaru there shaking his head. He's not happy with what's going on right now.
Yeah, you think so? That he's a little bit upset with Magnus keeping him waiting?
Understandably, it's a big match. And we can see him with those hand gestures, not sure what's going on, what's stopping Magnus from logging on. But definitely Magnus needs to get there on time. Kaya, you've got to do that when there is a big game waiting to happen.
I'm going to send him a text. I'm going to tell Magnus, where are you? Come on, we're waiting.
You're just bragging that you have his personal number, okay? I mean, the whole...
Robert?
Humble brag.
Maybe maybe later.
I do have a word in my ear that Magnus Carlsen is now logging on to get ready. We know Magnus Carlsen is situated in Toronto. He's visiting his chess bros, his friends, Eric Hansen and Amon Hamilton. What do you think those days are like with the Magnus visiting them? Is it all about the chess, or do you think there is?
I think, Kaya, the bigger question is, what are the nights like?
Exactly. What do you guys think?
I've seen some Instagram stories, so public information, that they have been out and about in Toronto a little bit. But yeah, who knows? Maybe just bullet marathons all night and a few parties here and there. I think we can confirm that.
Yeah, all right. Well, we are waiting for Magnus Carlsen to arrive for the huge match today. This is the winners' final in the Airthings Masters. Best out of 4 rapid games. If they are tied, Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura, it will be decided in Armageddon. They both played Armageddon yesterday to win their matches. Look at Hikaru waiting for Magnus. He definitely looks a little bit annoyed. Hikaru Nakamura. Oh, or do we see a smile?
Well, I think Magnus is logging in, and Hikaru, he's getting ready to play. It is kind of unnerving when you're just sitting at a physical board or online, just waiting for your opponent to get set. But I don't think Hikaru is too amused.
Yeah. It's also his background. There's such a different setup from where we normally see Hikaru play from. There's a lot going on there.
Yeah. Hikaru usually plays from an office, right? Like a streaming office, not really his home.
Yeah, I think it mixes and matches depending on his mood. But we know he's been going through a lot. We spoke to him yesterday after his match. And so, of course, we wish him the best. And I think for Magnus Carlsen, he wishes him the worst on the chessboard.
Yeah.
But, of course, it's been a big occasion for Hikaru, a lot going on in his life.
Yeah. Is this a big moment for those two players as well, David, Magnus and Hikaru, when they face off?
Yeah, there's so much pride attached, and they know that kind of whoever wins this match by the public will be viewed as the best rapid player in the world. And I think neither side wants to relinquish that kind of mental battle right now. So especially for Hikaru, having had this last year, I think he can relax a bit more. He doesn't allow Magnus to live in his mind, as you were saying, Robert, and it did feel like a big breakthrough. But in terms of the fans, there's definitely a big split, and I think neither player wants to let them down.
Yeah. Waiting for Magnus to arrive for this big game. We do have some questions coming in from you guys, and keep them coming either in the Twitch chat or on Twitter using hashtag #ChessChamps. Skunk Spiegel has asked on Twitter, what are the commentators' favorite openings? So I'll ask that leading up to the opening.
Well, I like to start with the queen's pawn, with the white pieces. So I enjoy that strategic positional fight that arises from it. And with the black pieces, it really just depends on what my opponent plays. But the king's pawn it is, if I get the opportunity with the black pieces.
Okay.
But on the board, in this tournament, I would love to see a bomb cloud happen.
Yeah.
But I'd never play it or advise it.
How about you, Robert?
I like being retired and not playing, but when I do play, I love playing the hippo. And it's one of those do as I say, not as I do openings, where instead of taking control of the center, you just put all your pieces on the second rank and your pawns on the third, and then you kind of go from there.
Am I not mistaken? Isn't that your favorite as well, David?
I am on record saying it's one of my favorites in the last time.
Well, this is why we get along so well.
I know. I'm just like an English version of you. But also shout out to Ginger GM, who's done a chessboard course on the hippopotamus defense. If I can't choose the hippo, I'll be boring. I'll say the C3 Sicilian, the Alapin Sicilian.
Oh, me too. What's going on here?
Do we know how about Magnus and Hikaru? Do they have favorite openings?
Good question.
I think I've also seen Magnus play the hippo a few times during the Champions Chess Tour, where he just puts all his pawns on the third rank and then develops really slowly, and he often does that when he's just looking for a game. You know, it's not long theoretical lines, and you just kind of take it super slow. It develops slowly. I've seen him employ that as well. Have you guys been training together?
No comments. Anyway, right, guys, I think it's time. He's left us waiting too long.
Yes.
What should I text Magnus?
Ooh. Do you guys in the Twitch chat or on Twitter have any suggestions?
Yes! I think a trivia question. I mean, he did come to trivia last week, so I feel like giving him a tough trivia question to answer.
Where are you?
You teamed up with him, didn't you?
Yeah, we were on the same team. We did quite well. It was a fun time, so I think you should hit him with a tough trivia question.
Okay, I'll just say hurry up. What's the time, Mr. Wolf? Hurry up.
Yeah. Well, an update if you are just now joining us. We are waiting for Magnus Carlsen to arrive. The winners' final should have started a long time ago, actually. First game between Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura in the big winners' final match. And there he is, finally, Magnus Carlsen, ready in that room, in the Chessbra house in Toronto. He's gonna start out with the white pieces against his biggest online rival, Hikaru Nakamura. It is best out of 4 games to decide the match. If they are tied, it will be decided in Armageddon. Tie breaks. Who goes straight through to the grand final in the Airthings Masters? This is a big match. And Magnus has the white pieces. You can see Hikaru getting ready as well. What's going through their head right now?
For Hikaru, frustration, impatience. He wants to get the game going. For Magnus, maybe just picking an opening. I don't think it's anything more than that right now.
We can see, oh, there we go. It started. This is the winner's final.
And it's the Reti opening. White bringing the knight out on the first move. Also one of my favorites. I should have called that. Would have looked so clever. But the Reti, a very flexible move. Only later, depending on what Hikaru does right now, will Magnus decide which pawn to push. And Hikaru here usually either occupies the center or plays copycat. Here we go, d5. So how will Magnus react? g3, very much in the vein of the Reti. You could have transposed to a queen's pawn opening there. You could have chosen a bunch of different lines, but this is something that both players have vast experience in. And now, will Magnus castle as king, allowing black to occupy the center with 2 pawns? Black's next move, nope. Okay, instead, Magnus allows a symmetrical position on the board. What do we think of this?
And I think Magnus is keeping it flexible with the c-pawn. He might decide to move it forward 2 squares or 1 square, or might just keep it there for a while. And that's going to be an important decision which will determine the characteristic of the middle game. At some point, I am expecting him to actually go c4, and he does it. And wow, Hikaru immediately snaps up the pawn.
Yeah, still very well-known stuff. And here, usually black moves one of the 2 c-pawns. There we go, c5, and the whole center might just be obliterated, all of the central pawns getting traded off, and a symmetrical endgame. And I was looking at this one recently. There are some ideas for white to keep the game going, but they will involve a little bit of risk, at least strategically. Often you might be stuck with an isolated pawn or 2 if you want to take risks to win this position. Very solid stuff from both sides, especially Hikaru here.
And we've got a fan of Magnus on the screen here, we see. Aww. That is such a cute photo.
Future world champion.
Yeah, no, that is always great to hear from the fans here. And also this position, as David was kind of indicating, that it's one where at first glance, not too much has happened. Black took a pawn, white's going to get it back. But white's knight gets a little bit more active. So this knight that was sitting at home jumped out up the board and will capture that pawn on c4. So I feel like white's a little bit quicker to the punch. Black is very solid. We'll have a symmetrical pawn structure. And it seems that Magnus is I was going to say the first person caught by surprise, but Hikaru did think back on move 1, to consider his reply. But now Magnus, it's clear, he was not anticipating Hikaru to play this line.
Yeah, but throughout the World Championship in 2021, Magnus was kind of experimenting, freestyling with these G3 systems, fianchettoing that white bishop on G2, and they could all have transposed to this type of position. So surely Magnus has studied this. Surely he has an idea or 2 up his sleeve. It's surprising to me, at least, that he's burnt almost 2 minutes of his clock on this very well-known, very theoretical position. Usually here, white does capture the pawn that has just moved, at least in at the higher levels. I know Vladimir Kramnik has had success with that move. But as Robert says, you can also recapture a pawn with the white knight. Lots of choice here.
And in fact, the more popular choice here is to recapture the c4 pawn with the knight, bringing it to the center. But yes, the second most popular move is to pick up the other pawn on c5. But that would just mean that all central pawns are eventually going to be dissolved. I wonder if Magnus is looking at a third option, which is to keep the tension on the board, but for now, just defend that d4 pawn by advancing that e pawn 1 step ahead. But I have to tell you, there's just one game in the database that I have in front of me. So that's definitely a very rare move.
Yeah, it feels like these two are the main options, either taking this pawn or, as you guys mentioned, just capturing with the knight. I think you can kind of play that position on autopilot, even if your knowledge isn't quite there, even if you haven't studied it in too much detail, because the positions are quite simplified. But yeah, strange to see him think. 3 minutes now in the tank for Magnus.
Down to 12 minutes in this position, which is definitely not new for him. I am surprised what's going on with him.
Yeah, the more he thinks, the more I'm inclined to say he's going to... OK, he does take this pawn eventually. I was going to predict something wrong, so I'm glad he got there first. But, yeah, knight takes pawn, and now black has a few moves as far as I'm aware. One of them is to hit this knight with the bishop. You can also just capture this pawn in the centre. And maybe other alternatives as well. He does indeed hit the knight, gaining some time to develop. And very balanced so far.
The reason why these lines are tricky, though, is because there's this tension between the d4 and the c5 pawn. So at some moment, if you're not looking out for it, white can capture that pawn, and you may not get it back. So that's what this position is coming down to at the moment. And if you see Magnus's last move, jumping his knight into the center of the board, unleashing that bishop in front of his king as it slices across the diagonal towards the black queen side, that puts some immediate threat. So I'm looking at this position, and I'm wondering for Hikaru, how much more preparation does he have here? He is starting to think, but it's the type of thinking he's looking to the side. I believe he's trying to remember his variations. He's not on his own just yet.
And that's also because it's an important position. David, you were about to say something?
No, I was going to back up what Robert said. Normally when he looks to the left, I think he's trying to recall something. If he's looking to the right, he's very unsure. It's as if he's trying to work stuff out. But yeah, I'm not as good as Danny Wrench as kind of reading the many faces of Hikaru.
That's an interesting tell that you just pointed out, but I think it's also important for Hikaru to slow down right now because there are concrete threats in the position. We see with Magnus's last move of jumping the knight up the board, he's cleared the path for his own bishop on g2. Watch out for that pawn on b7. And again, Robert, what you were saying that very often the center tension can go in white's favor. For example, let's say if black does step with the queen to c8 or to c7, defending that pawn on b7, it does result in white capturing the c5 pawn, and you don't have time to recapture. Instead, Hikaru knows that the strongest piece in Magnus's camp is that bishop on g2, throwing fire down the board, challenges it immediately. The good news for Hikaru is that right now, white can't advance that central e-pawn all the way up the square because the knight and the bishop would attack it. Instead, Magnus goes on to pick up the c5 pawn. There's work to be done by Hikaru to win that back.
Yeah, it looks like a clear pawn advantage for Magnus right now, but Hikaru just looking up, working something out, calculating, recalling, who knows. But he's going to try and find ways of getting this one back. For example, you could start with a bishop trade, but now big questions. Do you trade off the queens? Do you leave the queens on the board? To be honest, I don't know the answer. In this position, I don't know the most accurate way for black to equalize, but all I remember is that it should be possible to win the pawn back at some point.
Yeah, I think a critical thing, though, is even if you do get the pawn back, just to go one move deeper here, if that black knight comes out to d7 and we trade knights on that square, a white can flick in this move pawn to c6. And you can have that pawn. You're going to even up the material, but look at the resulting pawn structure. These are isolated pawns on the queen side, which means they may be ripe targets for white pieces to go after. It's not the biggest advantage in the world, but at this high level, these small pluses, that's all you may need to put pressure on your opponent and then try to win the game.
Yeah, and I think this is a dream for Magnus. This will be an opening achievement for him, certainly if he can break the black structure and have something to play against long term. You just need to keep the game alive as long as possible if you can. Magnus hasn't gone for this yet. He first swaps the queens. He captured the black queen on d8 and only then took back the bishop. So similar ideas in store potentially if the black knight does try to go for the pawn now. Trade off, and as Robert says, you couldn't now step this pawn forward, break the structure, and hope for a tiny little, at least symbolic advantage. But it's up to Hikaru. What's he going to go for? How is he going to restore the material balance?
All right, this is the first game in the winners final after today's show at 1 p.m. Pacific time in the US. There's going to be an Ask Me Anything with Grandmaster Sam Shanklin on the chess.com Discord channel. If you log on there, you can ask Sam Shanklin anything, basically, but he's going to focus on his new Chessable course on the Neo Catalan. Is that a favorite of you guys?
Played it many times myself.
Yeah. So don't miss your chance to ask questions to one of the game's very best Grandmaster, Sam Shanklin, 1 p.m. Pacific time.
Yeah. I think we'll all log on later.
Yeah.
I need some tips on my openings.
Yeah, we think we can get his preparation. He's renowned for his opening theory. So if we can say, hey, can you please send us a file? He has to answer, but he doesn't have to say yes, right?
That's true.
I think the answer is a resounding no.
He was also on Magnus's team for one of the World Championship matches. I think the 2016 one it was against Karyakin that Sam was on Magnus's team.
That sounds right, yes. So, that's great experience for him. I mean, he's renowned as an opening theoretician, and those are the type of people you want in your training camps to work on specific openings. So Sam, he won the 2018 U.S. Championship. He had such a great year to cross 2,700, become one of the highest-rated players in the world. He's been a mainstay of the U.S. Olympic team. So Sam Shanklin is somebody, if you don't know who he is, Google's your friend, and then look at his chess games. Some great ones there.
Played on the Champions Chess Tour as well, Sam Shanklin.
I'm looking at the screen, and we've got this epic rivalry, right? What's grown to become the biggest rivalry of modern online chess. Two of the best players here fighting each other. But we also have two streamers fighting each other. We're actually looking at, two of the most popular chess streamers currently, and that's kind of funny in my head.
Yeah, Magnus, these days, ever since he's relinquished the classical title, he's taken to streaming a bit more. He's playing more online events, and it's refreshing to see. I've been up very late watching him sometimes while he has these massive blitz marathons on chess.com.
We're going to have an AMA of our own here. So, David, who do you think is a better streamer? That's my AMA question to you.
Okay, I picked sides between Erigaisi and Gukesh, but I'm not picking sides now. Better streamer in terms of entertainment or chess, Tanya?
Ooh, good question. Yeah. Wow, you're just put me on a spot
both
now.
Equally good.
At what, streaming or chess?
Both. I'm a big fan. I've been watching Hikaru for years now, so big fan.
He is more experienced in the streaming. That's for sure. Yeah. And one of the most popular ones.
Of course, a humongous audience. His viewership is sky high. So he's really helped chess become increasingly popular.
Definitely.
I think his contribution has been immense. And what's been really spectacular about it is that he's managed to maintain his chess strength and even better himself while streaming, which he often calls his first profession. Mm-hmm. How are you the world's best player when you're also a top streamer?
Yeah, that's incredible.
Incredible stuff.
Yeah.
And it's also, he's kind of the model for young players, just the work rate, the hours he puts in with streaming and with studying chess, playing chess, everything. It's as if he's committed his whole life to the game. And I think anyone who wants to reach the kind of upper echelons of any sport needs to look at him as an example. It's just fantastic.
I was so impressed following the World Fischer Random World Championship. He was playing these super long days, playing some fantastic chess, and then just immediately afterwards, logging on, streaming, doing so much work.
Yeah.
And now look at him in boss mode, just that pose, just crossing his arms like, yes, I'm going to win that pawn back. I'm going to lock this one down with a draw.
He looks super confident right now. And also his performance in 22 in the Grand Prix qualifying for the candidates. It was just an amazing year.
And even the candidates, if he had not lost to Dingley Ren in the final round, he might be facing off against Jan Nepomniachtchi for the World Championship. So there were so many good moments for Hikaru Nakamura. He returns to his streaming. That's what he enjoys. But I'm not sure he loves the position he has right now. I know he went in boss mode a little moment ago. He crossed his arms, but now he's leaning in and diving into the complexities of this position. And we see Magnus, he's on the clock. He plays bishop e3, defending the c5 pawn. And it kind of reminds me in a way of the game between Arjun Erigaisi and Magnus Carlsen. Of course, different pawn structure, different scenario, but white is up a pawn and clinging to that extra pawn. Black needs to prove he can get it back. I do believe that Hikaru is going to bring his knight, his undeveloped knight, out to attack it, but Magnus always has something up his sleeve.
Well, the one thing he has to be careful about is not having the move c6 up his sleeve, because there's such a nasty trick in the position. We've been talking about this resource that white has when the pawn is attacked. You advance it down the board. But be careful, watch out. The b pawn will advance 2 steps, hit that knight on c4, which is a key defender of that central knight on e5. And this is going to be an absolute disaster for white.
Yeah, suddenly one of your knights is lost, either this central one or its mate over here, its fellow knights. And this would be a huge blunder, of course. We don't expect to see Magnus fall into this, but that does beg the question, how else to defend your pawn? If you can't move it forward without losing a knight, how do you keep it on the board? If the pawn drops, equality. It should just fizzle out towards a draw. So do you step your knight back? I'm struggling to see ideas to keep that pawn on the board.
There's also the move pawn to b4, which defends your c5 pawn, but gives up the pawn on the square. But after the knight takes, the rook slides one square over, hits the knight and the pawn behind it. And active rooks are so important in these kind of endgames, where maybe even black equalizes in terms of the material, but the activity should leave white with at least a slight advantage. So I think that you're kind of have several choices here for Magnus. He's trying to work out which one gives him the best chances, whether it's retreating the knight initially or pushing this pawn, sacrificing it, and opening up the B line.
Yeah, this would be really creative, but also potentially very strong. I'm not sure whether Nakamura had envisaged that one a couple of moves ago. To push this pawn forward. The problem with dropping the knight back to defend this pawn is that now one of the black rooks might simply centralize, and still an issue with this pawn. Still some stuff to work out for Hikaru Nakamura. But first, Magnus must decide. Retreat the knight, play it safe, or potentially push this pawn riskier, but higher potential rewards.
I think this is going to showcase how ambitious Magnus is on his next move. If he does advance that pawn, he's making his intentions very clear. It might be an ending. The queens might have been swapped off, but I'm still looking at the initiative here, or a safer approach would be to fall back with the knight. I think Hikaru is hoping that Magnus does go for the knight retreat to defend it, because b4, it looks like things are going to get very heated after the trades of the knight picking up the pawn, the rook coming on the open file. And David, you can defend that knight on b4 if you can just have that on the board, because we might be seeing this. And let's say you pick up the pawn, the rook comes on the open file, hitting that knight. If you fall back, you lose the b7 pawn. For a move, you can still hang in there, push that a pawn all the way up to a5, but it doesn't really help, does it? Because white can also continue putting pressure on that knight with the move a3.
Yeah. Kicking it away, and if the knight has to move, retreat, then we do gobble up this pawn, reinstate this extra pawn advantage. Yes, we might be left with a bit of an odd pawn structure after the bishop is recaptured. We have to recapture with the pawn now. The knights have to defend each other, but white does have a free pass pawn to start pushing now. White's rook is on the 7th rank. This rook, which was previously passive, has suddenly opened up, and yeah, it definitely looks like this turns in white's favor. These are very natural moves. It's a few moves down the line. But it all does begin with white taking this decision.
He does it. It's on the board. Yeah. He goes for the more ambitious approach, where he might end up with a pawn, but he'll have that c pawn, which will start advancing down the board. Wow. That is making intentions very clear. Shots fired.
Yeah, shots fired. And Hikaru, just for a moment, frowning, pausing. And does he have a solution up his sleeve?
He didn't expect it, right? That was like, what just happened there? Of all the moves that I was considering, with the knight retreat, maybe the pawn push, things of that nature, b4 hits him, and he's like, oh, that's possible, and it might just be good. And now you have to kind of reset as a chess player. When you are caught off guard, when a surprise hits you, you need to start thinking objectively, regain your composure. And he's looking at these variations. He knows he can gobble up that pawn, but once the white rook slides over and tries to land on the b7 square, removing that pawn in the process, it's going to be too much activity to deal with. I don't think it's comfortable for Hikaru, but he doesn't just have to take this pawn on b4. He can slide his rook up to the center of the board, hitting the knight on e5 as well. So he has his options, but it's clear to me that he was not expecting the move pawn to b4.
Yeah, that's a clever move there, Robert. Rook to d5, just utilizing this pin, hitting the white knight in the center of the board, and it cannot really move. This would induce a weakening move potentially for white. You have to step your pawn forward, I guess, to defend it. And suddenly the question remains, can you now go in and take this pawn? These are the things going through Hikaru's mind right now. It's 2-3 move tactics here and there, a little bit of calculation. You need something now, because if white gets one more move to just create a pawn chain, for example, if black wastes time, if you just get one more move, connect 3 here, and this black knight is just sat on a terrible square on the side of the board. White has it. An extra pawn advantage, of course, and Magnus, he's going to win this game. You cannot allow this at any cost. So now is the moment. You have to make a big decision, and I expect Hikaru to go into the tank for 3-4 minutes, because it is that tense. He needs to find a good solution to this last move.
And then I can bring up a question from the Twitch chat to you, David. The fans have really been loving your story on Pikachu, the big reveal that you are a Pokemon fan. And Kent Lufgren is asking, what's your most memorable live commentary moment?
Oh, okay. not to do with Pokemon, or to do with Pokemon. I should confess, I always dreamt of being a PM, not a GM, a Pokemon Master. But anyway, enough of that. My most memorable commentary moment. In terms of the games we've commentated on, it might have been Magnus pretty much busting out of his shirt when he beat Wesley So, the massive comeback. I think it was a couple of seasons ago on the tour. If it's not necessarily to do with the games we're watching, then beating the Magnus app.
That was amazing.
Magnus Stage 10, getting my revenge after he crushed me the first time. And that was probably the highlight. It definitely wasn't dressing up as a Teletubby. That was maybe the low light of my commentary career. But no, it's been a ride. It's been a journey, and I've loved every moment.
Yeah. It's been fantastic to have you in the studio, David. And it's so nice to now have two new members in the studio as well, Tanya and Robert, joining the Oslo studio to follow the action of the third season in the Champions Chess Tour. And already on day 3 in the 2023 season, we have this dream battle between Hikaru Nakamura and Magnus Carlsen. Who's getting the best start here?
And it might not be the only time that we see two of them together, and that's all thanks to the double elimination bracket. Kaya, your question about who we're seeing have a good start. I think Magnus is happy about the position that he's gotten with this last move. He's posed some real questions here to Hikaru. But Hikaru's so good at adapting at these shifts. Yes, he wasn't expecting this pawn advance. He might have underestimated it. But we often think of Hikaru as this aggressive attacking player. But one of his biggest chess strengths and quality is how resourceful he is and how resilient he is. When faced with a question, with a problem situation, a challenge, he knows how to take a pause and then just give it his best and adapts immediately. And that is why he is one of the world's best players in these formats. I see him reaching out for his mouse. He is about to make a move. He is about to take a decision. He has burnt 2 minutes and he picks up the pawn. He goes for the line, which is the most direct one, and a5 on the board. We were talking about this, expecting Magnus to continue attacking that knight to open up the b file for the rook.
Yeah, but when we were analysing this, it looked very promising for white, Robert. I'm surprised, I've got to say. Maybe there were more solid options available. He's definitely made a committal decision here, Hikaru. It's all based on retreating his knight now and not giving white the time to go and grab this pawn on b7. There's tension with the knights, but the pawn structure just looks really bad, really weak for black.
Clear advantage for white. You're the first rook into the action. He just leaps forward with rook to b6, putting pressure on the c6 pawn. And if your best move as black is to defend your pawn, you're using a very valuable piece to defend the least valuable pawn. But the issue is you give up that pawn, white has a clear passer. So I just feel like Magnus, he's attacking the c6 pawn with his rook. The a5 pawn is also attacked with his knight. And all of white's pawns are defended for the time being. Clear advantage for Magnus Carlsen. Hikaru spent about 4 minutes to play. Knight takes pawn a few turns ago, and it's clear that Magnus has the upper hand.
Yeah, Magnus definitely has the upper hand. Just to prove your point here, Robert, if you do have to take a time out, plant the rook on a really ugly square, then white's other rook can now enter the fray. At some point, we can switch focus maybe to the 7th rank. For example, this move, you're threatening a knight jump, a knight fork, and it just looks extremely strong. And the top players, they never choose passive defense unless they really have to. And a really instructive move there. Very strong move, potentially, from Hikaru Nakamura. He's going on the counterattack. He plants his bishop in the center, challenging white's bishop's control over its own c-pawn. And this is a counter. If white now gets greedy and does take this pawn, then I'm trying to figure out exactly what he has in store, but I'm expecting potentially a knight trade, and now the black rook can start jumping in, getting active. Maybe the black knight jumps in to go for this pawn. Still looks like white is in the driver's seat, a pawn up, at least for now. Magnus not risking anything, but Hikaru, he's going to try and defend actively. That's always the more promising approach. I see the evaluation bar jump just as I suggest this move, so maybe it was this one instead. And still manageable for black, not lost yet, but you are pawn down, at least for now.
Active defense, and Hikaru is showing the path. This analysis, both the position that we have right now, I think it's exactly what Hikaru is hoping for, because notice that e2 pawn is a weakness. The knight on c3 super strong, and let's say you make a move like king to f3. You know, kings are supposed to be active in the endgame. This will actually be exactly what black is hoping for. The rook will slide down to c8, offer a trade of rooks. The c5 pawn is undefendable, and black solves all problems in the position. So a really nice active approach there by Hikaru to solve his problems.
Yeah, suddenly white had all those active pieces, but they've all been traded off. Yes, white was a pawn up, but if you look at what remains, black has an active rook, black has an active knight, and white is left with 2 passive pieces. So, yeah, the players are so sensitive to that. Very impressive from Hikaru.
But stylistically, this is up Magnus Carlsen's wheelhouse. He loves grind him out endgames where he's slightly better. Hikaru Nakamura is an amazingly resourceful defender, but that's typically when tactics are at play. Nobody enjoys playing a passive endgame or a pawn down endgame. So I think that Magnus, whether or not he wins this game, he should be very happy with how it's gone. And he is spending time here after the bishop captured the bishop on e3, which means he might take with his pawn. He might double isolate his pawns in the center of the board to keep his knight on c4 active. The knight, where it currently sits, hits that black pawn on a5. So Magnus thinking here, I believe he may very well take that bishop with his pawn.
It's tempting. It's very tempting. You also open up the white rook on f1. You mentioned that Magnus loves grind him out endgames. We even did a whole chessable course on those, and I learned so much from just the technique, just that mentality of Magnus. He's just happy to torture his opponents. He's a sadist at heart. He just loves sitting there thinking, okay, I'm a pawn up, you do the hard work, you suffer just to get a draw. And I think that's what he's trying to do in this game. He's saying to Hikaru, no winning chances for you, very one-sided in terms of winning chances. Maybe you make a draw if you play really well, but if not, then I'll have some chances. And there we see the rook trade did happen. And whoa, Blinken, you missed it. All the rooks are off the board. We did see a little transition there. White's extra pawn has disappeared, but the white king is extremely active. Knight endgames, we often say they're very similar to king and pawn endgames. You just imagine the knights are off the board, and that's how you evaluate the position. If you're winning without the knights off the board, you're usually winning with the knights still on, because they balance each other out. But can that white king run towards the queenside now, pick off that lone black pawn?
Equal material is so deceptive here. It's all about that king activity. You're talking about the main aim to try and get that king closer to the queenside pawn and win it, and then it'll be game over. The one move that comes to my mind is f4. Black has just played e5 to take away this d4 square from white's king to advance to the center towards the pawn. But right now, Magnus has the option to challenge that e5 pawn, advancing his own f pawn. He chooses another path. He goes knight to d6. Clearing up, and he perhaps wants to go knight e4, offering a trade.
Absolutely brilliant. Knight d6 is showing the vision it takes to win at the highest level. He wants to enter that king and pawn endgame, which will be winning despite the initially equal material, because white's king is more active. After the knight swaps on e4, which you don't want to do, you see the eval bar go sky high, because the king takes, the king goes up to d5, and it can walk on over to the queen side to win this a4 pawn. That outside pass pawn will win the day for the white pieces. So knight d6, that's on a move that was on my radar, but as soon as Magnus played, I'm like, oh, this guy, he's devious. He wants both to bring his knight to e4 and to allow his king to slide back to d2 without black getting the e4 square for his own knight.
Yeah, so one of the ideas has been prevented. Black does stop the white knight from dropping back to force a trade. And I think the second idea might come in action now, Robert, marching the king across. No, Magnus goes back with his knight first. What a maneuver, losing time, but he has loosened up the black structure. And now this pawn is attacked. If it steps forward, yes, you've connected 4, but you've allowed the white king into the black half of the board, and suddenly it will advance. It might even come the whole way around, the long way around, to try and pick off this pawn. Also, if this pawn disappears, white will win. That's almost guaranteed. Knights are so bad at stopping the A and H pawns, the rook's pawns, because they can only defend from one side. They don't have another flank to defend from. Instead, Hikaru, of course, couldn't allow the white king to get active. He dropped back to a really passive square for his knight, but now simple path for the king.
But Magnus being the king of precision, he's not sure, do I want to bring my king to d3 or back to d2? This may seem like it's the same idea, you're bringing the king to the queen side, but the king up on d3 allows a knight check. Maybe you don't want to allow that knight back into the game. It's still going to be good for white, but that is what Magnus is calculating. He knows he has the upper hand here. He knows that probably he shouldn't even be winning in this endgame. He sees the forest through the trees, and he's looking how to get that a-pawn, but he wants to make sure that Hikaru has no chances in return.
Yeah, I'm very surprised, I've got to say, that Hikaru looks so poker-faced on the camera, because I would be terrified here for black. It looks like one-way traffic again, just a simple path for the white king, simple plan. And it's a distant dream at the moment to try and trade off all the pawns and survive just by giving up your knight, getting rid of that final white pawn. I don't see any way to save this one, to salvage this game long-term.
Magnus has ticked under 2 minutes on the clock. Another question from the Twitch chat from Dr. Michterstein. Robert, who has more to prove in this match? Magnus is the best, according to him, but Hikaru has beaten him a lot last year.
Magnus never has anything to prove. And I'm not saying that Hikaru does, but the question should never be about what does Magnus need to prove. He is the best player in history, in my opinion. So, does he need to prove that he's still going to be the best for years to come? Maybe some would argue that, but I really don't feel like Magnus needs to prove anything because he is the best player in chess.
All right. Even if he lost in the Speed Chess Championship to Hikaru, if he lost this match as well?
I don't think he would like it. He doesn't enjoy it, but proving something and enjoying it are two different things. But I get the question, right? Yeah. Because Magnus, he has suffered many defeats against Hikaru in the previous year. Over their careers, of course, Magnus has a dominant score against everybody, and in particular Hikaru. In classical chess, it's as lopsided as it gets. But Hikaru has proven that he is over that hump, that psychological barrier. He could give Magnus the challenge like nobody else can. And Magnus, he is looking to win this game one because he knows that Hikaru will struggle to get back in the match if he can land the first blow.
And do you guys think now Magnus will win this first game?
I would say yes.
Looks like it. He's played a flawless endgame. Amazing technique there. The Magnus touch, as they call it, in the endgame. You were talking about precision, king of precision. The king has moved to the precise square, not even allowing the tiniest counterplay to black to come in with a check with the knight. The king is going to move along the dark squares, put pressure on that a-pawn, and we see Hikaru looking into nothingness, but it's not going to help him right now.
Well, that was deeply depressing. Look into nothingness. I feel for him now.
That is the position on the board, and he tries to advance his own king. So the idea is to get that king all the way to d5 so that you can try and put pressure on white's knight, but the knight can just fall back with a check. It looks like this is going to be an uphill task for Hikaru to defend this one.
Yeah, 1 minute against 2 minutes, so some hope on the clock for Hikaru if he can hustle slightly, give Magnus some difficult questions to answer, maybe initiate a race later on, because races, you need time to work out. You have to go step by step, see who's quicker. But at the moment, definitely objectively, strong position for white. I would say that if Magnus hadn't won the World Rapid and Blitz titles, then maybe something to prove. But thanks to those victories at the end of December, I would say, yeah, he's pretty relaxed and he knows he's still the guy to beat.
Yeah. But, as a triple world champion, you kind of have little to prove to the world.
That's true.
He missed out on the world Fisher Random, though. Hikaru's got that one.
We are seeing the two world champions in this screen right now. Magnus Carlsen in classical rapid and blitz, Hikaru in Fisher Random.
Yeah, and meanwhile, one step away from taking that black A-pawn, creating his own passed pawn. No way to stop it for Hikaru Nakamura. As Tanya mentioned, maybe the best bet is to land the black king into the center, but the white knight drops back with a check. And it's inevitable. Black will be a pawn down. You just have to create counterplay. You have to create some confusion, maybe box in the white king when it does land on the corner, on the side of the board. There we go. The king does move. We see a quick knight check. Where to go with the black king? That's the question.
You've got to move forward. You can't go backwards anymore because white is just going to swoop up that a-pawn for nothing, and Hikaru does it. What his idea is, David, he wants to actually go even ahead, trying to target those king-side pawns. So let's say white does pick up the a4 pawn. Hikaru is relying on the counterplay with the king stepping one more step and then another, and then trying to pick up the pawns. But I have to say, it looks like it's going to be too slow. That a-pawn, as Yasser says, push them, baby, and it's going to decide the game.
Yeah, it's a race. This pawn is going to run. It's really hard to imagine this black knight stopping it, but Magnus didn't want to calculate that one yet. He gives himself the option to repeat moves. There's 3-second increment at the moment, so he drops his knight back with the check, forcing the black king back, and now we might see him just repeat one more time. Why not gain a few more seconds on the clock? And, OK, first, he doesn't want to repeat in this way. First, he just reinforces the fact that he can take this pawn anytime he wants. He gives the option of a knight check first, but the evaluation bar drops.
And he surprised Hikaru with that one. Hikaru was like, wait a second, that gives me a chance. And because Hikaru could push his own pawns, with his king being a menace towards those white pawns, f5 to f4, push that pawn forward. He can then go after the other pawns with his king. Instead, it looks like Hikaru stepped forward with his knight. He protects his pawn on a4 with his knight. I think that there will be some kind of inevitable loss of that pawn, but that knight from c5 will aim towards the white pawns with knight e4, and I think that maybe Magnus, he kind of delayed it a little bit too long, but it's because of his clock. He is down under 10 seconds remaining.
5 now, 4. He needs to make a move, and he needs to make it fast. He does go for the move f3. I think he has made it a little tricky for himself here. Not clear how he's actually going to pick up the a4 pawn anymore, and it might just be fine for Hikaru now.
Yeah, suddenly these pawn pushes going to happen. I'm not sure which one you push first. You can make an argument for both, but suddenly it definitely looks like the race has started, and Magnus gave Hikaru a bit of ground there. No way that he's going to win this pawn in the next 2-3 moves. It will take time, and Hikaru has that luxury to start pushing pawns. So definitely some drawing chances, maybe Magnus letting it slip. He didn't lose on time. He has a few seconds left, but he's cutting it fine. He's cutting it close. He drops back his king. It's the wrong direction. Suddenly chances for Hikaru. Suddenly this black knight can try and get into the center, go for these white pawns.
Exactly, David, because take a look at the geometry and the pawn structure. Once the E2 pawn is attacked, it can't move forward. The F3 pawn is weak, but instead Hikaru continues marching down the board with his own pawns. We've got a pawn storm happening here, and it's just an absolute mess. Who is playing for a win?
But it's a bullet brawl because Hikaru, he's down under 10 seconds himself, now under 5. He's got to make a move, and he is going to... What's he going to do here? I think he's going to move his knight. He does back to B3, but look at Magnus's move in return. He's going after that pawn on A4. Neither side has lost on time. It's just a race at this point. Wow. The A pawn, that one is distant, but black stole a pawn on the king side. So there's an H pawn versus an A pawn. Both sides have their chances with minimal time on the clock.
Yeah, and Hikaru here trying to end this game with the draw by trading off everything. That black knight is trapped, but you can break it out of its prison. Just about, you're just in time, and there we go. A bunch of pawn trades happened, and the black knight did find a safe square. This one is going to fizzle out towards a draw, but a massive missed opportunity for Magnus Carlsen. Just no material.
But that A pawn, I mean, it should be a draw with best play, but with no time on the clock, that's a scary pawn to deal with, and that's why Hikaru says, take my central pawn. Yeah, you're going to go up a pawn temporarily, but the king will take care of the A pawn. The black knight will hop into F5 to sacrifice itself for the G pawn, and that should be enough for the draw.
Yeah, and Hikaru looks ready to get out of there. He looks like he's solved the problem, knows it's a draw, but still some work to do.
Because White's knight has actually come to the defense, and if Black's king moves forward to attack that knight, the A pawn will start advancing, so you don't have the luxury. And look at Hikaru, you can see from his expression that he is in panic mode right now. He wasn't expecting that.
Yes, brilliant play by Magnus, because the king cannot step forward for black, because then the pawn runs to the other side, and that means that the king for white defends the G pawn and will go up the board, probably king F4 now, bring your king up to G5, and wait, you can't afford to trade knights for Hikaru, so his knight's going kind of in the wrong direction.
He's going to try and hit the white king with his white knight, with the black king.
I think that's the idea. He wants to make sure the black knight defends the A pawn, and there we see it. And I think even on seconds, Hikaru found the precise defense, and this is what it is. The guy is so resourceful and so good at this stuff, at just adapting to these positions. Impressive play. The knight will sacrifice, but it's still not over.
The black king's so far away, you still have to race across to the side of the board, to the king side now, to stop that white G pawn. Of course, Magnus, it's going to be hard to advance his own pawn because the black knight will threaten to give itself up at every opportunity. You have to bully that black knight away, kick it away. But if Hikaru puts the knight on a safe square, it should still be fine. Oof, yeah, I would still be terrified here, but Hikaru looks like he's got it under wraps. He's still in control, should still draw this game. Not enough material. White's pawn isn't far enough advanced.
I have to say, flawlessly done there by Hikaru. He gets the king in time to defend his own knight, which is stopping the pawn from advancing now. And it looks like he's got everything under control. Gives a check, just not allowing White to advance or offer a knight trade.
Amazing play by Hikaru Nakamura. He has this under control. This game for sure will be a draw. There's no way the pawn progresses without the knight sacrificing itself for that pawn. But for Hikaru to go left and right and back and forth and to find a way towards this half point, that was amazing by Nakamura.
What a save. It's a repetition.
Not quite. Magnus has triangulated his king. He's got the same position we've had twice already, but this time it's black to move. So how does Hikaru Nakamura wait in this position? White's not actually threatening anything. The white pawn cannot step forward because the black knight will capture it, take it off the board, but okay, he moves his knight. And how do you get that white pawn? It must be so frustrating. Hikaru knows he's about to make a draw, and finally we see it.
Wow.
Finally, next move is guaranteed. That white pawn disappears.
He runs off Hikaru Nakamura. In 5 minutes, game 2 will start. The first one is a draw. Magnus Carlsen doesn't look entirely happy. He had the white pieces in this game, and Hikaru will have the white pieces in game 2 starting in 5 minutes. Magnus Carlsen sitting there looking over this game. A missed opportunity, you said, David. What happened?
Yeah, it looks like Magnus, because of the clock, was reluctant to start a race, which would have been in his favour. Instead, he waited for one move too long. He tried to finesse it, and the moment passed. and the win slipped away. It started in this position. We said the black king was getting active. It was getting ready to jump towards those white pawns. If, for example, we start by capturing a pawn on the side of the board, the black king could start advancing. But Magnus, if he'd had 2 minutes on his clock, he would have had the time to work out that he is winning. He can move his king out of the way. Yes, the black king can come in, but it's simply too slow. The white pawn can step forward now. The king can take this pawn. But at the right moment, you will go and kick this knight away with the white king, and you'll have a safe run through to promotion. Magnus missed this opportunity. If we go back and, whoops, not to this position, we did eventually see king and knight versus king. It was a draw.
This whole concept of just bulldozing the black king, jumping in there with the queen, and making sure the rook comes in with a ladder mate is everything this chapter is about.
Everything this chapter is about.
The point is, I don't want you to get a move that's not in the course and go, I don't know what to do.
I don't know what to do.
92% of games get to this position. From this position, white is winning about 60, 70% of the time. And I think if you learn these lines, that very easily could be 75% or 80% for you.
The winners' final has started. Game 1 is over. Game 2 will start in only a few minutes. We're going to take a look at the puzzle that Ivanka has brought with her today. But if you're not a subscriber on Twitch, here is a Twitch break. The action has started with the winners' final. Magnus keeping Hikaru waiting there for a long time.
I know. I mean, I personally would have been very annoyed. And it's going to be very interesting now to see how Hikaru handles this. I mean, it's very good that he saved it because, boy, that was very difficult. I'm very impressed. But Hikaru is one of the most creative, most resourceful players around, especially online. And talking about creative and resourceful...
Yeah.
Well, I think the puzzle, yeah. I mean, I see a lot of people really getting into it.
Oh, cool.
And they come up with part of the solution. But it's super, super interesting because this is the study. It's white to move. And everyone has actually spotted the trick. But it actually gets deeper because you have to remember, black has 2 pawns they can promote. So that's a bit of a giveaway. And that adds a little... like another facet to the poll study.
Yeah, you announced it saying this puzzle, it basically has a lot of twists and turns.
It does, it does, it does. And people have spotted the main trick.
Okay.
Everyone is very good on that one, but there's still another level to be discovered. It's almost like an Easter egg. It keeps on giving.
And we're going to reward someone who solves the puzzle, especially if you give us a creative answer, maybe with a picture, a selfie, with yourself solving it together with friends and family. Someone will get an Airthings device signed by Magnus Carlsen. So tweet your answer to the puzzle using the hashtag #ChessChamps. All right, well, game 2 is coming up. What do you expect from Hikaru now, Ivanka?
I think he's going to go into boss mode. He's going to actually put pressure on Magnus. He's going to say, hey, you had the advantage on that game, but now I have the white pieces. It's my turn to have the fun.
Boss mode, I like it. Game 2 is coming up very shortly. Oh, there we go. It started. This is the winner's final.
He goes for the more ambitious approach where he might end up with a less pawn, but he'll have that C pawn, which will start advancing down the board. Wow, that is making intentions very clear. Shots fired.
All right, Hikaru Nakamura getting ready with the white pieces. Do you think, Robert, he already has the plan ready for all those white games? What kind of openings he's going to play?
Hard to say because yesterday against Wesley So, he didn't really get much of anything. In fact, the 4th and final game before Armageddon, he forced the draw. So we haven't seen his opening preparation, at least not from yesterday's action. And he should be happy about surviving that. But Magnus obtained an advantage, so he should be happy as well.
And, of course, the last time these two played a match in the Speed Chess Championship, Hikaru won that one. It was just epic, this match. What was it that made Hikaru win it? How did he win it?
Magnus was just off form in the early going, and Hikaru played brilliantly. So that is a mismatch in the early stages. Magnus came back. He came roaring back, even tied the match. But you see on that final clip there, Magnus did not have enough time. It was the clock was running against him. Hikaru was able to survive long enough in this last game to win the match by 1 point.
Yeah. But I think I heard Magnus saying after that he enjoyed playing the match.
Yeah, Magnus loves a challenge. I think he's tired of just crushing everybody, and he wants to fight against the very best, and he knows Hikaru is the very best when it comes to online speed chess. Yeah, he's embracing it, Magnus. That's for sure.
Yeah. Coming up now, this is game 2. Hikaru with the white pieces. What do you expect from this game, Tanya?
Just what we saw in game 1 went on to show the kind of fighting spirit the two have come with. One thing that stood out for me in that speed chess championship, which Hikaru won, was the strategy that Hikaru had from the start about really letting that game time run low. There was a lot of criticism about it, but Magnus respected that at the end, and I think it made so much sense because it really came down to that. So both players know that they need to make the most of every single small aspect of the game, and that's the kind of fight that we saw in the previous one. It was an endgame, but it went down to the wire. It went down to absolutely both of them giving it everything, but I think Magnus is more disappointed with that, and Hikaru is relieved to get a draw.
Yeah, definitely some time trouble in that first game today. It is 15 minutes plus 3 seconds increment after each move in the Airthings Masters and in the Champions Chess Tour. Hikaru Nakamura now getting ready. First game was a draw. 3 games to go to decide the winners. Final, if they are tied, it will be decided in Armageddon. Hikaru thinking hard here. What will be his opening in this game with the white pieces?
1e4.
I'll say another recce. Knight f3. Robert.
So no b3s, you say that Hikaru against Magnus, he might avoid doing that?
Maybe. I'm not sure.
I think I'll go d4 against Magnus.
Kaya, you're the one who always gets this right.
We've taken all the main moves.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I'll go b3 then.
Oh,
yeah.
Nice.
That is always fun. b3. Would that be very surprising if Hikaru did that, b3?
Yes, I think it would be. He usually reserves that for blitz games more than rapid games, because even in the Chess.com Global Championship, he was playing against Grandmaster Schroeder from Chile, and he was in trouble after playing b3. So, that's not an opening that you really want to play in the highest level.
What will it be? He's leaning forward. Hikaru Nakamura is game 2 now about to start. Here we go.
Yes. And it is another Reti opening, playing copycat. This is exactly the strategy Magnus used in the last game. So, yeah, psychological warfare has begun. Magnus doesn't go for the approach that Hikaru used in the previous game. He also fianchettos, but he gets ready to fianchetto his queenside bishop. The light squared bishops on the long diagonal will be facing off against each other. This often transposes to the Queen's Indian defense or other branches of that opening. But Hikaru pausing now. White does have options. You don't necessarily need to rush to develop your bishop first. You occupy the center, and that's what Hikaru is going for now. Magnus did famously lose a game in the Queen's Indian defense against Anish Giri at the Tata Steel Masters just very recently. So, again, different branch of that opening, but he won't have fond memories there. So Hikaru may be trying to remind him of those ghosts. What do you think of this, Tanya?
The one big difference there was that Magnus decided to take out his bishop to one step ahead on a6 instead of b7. It was slightly a different structure, but a theoretical battle that was, which Anish was just a beast in that game. I mean, he played it flawlessly and won it, and Magnus decides this time to place his bishop differently on the long diagonal. So definitely going to be a slow game, and we're going to see a proper Queen's Indian, but there could be a difference. Magnus can decide to fan chat on the other side as well, and he does that instead of the move of moving that king's pawn one step ahead, which would be the Queen's Indian defense. He goes for this one. This is sort of like the hippo, right?
Yeah, almost. If Black's knight was maybe placed on a slightly different square, if Black hesitated from castling this early. He did have this exact position against Arjun Erigaisi in the final round of the Tata Steel Masters, Magnus Carlsen, and there Arjun pushed forward one of the white central pawns. The game became very locked up, very tense, and Magnus eventually outmaneuvered his young opponent. But now Hikaru thinking, for sure he's seen this position before, he's just trying to pick a line. He's trying to choose something that will throw Magnus off balance. And Robert, who do you think this opening is going to favour stylistically?
It's kind of a dodgy opening, right? You're just like saying, let's not go into preparation. But what Black is really waiting for is that queenside knight to develop. Because as soon as that knight leaves b1, the Black knight on f6 hops into the center to the e4 square. That's what Magnus is aiming for, start trading off some pieces, because White's pawns are better. They're more advanced. They're taking control of important squares. And we saw that Hikaru slid his rook to e1, e4 not available yet. But as soon as White develops that queenside knight, that Black knight will hop in to the e4 square.
Yeah, a bit of a waiting game. Neither side wanting to commit to those plans, commit their pieces yet. and any trades do help black. So, okay, the bishop comes out. I once had this exact position pretty much myself, and I was on the black side. I found it really difficult. I was very cramped. I was playing against the young Chinese superstar Wei Yi, and yeah, eventually I just couldn't deal with the space disadvantage for black. I just really disliked the fact I had no pawn breaks, I had no plan. So interesting strategy from Hikaru, not initiating any direct contact between the enemy armies, between the two sides here. But yeah, very much a slow maneuvering waiting game.
Space is what black is lacking in these openings, and there are two approaches to try to neutralize that. One could be that you advance the pawn in front of the queen just one step ahead, and he does that. And what black eventually wants to do is try and get an e5 break as well. So the knight will come to d7, the rook will move to the center of the board on e8, and either the c pawn will advance 2 squares forward or the e pawn goes to e5, and then you start asking white questions about what you want to do with those central pawns.
Yep, very flexible, and you're right, it does resemble a hippo. Black just wallows in his first 3 ranks, waits, and then will be ready to pounce later when the prey comes too close.
And the reason I believe that it's called a hippo is because if you look at the pawn formation, it kind of reminds you a little bit of a hippo just peeping out of water, does it? Does it a little bit?
I don't see it.
In New York City, I don't really hang out with too many hippos very often, but yeah, I guess that could be why it's called that.
Only explanation for sure.
Isn't there an opening named after an animal in New York City? The orangutan?
Yeah, I think...
Was that New York Zoo?
Someone went down to the zoo. Someone needs to research this. Magnus told me the story once. We literally, somewhere in Norway, we went on a little trip, and we went to the zoo. We had to take a detour to go and check out the orangutan, just so he could tell me the story and look at it. But I can't remember. Sorry, Magnus.
But there is an opening called the orangutan.
That is 1b4. It's also called the Polish opening sometimes, but 1b4, the orangutan. And this one is a different breed of animal. This one, white will get the space advantage in the next few moves. There's already a threat, small positional threat of pushing forward in the center. I don't think you can wallow in the water for too long as black, because suddenly white does get the 3 pawns here, and you will suffer long-term with your pieces. Nowhere to put the black pieces while you face such a strong pawn center. So I expect Magnus now to lash out, to try and break the center, perhaps with a move Tanya mentioned. Okay, no, I was going to say maybe he strikes with the move c5, just trying to break down white structure, but he brings his knight out in front of the fianchetted bishop. Very, very rare type of move. What is the idea after this pawn pushes forward? Maybe it's a tactical one.
I think he might even move his knight just backwards. He might just say, let me go knight back from f6 to d7, that's the other knight, and open up the dark square bishop, because e4 is a committal move. Even though it's a good choice, look at those 3 pawns in a row. The d4 square becomes one that black can target, and then there's no white pawn that can help cover. That actually happens in many queen's pawn openings, where you give white the space, but if you push all the way up to d5, let's say, to protect your pawn by moving off the attack square, then that bishop on g7 is a monster slicing across the board. So it's a big decision for Hikaru. You know, he's been playing for e4, Magnus allowing him to do it, and now that the opportunity has come to fruition, he's like, do I really want to push that pawn forward? I'm not sure I trust it. And Magnus saying, come on, let's go. I'm ready for it.
Really clever strategy. Normally in the hippopotamus defense, you get the black knights on these 2 squares. Here, they're much more active. They're already on that very nice post. So very flexible here. Magnus is ready to counter with one of these pawn strikes in the center, if given time, if given the opportunity. So yeah, if you don't push now for white, I think Hikaru should and most likely will push this pawn because it's the most ambitious. But if you don't, if you take a timeout, for example, move your queen, then black will be able maybe to go for the same plan Robert mentioned there, to just drop the knight back, put some pressure on this pawn, and then strike in the center with e5. This bishop actually, it looks like a London system, but it's misplaced in this pawn structure because it doesn't have any good squares to retreat to. And yeah, Magnus really creative solution there to the opening problem. It looks like he's cramped, but very, very solid. And Hikaru burning time to try and break down this hippo defense.
All right. The winner of the winners final will go through to play the grand final in the Airthings Masters on Friday. The loser will play the losers final tomorrow. And we do have a question on Twitter from Treao. And I'll ask this to you, Robert, because you're so in control of the regulations. What happens if the winner amongst Hikaru and Magnus lose in the grand final versus the winner from the losers bracket?
Aha, I got the answer for you. So that match, the first match, would be a 4-game match. And if the previously unbeaten person loses, then it means you get a second match of 2 games. So essentially we're kind of in the winner's bracket until that winner loses, and then we get a 2-game finality. It would be 6 games minimum on that day, and maybe with Armageddon even more.
Wow. So a grand final reset to be played if the player from the winner's final lose. So that is basically how double elimination works. You can lose 1 match and still win the whole thing, but the second you lose a second match, it is over. These 2 still haven't lost a match in the Airthings Masters, but one of them will lose the match today, either in the rapid portion with 4 games or in Armageddon. They are tied so far. This is game 2, and Hikaru did make his move.
Yeah, and a slightly superficial knight jump. This white knight is not well placed at all on this square on B3. Robert's mentioned in the past that knights are often dominated by enemy pawns if there's 2 gaps, 2 empty squares between them. This white knight now is dominated by the black pawn on B6, nowhere forward to jump, but he's just trying to control his center, just creating some squares maybe for the white queen to jump forward to. And I guess that knight will just be happy to retreat in a few moments' time. Meanwhile, Magnus, good air quality. Good position. Can he back it up?
One of the things that the knight jump on B3 does invite from Magnus is the A pawn advancing down the board, A5, A4, really targeting it. So that's something that white needs to keep in mind. But meanwhile, Magnus continues with the idea and the plan that we've been talking about, trying to get that E5 break in, because that's really how you want to challenge white's position in the center. By the way, guys, we were talking about the orangutan, and I couldn't stop myself but actually looking up what the story was, because David, you're right. It did come up, and I think it's a very interesting one, and I couldn't remember. So what was it? And it was a tournament in New York back in 1924.
Whoa.
And it was the legendary Grandmaster Tartakova who was going to play against Maroczy. And before that game, there was a trip to the zoo. The New York Zoo, I think the Bronx Zoo maybe. And the players went there. And legend has it that Tartakova was trying to think of what he wants to play against his opponent. He was watching the animals, and then he says in his interview, or it came out later, that it was an orangutan who advised him to go 1b4 in his next game.
Really?
And that's how it got named the orangutan 1b4.
Wow. How cool.
Not sure how cool, but it's true.
Maybe some help is needed in that situation. You're talking to the orangutans. That's maybe not the best look for the best chess players, but it's a cool opening. Magnus Carlsen has played it. He has played it in actually the Champions Chess Tour in the past. Not a good opening, but one that is quite fun.
So from 1924,
the Bronx Zoo is where it was found.
Nearly 100-year anniversary of the orangutan opening next year.
Oh, we need to celebrate that.
Let's all go to the zoo.
Yes, let's do it.
Yeah. And nowadays, modern players, they choose their openings in different ways. They check the computer, they ask their seconds. Yeah. No trips to the zoo for them.
But 1924, is that considered then a quite new opening?
That's...
Interesting.
Made us all go silent. That's a mind puzzle. Yeah. I guess we need to ask the viewers, when were openings named? When were they created? Probably before our time.
What is the newest, the most modern chess opening?
Oh.
The bomb cloud?
The bomb cloud, that's very new. Yeah, we set it up in front of us here, Tanya. The Carlsen variation of the Sicilian that I saw Levi Rosman was recommending in his chessball course. That's pretty new, 4 or 5 years old.
I feel like it wasn't just Levi recommending it. Then Anish kind of said, farming views by mentioning Magnus' name. And then Anish posted the chessable course where it says the Carlsen variation. So there was some funny barbs back and forth between those two. But, speaking of people who go at it, Hikaru Nakamura, Magnus Carlsen, finally, Magnus has decided to strike in the center with pawn to e5. There is a ton of tension. And something about that knight that's on b3, we were criticizing it because it's dominated by black's pawns. My coach always taught me that knights on the b3, b6, g3, and g6 squares, so the equivalent squares, the knight's third square, that they get stuck there for a long time. They often stay there for far too long, and they're easily dominated. So I just did not like the look of it when it was played. I don't like the look of it now. Black has the bishop pair and is opening up the board. So I'm really liking Magnus's start to this game here in the second of the match. I feel like Hikaru has not obtained any opening advantage, and he's also down on the clock.
Yeah, and Hikaru himself, actually, in interviews during the World Fischer Random Championship, he was saying that a common mistake that even top grandmasters make is they put their knights on these squares in Fischer Random chess. He said, no, you should never do this unless you really have to, because knights get dominated by pawns like this. The knight has to spend 3 or 4 moves finding a better circuit, and now he's gone against his own advice. He's put his knight on a pretty terrible square. The rest of his position, the rest of the white position is fine, it's solid, but you don't have an easy answer to this tension in the center. If you step forward, you only block your remaining bishop, and after the black knight moves, you can move it anywhere pretty much, even if you go back home to relocate it. The knight has an active square. This bishop is dead for now. No pawn breaks for white. You're just a bit stuck, waiting as black slowly improves his position. And if you open things, as we've discussed, this only helps the bishop pair. Black here, for example, can recapture with the queen, and there's some nice threats along this diagonal. I'm kind of struggling here to find a solution for white. Maybe you can jump into the center with the knight, you hit the queen, but what next? The queen moves, and maybe you relocate the white knight over to these nice, juicy outposts, these holes in the black camp, but still, from there, what next? Eventually, you have to solve this tension in the center, and it's not clear how you should do that.
I look at the position, I see that black has managed to get that central break in with e5 and also advance the a pawn, threatening a4, actually winning that d4 pawn already. And it looks like the hippo has come out of the water. It's no more everything on the third rank. The pieces have moved forward. The space problem so far looks a lot more solved for black. And I think, David, your plan of rerouting the knight to c3 makes a lot of sense, because the one drawback of these pawn moves has been the weakness on the light squares. So imagine if white's knight did get into c3, you can look at jumping on to d5, b5, hitting that c7 pawn. Everything is under control, but you might have to calculate what actually happens after a4. The good news is that you can fall back with the knight, and d4 is not exactly hanging. I see the eval bar doesn't approve, but I just wanted to make a point here that black actually cannot pick up the d4 pawn, because notice the bishop on g2 actually pinning that knight on c6 to that bishop on b7.
Yeah, and Hikaru's gone for a slightly different version of what we're just showing. He's first traded off a set of central pawns, and now he's landed his knight in. I'm expecting the knight to drop back. There we go. And next move, the knight will land on a really nice square. However, the rest of his position doesn't make a great impression, especially this knight still stuck on b3. Black's rooks have easy access. If black can ever push this pawn forward and open up his bishop, maybe even now.
I was about to say ever is now, because you push that pawn up the board to e4. This is a big problem for white. Only black has a dark square bishop. That bishop is wide open on g7. If you take on e4 with your knight, the bishop says hello to that pawn on b2. You can just grab that, and then white's pawn structure is clearly worse. Black controls all of the vital squares in the position, and that a5 pawn will continue pushing at some point. So that seems off the table, and you can't take on e4 with your bishop, because tactically that immediately fails, because bishop can take the knight on c3, and your light squares are horrible. Even if you don't lose material, you are going to probably get checkmated. So this is a nightmare of a position, and Magnus plays e4. He does not hold back. He's a lead on the clock and a huge advantage on the board.
Yeah, this is really locking down even this white bishop. Terrible piece now. There's holes in the white camp. Magnus puts his queen on a central square. He's just going to centralize his rook. He's going to support his pawn in the center, and white's position is in ruins. It's suddenly turned in the space of 2 or 3 moves. We kind of hinted that the momentum was turning in black's favor, but I would never have imagined that this is the position we would see on the board from this opening. Suddenly everything's gone in black's favor.
I'm loving black's position. I mean, with the queen and the bishop lined up, and very importantly, as you pointed out, Robert, that white has nothing, no piece that can actually ever challenge that bishop on g7, which is the key to black's position. b2 pawn is such a big weakness, and I'm struggling to find a way for white to actually defend it, except to defend it with his rook. But that doesn't really help. I mean, rook b1 is an ugly move that you don't want to make. You don't want to make your position so passive. Black is already threatening to push the a pawn. Not just that, black can also offer a knight trade with that knight from c6, jumping to b4, opening up the a file if you decide to trade the knights. If not, the knight lands on d3 and is super happy. It looks like with the black pieces, Magnus is putting a lot of pressure on. And I have to say, so far in the match, the opening battles have been won by Magnus. With the white pieces in the previous game, as well as this one, it looks like Hikaru has been on the defense right out of the opening.
Yeah,
Rare to see Hikaru so low on the clock. Sorry there, Robert. 5 minutes against 9? I've never seen him this far down on rapid chess. Definitely in Magnus's favour. Everything right now.
And he does it. He goes for the idea that I was mentioning earlier, Robert, of opening up that A file with a trade. You get rid of White's only active knight, and yes, you've doubled the B pawns, but look at that A pawn. The B4 pawn is a huge strength in Black's camp. It is taking so much space, so many squares from White, and now White's rook on A1 is just forever stuck defending that A2 pawn. The rook on D2 is stuck defending the B2 pawn. And what is the knight on B3 doing? It looks like it's got no future at all.
Yeah, you can give this white knight 3 or 4 moves. Maybe if it comes around here and here and here, bang, into the center. But of course, this is a luxury that Magnus will not allow. And I'm struggling to look for moves. I'm struggling to find ideas here for White.
I feel like the only idea I can find is maybe pushing the A pawn for White, because otherwise your pieces are stuck. He makes the move. Was that his move or your move?
That was his move, sorry.
Oh, wow, bishop H3. But it's because he doesn't have ideas in the position. So he's like, let me just move my bishop over here. Maybe it can slide all the way up to D7. It's a one-move threat. It doesn't actually amount to much. But any other moves look like they had damage to White's position. So I do, when all is said and done, like the move. I just don't see what's next.
Mm-hmm. And we talked of hippos earlier. Now it's White who's cramped, locked in their first 3 ranks. Suddenly Black can, for example, maybe not now, but over the next few moves, just push this pawn forward, relocate this bishop at will, and start coming around, start attacking pawns. Still, White's bishop now completely disconnected from the rest of its pieces, and this knight needs to spend 3 or 4 moves relocating. You mentioned, Robert, that at some point Hikaru could potentially push a pawn forward just to release some tension, to try and trade off a set of rooks, trade off some pieces. I think he'll have to go for this at some point. But yeah, arranging it successfully is the first problem. Even if you do push it, you will be left with some isolated pawns.
I love Magnus's move. He just brought his bishop up 1 square in the diagonal because he wants to slide a rook to D8 at the right moment. He needs the bishop's defense because the queen and the white rook line up. So he's just trying to trade off some of the pieces, and Hikaru says, I cannot wait any longer. If the rooks are going to get traded, the B2 pawn will be lost, so he pushes his pawn to A3. But now Black can simply capture that pawn on A3 and shatter the white queenside pawn structure. We've seen this many times throughout the Airthings Masters. When you have separated pawns like this, they become easy targets because the pawn's best friend is another pawn. Look at Black's pawn structure on B6 and C5. You have to somehow get to the B6 pawn, not easy to do, whereas White's pawns, both of them are loose, so that means there are 2 targets, and you're going to have to take your time defending them both.
Yep. Easy to get at them, easy to start attacking them, these pawns. And that's not just a short-term feature. That's going to endure till the end of the game. So Hikaru, he's doing what he needs to do. He's trying to trade off pieces. He's trying to gain some level of activity. But it shouldn't be enough with accurate play. And wow, OK, he's traded a set of pawns and recaptured with his own pawn. I forgot this was possible, I've got to say. I thought this rook would be attacked in some variations, but the white knight does a good job defensively so far. And it does feel like the time to start trading off pieces, start bringing the rook in. Even if all the heavy pieces disappear, the rooks, the queens, the 2 bishops there for Black would guarantee a long-term advantage, and Magnus does it with his other rook, more accurate.
And there's a cool move that Black can think about playing at some point. You typically think the rook went to D8 to exchange rooks. It may sit on the D3 square, right in front of the enemy rook, because if you're not careful and you just start taking the material, then once the E4 pawn is gone, that bishop opens up in the longest diagonal. There could be some checkmating threats, so be careful about that. That's my favorite thing in chess, or one of them. I don't know if it's my exact favorite. When you stop 1 square short of expectations, I think it's really awesome.
Really cool idea there, I've got to say, Robert. Just jumping into the heart of White's position, just shattering that heart and opening up lines for your bishops.
I think the reason that Hikaru decided to trade with pawns on A3 is so that the rook from A1 can actually jump over to the B file. We've been screaming about the only weakness in Magnus's position is that B6 pawn. You want to start targeting it and create your own counterplay as quickly as possible. Rook B1 is an idea in the air. First he says, I'm going to stop Robert's idea. Bishop to D7, a big blunder.
Because you can just slide the queen back. And once the queen goes back to E7, the rook on A1 is under attack. The bishop on D7 is loose. If that rook moves somewhere careless, then the A3 pawn is going to be captured. I think you're actually just losing material on the spot. And Magnus?
Wow, he doesn't react, Magnus. He's trying to hustle Hikaru on the clock. You're right, Robert. Actually, the bishop jumps in, kicking this rook away. Suddenly, the bishop it's protecting is doomed. I think he could have won material. He would have banked this game, basically. He would have guaranteed a material win, but Magnus missed the moment. Instead of retreating his queen, opening up his bishop against this rook, he simply parked his king on a slightly better square. Decent move, but is it still available? is the idea still on? Oh, maybe it's different this time because when the queen retreats, the white rook can use this square, preventing the intrusion, the invasion of the black bishop, because now suddenly this pawn is defended. The moment has passed and Hikaru is still suffering, but not lost yet.
And it doesn't look like Magnus has realized.
That's a good thing.
Yeah, I don't think either player have realized. Just a moment of mutual blindness, as we mentioned on previous days. And yeah, as Robert says, it's a good thing. Otherwise, Magnus would be beating himself up and he'd be dwelling in the past, not in the present moment. Wow. Tactics like that happen all the time, but they're so hard to spot in rapid chess, blitz chess. In a classical game, you kind of sit there for 2 or 3 minutes, you sip your tea, you realize that your opponent's done something a bit careless, a bit loose. But yeah, in rapid chess, it's so hard to kind of stop and force yourself to calculate.
But look at Hikaru now. He's bobbing his head. He looks super confident suddenly.
Looks happier than he used to. At least he has one active piece, that bishop.
And the pawn is still alive. Everything's defended so far. Also, he has made progress on the clock. Now, Magnus just has a 2-minute lead, which isn't as much as it was. And Magnus opening up another front. This is super. This is what shows the idea of the last move, king to g7. Also, vacating that back rank for the rook to slide over to the h file when required for an attack. It's not just on one flank that Magnus wants to play. He wants to play all over the board. h4 coming in, and just imagine, David, h4, you trade the pawns, you put your rook on the h file, you double up with your queen on the h file, and you're then already threatening to checkmate the black king. And this was the idea behind Magnus's last move. We were talking about winning material. Magnus is going for Hikaru's king here.
Yeah, you make it sound simple, Tanya. Maybe checkmate is guaranteed. It's inevitable.
He's making it look simple.
Yeah, he is.
And the reason why is because white can hardly do anything. Yes, you've taken care of your A-pawn weakness. Your bishop looks active. Then what? Black's plan does look pretty straightforward. And if you stop that pawn on h5 with pushing your own pawn to h4, you know that g6 to g5 is coming at some point. I'm not sure right now, but you're blasting open the white king side. And white's pieces are all over the place. Black's pieces are quite harmonious. So I would be very worried, very reluctant to play the move h4. And look at Hikaru's clock, by the way. He is down to nearly 2 minutes. Magnus still at 5.5 minutes. Yes, he played a little bit too quickly by bringing his king up to g7. That was a tactic that Magnus, of course, is capable of finding. But now, after the move h4, you can see all eyes on pushing forward on the king side for Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, it's about arranging that break, setting up that break, opening lines towards the white king. Magnus needs to take 3 or 4 prep moves just to get ready for that, but he will be looking in that direction for sure. And you're right, Robert. Hard to imagine what white is actually trying to do next. Maybe white's rook in the corner will at least shift off that long diagonal, that dark square diagonal, where it is a clear target. But first, Magnus has a move to make. And 5 minutes against 2.5. You would assume that he's able to set some serious problems here for Hikaru. If he doesn't win this game, Magnus Carlsen, he'll look at the first 2 as massive missed opportunities. And suddenly the rest of the match today will at least feel like a second life for Hikaru Nakamura. And yeah, first Magnus, I'm expecting him to move a rook, maybe to slide the black queen back. The bishops are a bit stuck right now. You need to get them working. You need to give them a job to do. So Magnus, how does he activate his pieces? At the moment, that white bishop on d7, it's like a plug. It's holding the floodgates. It's stopping black's pieces from pouring forward. So he does switch focus, Tanya.
He makes his intention super clear. And I think, once again, that move king to g7 is super telling. He has a tunnel vision right now. He's going for the king side attack. He doesn't care about the material. I see that Evalbard doesn't like it and says that Magnus has missed an opportunity. But this is asking so many critical questions to Hikaru. Hikaru doesn't even pause. He says, this is my moment to create counterplay on the queen side. Opens up, trying to change the dynamics of the position, trying to create his own counterplay. Because notice that how, if there's a trade, the c5 pawn will be weak and Magnus immediately switches back. And that signals that he did not like what he just did in the previous move.
Yeah, really weird and really rare to see a player make a move, the opponent plays something seemingly useful, and then go back, just giving the opponent 2 moves for free. But Magnus is arguing that now there's extra tension, now those pawns on the queen side are looking at each other, that the tactics might, well, just work out in black's favour. And it looks like they might. If white is greedy right now, let's jump in and see what happens if white simply plays the most natural move and captures a pawn. Unfortunately, this rook is now attacked 3 times. Rook takes rook, and due to the battery along this diagonal, queen takes knight is available. So this pawn is actually pinned, and if you can't solve the tension, I was going to say, move out of it. And no longer a pin, this white rook is off the A file. It's also staring down. So if pawn takes pawn now would be met by a knight jump. I'm not sure which direction the knight goes in. It can capture one of these 2 pawns, and suddenly this loose piece would fall off. Yes, you can win the white knight, but you lose your bishop, and suddenly no more advantage. Maybe fighting for equality here, suddenly, Magnus Carlsen. And Hikaru's taking his chance.
Amazing defense by Hikaru, but it all started when Magnus did not pounce. He went king to g7. It was a good-looking move, trying to bring his rook to the h-file, but it wasn't in the spirit of the position. It was a little bit slow, and now all of a sudden Hikaru says, you give me that second lease on this position, I am going to make the most of it. There's problems on the b6 square. Behind it, the bishop on b7, as we're talking about. And I'm not sure I see a good move besides capturing on a5, because you don't want to allow white to take on b6. Everything is defended in white's camp, and we typically talk about the bishop pair being an advantage. That bishop on b7, it's staring into its own pawn on e4. So if we get a series of trades, it could be black who is worse and the knight hopping around causing black some problems.
Yeah, he slides back with his queen. What's the idea then if this pawn is captured? Are there some nice tactics? Maybe it's the same idea that he actually missed earlier, Magnus. I think he spotted that this bishop move is a threat. He missed this earlier. He could have actually won the game pretty much on the spot. But now, of course, Hikaru has realized that this is the threat, and he prevents that. After the queen jumped back, he got his bishop out of dodge. He retreated it to a nice safe square. Now this bishop move is simply achieving nothing. We would just see a rook trade. So everything coming off the board, maybe on the d-file, rook takes rook is available, for example, but Hikaru, he's definitely survived the worst. And the clocks are leveling up, balancing out.
And that seems like the narrative so far in the match. Magnus getting these advantageous positions out of the opening, provoking weaknesses from white. But when that moment's come, he's sort of not taken that super important decision to go for the kill at that time. He's also playing on Hikaru's clock, but now that's leveling up a little bit. And Hikaru being super resourceful in his defense. And this is truly one of his biggest strengths. I think the entire outlook that Hikaru is only an attack and an aggressive player is a little dated now. His USP in chess is just how difficult he makes for the opponent to actually win a better position. He does everything to make sure that doesn't happen. And it looks like he's leveled the game one more time.
Yeah, and the top players, they are evolving their style all the time. And Hikaru, you're right. When he burst onto the scene, when he was making his way up through the ranks, he was known for, the King's Indian, attacking masterpieces, checkmating the opponent. But in recent years, it's all about strategy, all about end games, all about kind of locking things down and defending very, very tenaciously. And he's incredibly hard to beat. He takes his chances when they come. Still great calculator, great tactician, but missed chance and again for Magnus Carlsen, and he's frozen. He's not moved for ages now, down to 1 minute.
Yeah, he's got less time than Hikaru.
It's crazy. He was leading by about 4 minutes on the clock, and now he's down to under 1 minute is Magnus Carlsen. And I think it's because he's regretting the situation. Like, how did I go from having such an awesome position to this, where we might just liquidate? And if Magnus isn't careful and he gets in time trouble, Hikaru will make him pay. So he's traded off a pair of rooks. He can take the pawn a5, but now the queen and the knight team up on that square. I think we're just seeing a bunch of trades, and black is no longer better.
Yeah, if black's no longer better, you actually start to fear for Magnus, both on the clock and on the board. White's king is super safe right now. The black king looks pretty safe, but if a white rook ever gets to the 7th rank, there will be targets, and now a huge threat after that pawn trade. That black light square bishop, it's got to move.
And you don't have so many great squares, which is why first Magnus attacks the queen so that he can then move the bishop and the white queen doesn't land on the center of the board. So big question here for Hikaru, where he switches up with the queen. Well, he's got a lot of pleasant choices. He could move it to c2, eyeing that e4 pawn as well. He could move it to the open file. And it looks like suddenly the ball is in Hikaru's court. He's completely in control of the position.
Look at Magnus. He now seems very annoyed.
Yeah, he's flustered. He's realizing that things are turning. Hikaru, with such a time advantage, is going to turn the screw, is going to try and put some pressure on. No chance that Hikaru's just trying to lock this down and go for a draw now. He realizes the initiative is on his side. He's the one creating threats, and not so easy, this type of position for black to play.
Although if Hikaru runs all the way over to the queen side, don't forget about this pawn push in front of Magnus's king. He could still push that pawn forward and expose the white king that doesn't have too many defenders. So both sides have to look across the board, not get tunnel vision. And I do think that that's why Hikaru is thinking at the moment. He doesn't want to just bring his queen over to a2 because of those ideas in the king. Maybe there's a bishop sacrifice at some moment if you're really feeling adventurous. But the point is that Hikaru needs to be careful right now. He is ahead on the clock, but Magnus is a beast in all time controls, including bullet. He's not going to flag, and he's going to keep posing problems.
Yeah, the question now is which piece is worse, this knight on the rim or this bishop locked in the corner behind its own pawn? They kind of balance each other out, but long term, you've got to ask yourself that. And wow, he does go to the edge of the board, Hikaru. That feels like the wrong direction. Remember, we don't want a queen too far divorced from her king because that will spell trouble if the opponent can attack you. No defenders now around that white king. And is this the moment for Magnus to go for it, to push this pawn, break open the king side? He says no. He shuffles his queen across, preventing any knight jumps into his camp. And Hikaru looks very, very excited, bringing his queen in now. I think Magnus has to start going for it before it's too late. It feels like things are turning.
And look at this. He's actually lined up the queen on the bishop and is eyeing that g3 pawn, David. There could be a potential sacrifice on g3 now. White has to watch out for.
Yeah. Big move if you can land that sacrifice and get the black queen into the position. White takes a step back. Now it's less attractive. Doesn't come with check. But Magnus now trying to lock this game down. He's forcing all the trades on the b file. We'll see an endgame. And here we go. It's bishops against bishop and knight.
But endgames can be very difficult for white because at some moment black will play f6 and g5 and try to spring free an outside pass pawn. So for now it may seem level. The eval bar is telling us that's the case, but the knight can be corralled by the bishops, and then at some point you would like to go for a pass pawn on the king side. So I think if you're Hikaru, you want to trade some pieces. If you can trade the knight for the light square bishop, immediately the game is a draw opposite colored bishops, even if it costs you a pawn. So that's why Magnus, he's just causing Hikaru some problems. He's going after this pawn c4, maybe he'll kick the knight at some point, and his king can march forward.
Yeah, let's go back to the players. Hikaru looks ready to get out of there. Will they? Wow, I think they've just agreed to a draw. And it did look, as Robert predicted, like a set of bishops were coming off the board, no more winning chances. So a fair result after a hard-fought game.
Wow. Does that mean that Hikaru offered a draw in this position?
It looks that way. I think the bishops were about to come off. And Magnus looking through the game now, I think he's about to realise that he missed a win or missed a very, very strong opportunity. And there we go, shakes his head. Computer confirms it to him.
Wow.
This is definitely that moment that he realizes that it was a big opportunity when he played that king move, and that would have really turned the tide in his favor. He looks very disappointed right now with what has happened.
Yeah. And it's the second game in a row, remember. He's missed two big opportunities. And within one move, Hikaru is fine and guides it to safety.
And that can be so frustrating, David.
Yeah, very frustrating. He needs to get over that, needs to forget that he's actually outplayed Hikaru for phases of these first two games. Still everything to be decided.
Yeah, and they now have 10 minutes before game 3. Magnus will have the white pieces in that game. And in this one, where was that missed chance and missed opportunities, David?
Yeah, it was just for one move. It was very, very temporary, but Magnus did miss the moment. He replied instantly, and he did regret it, as we saw on the camera a moment ago. It was here that Hikaru played a bit of a careless move. He brought his bishop in. This is tempting. It's very understandable, very human. You want to block the d-file. This bishop is very annoying to get rid of for black, but Magnus missed that just this one moment he could slide his queen back, hitting this white rook in the corner, and suddenly nowhere good to run for this white rook. If you run across the board, preventing a move we'll show in a moment, then suddenly you just drop a pawn. The black rook will happily take this pawn, material advantage and a winning position. Instead, if you defend this pawn, if you keep it defended, then bishop to c3 does pose a big problem for this white rook. Suddenly this white rook is tied down, it doesn't have too many squares to go to, and this bishop will be lost. For example, if it tries to come up the board, then you can overwhelm this bishop due to a pin on the d-file. Guaranteed to win material, at least a rook for bishop, and Magnus would have guided this to victory.
It doesn't look like much, but neither would a Sicilian defense to the untrained eye. This is a performance enhancer. You don't see it. How about now? Manage your air quality, sharpen your performance, change the game with Airthings.
Airthings is the presenting partner for this tournament, and we're going to learn so much more about the importance of great air quality. But if you're not a subscriber on Twitch, here is a Twitch break. I'm joined in the studio by Arjun from Airthings, who is the presenting partner for the tournament and has been a great friend of the Champions Chess Tour from the very beginning. Arjun, what is it about Airthings and chess that just goes so great together?
Good question. Airthings is a Norwegian tech company, and we're working with kind of raising the awareness out in the world around the importance of good air quality. And with Magnus Carlsen being Norwegian and the world's best chess player, it was really for us just a perfect partnership to be used to really bring the message out there.
Yeah, definitely. And there are studies that reveal the hidden cost of air pollution, bad air quality. And what do we know about the effect of bad air quality to the brain?
So air quality is extremely important for our cognitive performance. I guess everyone has experienced kind of sitting at work or being at school, starting to feel a bit drowsy, getting that headache.
Being in a TV studio,
or being in a TV studio.
Yeah.
And most likely this is due to poor indoor air quality. So for cognitive functions, it's really CO2, so carbon dioxide and particulate matter, which we are showing live from some of our partners, our ambassadors, which is the most important factors when it comes to cognitive performance.
Yeah, and chess being a sport where you're just so depending on having a fresh brain, it must be the perfect example of having the importance of having good indoor air quality.
Yeah, and that's what we've seen throughout the Airthings Masters now, that take Magnus as an example. He started out with really high CO2 levels, which is kind of unusual for him. His last year he played with green levels throughout the whole tournament. But when he now moved to Canada, usually plays in Oslo, he started out the tournament with some red levels, and he did some blunders in the third game yesterday with high CO2 levels, which is kind of unusual.
I think we have an example to actually show that. Okay, so red levels for Magnus Carlsen, his Airthings device showing this in the start, and then he opens a window and it turns green.
Yes, and we have seen that several times now. So this is from Monday. This is actually from Tuesday after he blundered in the third game. So
he blundered, the air quality was bad. He opens the window, takes a breath of fresh air.
Gets re-energized and ready for the next game.
Wow, and it actually helps. That is fantastic. And we do see a bunch of symbols on this screen as well. I've actually seen in both the Twitch chat and on Twitter a bunch of viewers wondering, what does all of these symbols mean?
So the first one is CO2, so that's carbon dioxide. So we breathe in oxygen and we breathe out CO2. So poorly ventilated space, then you get increased CO2 levels. So humidity is the amount of humidity in the air. Can lead to irritations in your throat or other factors. Then it's particulate matter, which Stefan talked about yesterday, which is pollution, basically. Then it's temperature. Everyone knows temperature. VOC is chemicals in the air. And then you have radon, so radon gas, leading cause for lung cancer for the non-smokers. And then it's barometric pressure.
All right, so all of these symbols, all of these ways of measuring air quality, how much are we learning about air quality over the last few years with also Airthings and how important it is? With also after the pandemic, so many people, having home office and sitting in their homes, just how important it is.
Sitting at home is seen that a lot of people are sitting at home with extremely poor air quality, but now it's also people getting back to work, and they don't want to get back to work if the virus risk or the risk of virus spread is also high. So we're using our sensors to really make people comfortable and confident that they can get back to work and it's safe.
Yeah. And we do see actually Magnus Carlsen's air quality sitting in Canada. He has had some missed opportunities today. It's not perfect, his air quality. And you mentioned Stefan, a professor that we had on the show yesterday, who explained to us that doing a study, they found that the chances of making blunders in chess rose by 26% when players had really bad air quality. Have you guys in Airthings been surprised by these finds?
Yeah, we've been surprised that there is so strong correlation between the particulate levels and making blunders in chess. And you can see that from Magnus's numbers, he went up at 11, and Stefan talked about if you cross 10, you increase the chances with 26% of making a nervous move. So think even Magnus needs to crank up his air purifier now.
And basically, so if you get an Airthings device, you realize you have bad air quality, you do some changes, you can actually decrease your chances of making blunders, for example, in chess, by quite a lot of %.
Yeah, there is both well proven that CO2 and particulate matter are really impacting your chances of making the right moves in chess.
And if you don't have an Airthings device at home, but you want to get one, well, now is the perfect time, because there is a special offer during the Airthings Masters.
Yeah, so we have $100 off on our Wave Plus. It has to be said that it was yesterday there was so much traffic to the site that it was similar happened to us. That happened to chess.com in January. The site went down, but I can assure everyone the site is now open for business again.
Fantastic. Airthings.com, both Airthings and chess is just so popular right now. So the site is going crazy, but go in there and get your Airthings device to monitor air quality in your home. And we did ask a bunch of the top players what is important for them to perform in online chess. What kind of conditions do you rely on to perform in online chess?
Well, you need very good air quality, huh? And speaking of which, I probably need an update on the Airthings device.
I really try to keep it a super relaxed day generally. I would wake up a little bit later, really go for a long walk. That's what I would do during those online tournaments.
I've become very conscious of the air quality. Like whenever I'm playing online, if it's a tournament or not a tournament, like if I start to feel like my head is not really clear, then very often I can just look at the device and I say, oh, that's why.
It's mostly about taking rest because you have to be fresh and also a little bit preparing. And for me it was I was trying to adapt even before the tournament, trying to get to that schedule, and that definitely helped.
I mean, for me, it's the most important, I think, just having the time to, prepare and just to get in the right mood. Sometimes I would start really badly in the first day and then make the adjustments and then come back.
Plenty of exercise, need good sleep, but also online you need a very good internet connection, need a good mouse, and a lot of practice, a lot of training, and all those little things add up together.
How cool to hear that also the players are paying attention to having good air quality. It's important when playing in the Champions Chess Tour, when often they will be sitting at home. Magnus Carlsen is in Canada. Hikaru Nakamura is sitting somewhere with his family. This is game 3. They are tied after the first 2 games in the winners' final. Magnus with the white pieces. Here we go.
Yep, Magnus with the white pieces, switching up the openings, no more Reti opening. Now it's, well, a bit of a surprise. The Bogo Indian, Black giving a check early on and Hikaru's smiling. Is this a surprise he's prepared? Or is he smiling for other reasons? It's unclear. What do we think of this one, Robert?
Well, Hikaru does, he said this many times, he does like to look at the call, the video call, to see his opponent's reaction. So I don't think this was expected from Magnus. So I think Hikaru, he gives a little bit of a laugh. He's doing it for the audience. He said yesterday he does some things for the content. But, from a chess perspective, this must be uncomfortable for Magnus Carlsen. He spoiled his advantage in the first game with the white pieces. It was never maybe easily winning, but he was in an endgame where he could have won a pawn. In game 2, he missed a clear opportunity that we saw on camera. He was upset when he went over the game in analysis. So I feel like for Magnus, he's looking at this game as not a must-win, but as one he needs to press Hikaru in, and A3, this is topical.
Yeah, and just for a moment, Magnus was laughing as well. Someone even popped in the background, and Magnus shooed them away. So I think you're right, Robert. He's both of them keeping an eye on the video call, and something was happening. But Magnus will definitely want to put pressure on with the white pieces. And this one I've always thought was a bit controversial, this opening. It has a decent reputation for Black, solid enough, but maybe objectively slightly dodgy, because Black does have doubled B-pawns, at least did. But now after this last pawn trade, White has 1 pawn island, a massive pawns that can connect, can link up and start advancing down the board. Black has 2 pawn islands. They're separated. The A and B pawns are, there's an island, how do you say this? I'm trying to think of geography classes with this little kind of gap between these 2 islands, but either way, it's not ideal for Black, the structure.
Yeah, I would agree with you. And it's interesting because Hikaru is the one who sprung this well, sort of a surprise for Magnus going for the Bogo Indian. But this is so thematic, breaking with that A pawn, opening up the A file, keeping your pawn island intact, but breaking up Black's pawn structure, and the A7 pawn is often under fire. Now, the move B6 that has been made by Hikaru, it of course eyes a development on the B7 square for the bishop, but a lot of times in the middle game, we'll see Hikaru also trying to push that A pawn to A5 to keep it defended so that the rook can get free. And interesting decision there, but Hikaru has also taken a little time deciding with the trade. So I was slightly surprised with that, with him not blitzing out his moves as fast as I was expecting.
Yeah, maybe he was surprised by the early A3 push by Magnus, but it made perfect sense. He's just freeing up his B1 knight. That pawn on B4 was an absolute pest. I like the one pawn island that you were mentioning, David. So I think that for Magnus, he can just use simple development. And for Hikaru, because he has the split pawns, right, the multiple islands, he's just going to have to figure out what to do. Will he strike forward with D7 and D5? That feels like a very tempting move to claim space. But that rook on A3 is particularly active, and you may see white double up rooks eventually along the A file once you castle.
Yeah, even line up the queen in the corner on this A file to go for targets. Yeah, very flexible. It's early days, no forcing lines here. But who understands these structures, this position better? I think that will be the question. White has now just castled, and we're now in the middle game. Yeah, it definitely feels like Magnus Carlsen has been the one putting the pressure on, dictating the pace of the games. But Hikaru here, can he somehow find a structure that doesn't allow Magnus that type of enjoyment, that type of activity that he's had so far?
It's all about action today, and it's also a little bit about Pokemon. Because we've...
Sorry, guys. My fault.
We now know David is a huge Pokemon fan. A question to you, David, from Bag Senpai on Twitter. To which GMs would you relate to first-generation starters in Pokemon, Bulbasaur, Charmander, and Squirtle? Squirtle.
I would say, who breathes fire? And,
Alexey Shirov?
Yeah, Alexey Shirov would be Charmander.
Nice.
Yeah, just breathing fire all over the board. Who's water? Maybe Hikaru Nakamura. Just he's such a great defender. He would put that fire out. And Bulbasaur, who's more earthly? Who's more? I need help here, guys.
Wesley So, maybe?
Wesley So, yeah. Very earthly guy, very likable, yeah. Can, of course, evolve into a beast if he wants to be, but doesn't necessarily need to in order to attack the opponents.
That's a good description. Yeah. So we have it. Bulbasaur, Wesley So, Squirtle is Hikaru Nakamura. And who was the last one? Charmander.
Alexey Shirov.
Yep.
I'm just glad that I wasn't called a Pokemon. I feel like I was giving other names so that he wouldn't turn me, you're like a little Bulbasaur over there. You know?
I always thought Snorlax was my kind of spirit animal, just asleep all the time.
Yeah. I always liked Psyduck.
Oh.
Yeah.
You could do this all day. And, meanwhile, Magnus has jumped in with his knight. Really creative move. I guess he's at least hinting that he's going to offer a bunch of exchanges, a bunch of trades, because he does have the more harmonious pawn structure. Long-term, white is doing very well, as we mentioned. And if this knight is kicked away, it can happily step back and challenge that black knight on b4 on the outpost. So interesting move. How will Hikaru react? I don't think he needs to commit anything now. He doesn't necessarily need to kick that knight back. It will retreat sooner or later.
Well, the plans that Black has in this position is a pawn advance. You either want to challenge White's center, moving that queen's pawn 2 steps ahead and asking White to take a decision, or go ahead with what I had mentioned earlier, David, advancing that A7 pawn to A5 to just make sure that that knight on B4 is super defended. And now your idea of bringing back the knight to D3, you can very often just leave that knight on B4 and you don't even care. You can just slide your rook all the way to C8. And that's a nice trick because you're hitting the C4 pawn. And if White now trades on B4, big blunder, ends up with a fork of the rook and the knight.
Yeah, big mistake here, and the game would turn in Black's favour. So what is Hikaru going to choose? This one, the more I look at it, the more I like it, Tanya. Just kind of keeping options open. I don't think you should rush to kick away this knight because you might push your pawn 2 squares forward later instead, and White wants to retreat anyway as part of the plan to evict this piece from his half. And yeah, either way, it feels like you need to get organised. Maybe push a pawn, maybe just bring the queen forward, open up a line for your rooks to connect, to swing over to the c-file. Feels like that's where the rooks belong. But he does go for your move.
He goes for it, and I like it. And this is a very thematic idea in the Bogo Indian, where you really want to take advantage of that B4 square. It's really the only compensation that you've created of separating your pawns, of creating these weakened pawn islands. So A5 played, keeping that flexibility with the queen's pawn. You might go to D6, you might go to D5, depending on what Magnus's approach will be. I think this game 3 is also a lot about psychology right now, because Magnus is definitely feeling that slight frustration of not having converted these two advantageous positions. Going into game 3, he realizes that Hikaru is up to the task of defending this match. His resourcefulness, his resilience is on point in this one. And it can kind of create this frustration within. So is it going to be a more angry Magnus, or is he just going to, be, it's fine, I created my chances, it means I'm the one who is the better player today? What do you think is going on in his mind right now?
He looks a little bored, and that's because the position is completely locked up. So there's no pawn tension, no trades being offered. And he's just trying to kind of map out the future of the position. That rook that took the pawn on A3 right now, at some point I think it should slide back. I've seen this in variations of this nature where it's done its job. It captured a pawn, it kept White's pawn structure intact. Let's bring it back home at the right moment. But then what? I just see the little moves here and there. That B2 pawn can slide up one square. Good for you. You protect everything. What is the active plan? I think that's what Magnus really wanted out of game 3. He's kind of like Zapdos. He wants to control the electricity on the board. Sometimes his hair also looks like, I can say that because my hair often looks like that. But he is just trying to control the state of affairs in the chessboard. And right now it just seems like Hikaru surprised him and now is playing very energetic chess himself.
Yeah. Do either of you guys play the Bogo Indian yourselves? It's one opening I've never touched, actually, as black.
I've faced it a lot with White, and I do enjoy playing against the Bogo Indian. I like that White's pawn structure is so intact, and it feels like even this move A5, like you were talking about, it gives activity. It also creates weaknesses in Black's camp. Watch out for that B5 square. The White Knight can jump onto B5 at the right moment. I kind of like playing against the Bogo Indian, but I have to make sure that my opponent is not Hikaru.
Normally good advice. Avoid Hikaru in these tournaments. He's a beast. And Magnus now thinking. He's been thinking for a while. Still nothing too drastic on the clock. But it's certain that he'll be watching out for his air quality. There we see looking very healthy. No excuses if things do go wrong. It definitely feels like, I don't know, I'm going to use soccer as an analogy, but he's had 2 penalty kicks and the goalie saved them both times. Hikaru saved them both. And yes, the frustration doesn't tend to affect Magnus. He's very good at bouncing back. But if he doesn't win this game, if he doesn't even create any real chances, then he won't feel great facing Hikaru with black in the final game of the day. And who do you think would be the favourite in Armageddon?
That's a good question. I mean, I hope we get there. I think we all want to see this match really go down the line to an Armageddon and witness that. It's so hard to pick a favourite against Magnus and Hikaru. These are undoubtedly the world's best players in speed chess. I mean, we're talking about the top 2. They're in a league of their own. So, David, a hard call, and I don't know who's going to be a favourite. I'll tell you one thing, though. I think Hikaru is a better flagger.
That is true.
Yeah, with no increment.
Yeah, Hikaru has the better mouse speed, I would say, in those critical moments, and he just has played, I think, just the most online chess, so that's his biggest advantage. But when there are fewer games, that favors Hikaru, because Magnus is the stronger player of the two with the longer time control. There's not much separating them, but Magnus is the stronger, so I think that if we get to Armageddon, that means that it's kind of like a toss-up at that point. And we also don't know how low they're going to bid, because Wesley was like, oh gosh, I should have bid lower than Hikaru, who went 9 minutes and 28 seconds. What if they both bid like 9 minutes this time? I don't think they'll dip below that just because it's too little time to work with. But I can't call a favorite because Magnus is refusing to even make a move right now.
Do you think Hikaru would dare to go as low as he did yesterday against Wesley when he bid 9.28?
No. I think that Wesley is very solid, and so you sort of can anticipate a style from him. Magnus, as we've already seen in Game 1 and Game 2, he already built a lead on the clock in Game 2 and missed a chance. In Game 1, he had the advantage. So if Hikaru didn't have the time he did, that game would have gone Magnus's way. So I just don't think I see either player really dipping below 10 minutes, which is what Magnus said yesterday.
Yeah. And it did seem that Hikaru had more of a tactic in his bidding. He was sort of calculating how low he can go. Magnus a little bit more random, maybe, when I think he bid 10 minutes and 1 second.
Yeah, Magnus does have a track record of not really reading the rules, not really thinking ahead. There was this famous case in Norway chess where he didn't know the time control and he just let his clock run down because he thought he was going to get extra time. He didn't. He lost the game. So it definitely felt like Magnus, as he said in the interview, thinking on the fly, just picking up a random number and going with it. But yeah, it feels like Hikaru will have plotted ahead, planned something, and he will know his limits where he's happy with.
I think it's going to be a big fight to get the black pieces.
Okay.
Both of them are going to want it. They'll have to strike a balance between their bid not to go too low on the clock as well for getting those black pieces. So it's going to be interesting to see their strategy. Right now, I'm confused about Magnus's strategy in this one, though. He's fallen back with the knight. He's offering a knight trade. So clearly the strongest piece in black's camp is that knight on b4. Makes a lot of sense. But I have to say, it feels a bit strange to me, this last move, David, knight to a2.
Yeah, it does feel like an awkward square. If those knights are traded off, then, OK, it's done a job. It's eliminated that black knight. But you're not necessarily guaranteed to trade off that knight. And maybe this white knight on a2 will be sat there a couple of moves longer and will be a bit awkward to reroute.
And very often, I'm sorry, go on.
No, I was ending there.
I just really like the move that we saw on the board. And what I was wanting to just bring up is that black doesn't need to take a decision with that knight on b4 very often, because you can just leave it there. A trade there might look like, wait a second, you're creating double pawns, but actually you're getting so much counterplay on that a file. It opens up, your rook or your queen will march down the board, and it just looks like black gets enough compensation for the weakness, the apparent weakness with these two pawns. And that's what he's done with this last move, d6, just hitting that other knight. I like Hikaru's approach so far in this game.
Yeah, feels like he's playing very well and built up a time advantage. Robert, earlier you said Magnus was refusing to move, and again, after maybe the most natural move for black, he spent, 4 minutes or so on this knight retreat. Black replies, hitting a knight, and he's back in the tank, back thinking.
He just doesn't have a clear plan. But I think in the long term, what he wants is, let's say the knight just drops back to f3. We swap knights on a2 really quickly. I think that he wants to play b4 at the right moment and just leave black saddled with an isolated b pawn. So it's a bit of a long story, but he just wants to start trading pawns at the right moment and say, your remaining pawn, that's the weakness. White only has that one pawn island still. Thank you, David. You did a great job of putting the position I wanted on the board. And so black will have to defend that pawn with pieces, whereas white's pawn structure is very healthy. So Magnus, he tends to look for these small advantages, and that's, I think, what he's envisioning. Hikaru's like, no, you're not getting anything of the sort. I'm not going to allow you to have an advantage for 20 moves, 30 moves, and pressure me. I think that Hikaru's done a great job out of the gates in Game 3.
Yep. Definitely, and Magnus just has to bite the bullet and retreat, maybe to this square, maybe he goes back the other way, but either way, he has to make a move. You can't afford to go 3.5 minutes down against Hikaru. It's backfired before, he's missed opportunities, and we're actually going to see the whole line that you mentioned there, Tanya. Knight takes knight on the board. I'm assuming black takes back this way. You could actually make an argument for taking the other knight, potentially. Hikaru has paused, so he's doing some calculation. But, OK, let's say black goes down this line, the most logical and most natural. We'll see a trade of rooks, we'll see a trade of knights, and after dropping back, I just love jumping in with the black queen.
And also, let's point out, David, that in fact, white has to fall back to f3. You can't even go to d3 to put pressure on the b4 pawn, because you can easily lose the g2 pawn then with the queen and the bishop lined up. So an easy miss there. But of course, Magnus will drop the knight down to f3. And then this is what we were talking about, the activity on the a file.
But let me ask a question. Do you think that Hikaru actually wants an imbalance? So if he has the option to get these double isolated pawns with the activity, or he can just, just start taking on e5 and trading off some pieces, what do you think he's going to aim for?
Very good question, because actually this one initially I thought was a more risky choice. The more I look at it, it's at least forcing white, if white wants to keep some tension, to drop back, and we could see a trade, and it's very, very balanced. Suddenly both sides have 2 pawn islands. Suddenly white has these almost hanging pawns and easy access, for example, if the black queen moves for the rooks to centralize. You're right, Robert. Maybe this one, if he's feeling safe, he will go for this.
But the rook on a3 would be happy.
Yes, true.
That's the rook lift. You saw the the future with that one, but look what happened. I mean, Tanya's line is on the board, and all of a sudden, Hikaru's queen is deep in enemy territory. But what about those double isolated pawns? That's the big question.
Yeah, Tanya doing a little dance here because you saw, what was it, 5 moves into the future? Good work there. 5 moves each. Impressive stuff. So double isolated pawns for black, but is it enough? Magnus now trying to offer a queen trade. Without the queens, it's going to be much harder to target those 2 black pawns. But I guess the black queen was too active and needed to do something about her. Needed to kick her out.
Yeah, and now the rook comes into the A file as well, and black is going to have control of that. You've got to watch out for that B2 weakness. It just looks like this is the first game in the match where Hikaru is not worse out of the opening, and in fact, Magnus might have to be slightly careful in this one.
Definitely. It's all about momentum, all about the clock as well in rapid chess, and those two seem to favour Hikaru right now. I love what Black's done with this position, gotta say.
Easily his best game thus far. Yes, he showed some great defensive resources, some skill under duress, but he's kind of controlled this game from the start. And now he controls the only open file on the board, and that's why we like Black's position. That said, if he doesn't make use of the open file, imagine the queen and the rooks, they're gone off the board. That's how Black gets in trouble, because some of those endgames without major pieces, that means that the pawns will be under some threat, and Black does not have anything to counter with. So knight d2 takes away the e4 square, a good start. But I could see Hikaru just trading queens on b1, slamming the rook down on a2 after that, and saying to Magnus, all right, I'm going to be the active one here. You're going to have to prove that you can fend me off.
Yeah, you can trade off these rooks, as you say, Robert, just jump in with the rook. This knight, I don't mind where it's placed right now, but it's miles away from ever attacking this pawn. This pattern with kind of on the diagonal, 1 square between them. Knights take so far to jump around and go for these weaknesses. So it definitely feels like Hikaru's not in any trouble. You could also make an argument for maybe trading off and now going for a knight trade, jumping in with the black knight. If the knights disappear as well, no danger at all. These pawns are on dart squares, can never be hit by white's bishop.
Very smart here what Hikaru's done. He starts with knight e4. That is so precise, David, because this doesn't give white the option to get away with the knight to b3, the line that we were looking at with the queen trades. And let's just bring that up because it's so instructive this moment. If you do the same thing after trading off on b1, you jump with your knight to e4. Now Magnus can move away, can avoid that knight trade with knight to b3. Eventually, he'll also push out black's knight from e4 by advancing that f pawn. The rook can come to a1. If your rook lands on a2, you'll have the move knight from b3 to c1, kicking it out. Also heading to d3, attacking that pawn on b4. So a lot of knight jumps here, which is why Hikaru, and this is just class, I have to say, to start with the move knight e4. And at first it looks like, wait a second, there are 2 pieces attacking it. But what black wants to do is that if you do capture on e4, now he's going to pick up the queen and then pick up the knight. He solves the problem of the knight trade, because on our live board, as we can see, white did not have the option to escape with the knight on b3. This is precise play. Hikaru Nakamura is on A form today.
Yeah, that's what separates the top players from the rest of us. Those little move order tricks, those little details that most of us are just oblivious of. We don't see them, but the top players, they see these details. They make sure they're accurate on every turn. Magnus did avoid the queen trade, but once the knights come off the board, I don't really see any trouble here for black. For example, you can just slide the queen back. You're defending your pawn. The rook might come in. And whose pawn is weaker? Maybe it's actually this white pawn on b2. It's very hard to evict the black queen. But, yeah, what else do you do? If you're Magnus Carlsen, you have to agree to this position. And Hikaru has a simple plan.
Can I try to be a prophet for a second? What if bishop d1 here? Queen takes c4, bishop e2. Will we see a repetition like that? Is that possible somehow?
It is.
And also, let's point out, you can't actually go to d5 after that, trying to threaten a mate there, David, because big trouble here. The bishop jumps into f3, and watch out for that bishop on b7.
Yeah, it feels like all the arrows go on the long diagonal, and here white turns it in his favour. So, wow, Robert, that could well be happening on the board. And we should point out that in this position, if you don't have anywhere good to go with the queen, then simply this pawn will drop off. So if you go back, white repeats, and a little dance between the bishop and queen could be a very logical end to this game. And I think Magnus will be glad to get out of here. Actually, in this position, Hikaru maybe has spotted that and will be looking for more if he wants to play on.
What an intense match between these two.
Yeah, we seem to say that all the time because it genuinely is so close. I've never really seen one-sided games between these two. It's just blow for blow, matching each other.
This is why we love watching them play, because we know that we're in for a treat. They just never disappoint the fans. Whether it's rapid games or their blitz, even if it goes into Armageddon, we know that it's going to be fighting chess regardless of the result. We've seen 2 draws, but the result has not been reflective of the kind of game that we've had. It's been big fights in the first 2 games, and this one is the first one where Magnus is on the back foot.
Wow, and Robert, I think you need to buy a lottery ticket. You've just predicted everything. We do reach that position, and we might be about to see a draw. Wow, you are a prophet.
Clip it, ship it. The draw by repetition is about to be agreed, and that means we still have a tied match. Hikaru Nakamura with the upper hand in Game 3. He probably had more chances than Magnus did, but a draw is the fair result, and yeah, I'll take that one.
How did you do this?
You know, I do love commentary with Daniel Naroditsky, and he's the prophet, but I'm trying to take his title from him.
I actually remember this one time at the Speed Chess Championship when, you know what I'm going to be talking about. Robert just said a move, which was a blunder in one. It just drops a piece, and it was a blind sight from him. But again, the punditry, and Magnus made that exact same blunder at that exact same moment. Whoa. It was the craziest stuff that I've seen. Just unbelievable. Yeah, we're going to the lottery ticket after this.
Yeah. And it is a draw. Hikaru is out of there. He's off for a break, off to refresh himself. And Magnus just checking over this game, figuring out where he missed an opportunity, where he went wrong. The answer is he didn't miss anything. It was just a very balanced draw.
3 draws in this match so far. Look at Magnus Carlsen looking over this. He is struggling to find a way to beat Hikaru Nakamura. There's going to be one more rapid game in this match. It's starting in a little less than 5 minutes now. Hikaru Nakamura will have the white pieces. If we have a winner in that game, that will be the winner of the winner's final, the one who makes it through to the grand final. If it is a draw, then this match will be decided in Armageddon. Is there anything in this game that we should take a look at, David?
Let's try.
No.
Let's try.
Okay, nice.
It was really instructive how Hikaru just hoovered off all the pieces and kept a measure of control throughout. We mentioned in this position he had a choice. He could have captured this white knight and maybe imbalanced it slightly, kept the game alive, kept the queens, kept the rooks on the board. But he said no. He'd calculated very accurately that these doubled B pawns were well compensated for by his dynamism, his piece activity. We saw the rooks leave the board. Magnus's knight had to step out of the attack, and this queen move. Every move from here till the end was very accurate from both sides. We saw an offer of a queen trade. Hikaru said, no, not for you. I'm conquering this open file, and after a few moves, again, this really precise move order that Tanya mentioned, dropping the knight into e4, far more accurate than any queen trade, than any rook trade, and the logical end to the game was this one, a little dance between the bishop and queen. The queen has nowhere to go other than to take this pawn if it wants to defend b4, and that status quo continues for the remaining moves. A repetition to end the game, but a fair draw.
Looking for a new way to learn chess? Meet Dr. Wolf, the ideal chess coach and companion. Play against Dr. Wolf as he explains everything step by step, points out strategic ideas, and alerts you to your mistakes. Train with him and go over your past mistakes until you master them. Choose from over 35 lessons created for all skill levels. No matter your level, everyone could use a coach. Download Learn Chess with Dr. Wolf for Android or iOS devices today.
The action continues very shortly. We're going to dig into all the action happening in the Airthings Masters. If you're not a subscriber on Twitch, though, here's the Twitch break. Action between Hikaru Nakamura and Magnus Carlsen in the winners' final here in Division 2. Remember, there is also Division 2 and Division 3 in the Airthings Masters. You're looking at that as well, Jovanka. What's happening, especially in Division 2, where we know the winner of Division 2 qualifies for Division 1 in Event 2?
Yeah, when it comes to the winners bracket, then Fabi Caruana and also Yu Yangyi, they will be facing off against each other right in the winners final. And the most interesting piece of news is actually in the losers bracket. There, it's quite spectacular. Vladimir Kramnik is having the time of his life. Because first of all, he took out Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Wow.
There you go, very convincing score. And then he also took out Matthias Blumbaum.
Really?
So he will also be playing again tomorrow.
So Vladimir Kramnik, former world champion, he is playing some good chess in Division 2 and could go all the way.
Could go, I know, and we can't wait for that, actually.
Wow. So that's Division 2. We're keeping a close eye on that as well, everyone. But action happening between Hikaru Nakamura and Magnus Carlsen. One rapid game to go. They are tied. What do you expect from that final rapid battle?
Shall I give you my unpopular opinion?
Yeah. Definitely.
Okay. Well, I think the players will agree a quick draw.
Do you?
Yes, because Hikaru has track record. You know, yesterday against Wesley So, he agreed a very quick draw. It was that famous Berlin draw, and he just wanted to get to the Armageddon. And the two actually did the same in 2021 when they faced off against each other, and the score was level. Hikaru, Magnus, happy to take it to Armageddon.
And even if quick draws is, unpopular opinion, Armageddon between these two would simply be fantastic.
It would be insane, wouldn't it? It would just be absolutely red hot. Like the panel, I'm actually completely undecided who is the better player, because Hikaru and Magnus are just the players who are just in a league of their own. No one else matches them. And I have to agree with Tanya, if it comes down to the clock, I do feel that Hikaru is the one who possibly could flag Magnus.
All right. More action to come in this one. Game 4 between Magnus and Hikaru is coming up very shortly. This is Game 3. They are tied after the first 2 games in the winners' final.
Whoa! You've just predicted everything. We do reach that position, and we might be about to see a draw.
The draw by repetition is about to be agreed, and that means we still have a tied match.
We certainly do. It is tied 3 draws, but a lot of entertainment between Magnus and Hikaru so far today. One more rapid game to go. Hikaru with the white pieces in this one. And here we go. If we have a winner in this game, that will be the winner of the winners' final. If it is a draw, then Armageddon is coming up, you guys. What will happen? Here we go.
Here we go. And do we have 2 prophets in the studio? Will your banker be correct? It is the Spanish opening. Will Magnus reply with a Berlin? And will that draw happen on the board? Magnus is pausing. If he doesn't bring out the black knight on the king side now, we're guaranteed a game. This one is not going to fizzle out anytime soon. Magnus here is going for his favorite reply to the Spanish opening. He often allows the martial attack. He goes for the martial attack. It's a gambit here, and Hikaru smiled. What do we think that smile was about? Still a well-known theoretical position. White has won a pawn.
It's one of those disadvantages of playing in the World Chess Championship. Everybody studies your games, everybody studies your openings, and here Hikaru says, all right, let's go into this well-trodden path. We see that black is now threatening a check on h2. The bishop and the queen line up. It's not quite checkmate, but it will not be good for white to allow. So this often is met by the pawn in front of the king, pushing forward to blunt that bishop's access towards the king side. But in these types of positions, we saw Peter Leko and Vladimir Kramnik. They played this in their World Championship match very famously. It's a dynamic position. Black has given up a pawn, but gets a ton of activity and some attacks against the white king.
Yeah, and it's strange to see Hikaru pause to think. I thought it was automatic that you push that pawn in front of your king 1 square, the G pawn, to block the attack, to gain some time against the black queen. Hikaru must be contemplating his moves after that. White does have a bunch of options. Some are more testing than others. Some just fizzle out towards equality. Some you might be a pawn up, but black will have long-term strategic and maybe even dynamic compensation. But Hikaru flexing there, just picking his poison. Choosing which line to go for.
There is only one line. You have to make the move g3, because after h3, that's a super soft spot, and there are often sacrifices that happen with bishop takes h3, so you don't want to allow that. Equally surprised that he hasn't played g3 yet, but Hikaru is definitely looking ahead right now. The marshal has taken him by surprise. Now, this is the last rapid game between these two, and a result would mean that one advances, one goes to the loser's bracket. How much risk are each of them willing to take in this game? And my feeling would be not too much. But Magnus's opening going with the marshal does imply that he's ready for a fight and not going for those opening draws, Berlin draws, these options that he has, which I think Hikaru would have been happy to go with. And we do have a move, G3, Queen H3 on the board.
Yeah, I don't know, Tanya. These days, the top players, they play the marshal for a draw. It's known to be very solid, despite the fact you've sacrificed a pawn. White has this extra pawn. And often we see, for example, the white queen come over and offer a trade later on. The queens might disappear. And there are lines such as this one where the white queen steps back and at some point black just takes back the pawn, we go down to an endgame, and you can test the opponent there, but it will be a draw. There are many other popular moves in this current position. Bringing the white rook forward was very popular when I was younger, sliding the rook across potentially to hit this queen, to evict it from the white camp, and of course other options available too. But Hikaru thinking.
If you want to fight in this position, rook e4 is the main move. With this idea to go rook to h4 is what you really want to do in this position. And then one of the replies that black has is to already fall back with the queen to f5 here, which is the most popular response. If Hikaru chooses to go with the other idea that you mentioned, queen to f3, it would imply that he is playing it well, very practically, and doesn't want to take too many chances. So if queen f3 is on the board, we know what Hikaru is happy with.
Yeah, he's pausing, though. It's strange. It's confusing, Robert.
It's really surprising, given that he played e4, went into the Spanish. It's not the first time he's ever seen the marshal, so he's probably trying to remember his variation. This is a dangerous opening. Let's say the white queen slides up to f3, trying to safeguard the king, and the bishop comes into g4 to attack the queen. The queen slides back. We're down a pawn. We are not trading queens. The queen goes back to h5, and suddenly there are threats like bishop going into f3 or to h3. The white king does not feel very safe, and that's why Hikaru brings his rook up to e4. He finally makes a move. And look at Magnus. He quickly responds with knight f6, challenging that rook on its place, and the rook slides to h4. The queen runs away, and now that rook is really oddly placed. g7 to g5, pushing that pawn in front of your king can be an option in some positions. That rook is almost trapped over there. The white king doesn't have many defenders. I worry for Hikaru, but I also feel like he is remembering his preparation. He's not in completely new territory.
Yeah, it depends on his mindset as well. If he was coming into this game thinking, okay, safety first, let's just lock this down, maybe even make a quick draw, then he does need to switch things up now. He does need to switch away from that and at least play the most principled moves. You're not going to see this game end in a draw anytime soon. There's no safety first approach now. He steps his pawn forward, getting ready to retreat along this diagonal with his bishop. Very, very cunning move. But yeah, it depends on Hikaru. It looks like he's composed himself after a few minutes, doing the right thing, just pausing, maybe taking a deep breath, and now it's a completely different type of game. I'm still curious whether this is opening preparation or a bit of a bluff, but either way, it seems a decent try for white. Still a pawn up, pressure on Magnus Carlsen to justify that sacrifice.
Well, d4, the last move by Hikaru, is not the most common move in this position. What usually continues with the development of the knight from b1 to d2, and the d3 pawn helps that knight to land on that central e4 square. So d4 is definitely going to take Magnus by a little bit of a surprise, and he'll have to try and think how he wants to counter this threat of the bishop moving back that you pointed at, and then that knight eventually landing up on e4. Remember that white is a pawn up. The more pieces that get traded, it does suit Hikaru, and that's what he wants to do. He wants to try and trade off as many pieces as possible to make sure that the main compensation that black has, which is an attack piece activity, as we can see, that bishop on d6, the queen is out, a rook will land on the open file on e8. It does get neutralized. You need to trade pieces here with white.
Yeah, very sensible move. And Magnus pausing. You would think that as part of his World Championship preparation, he's studied this a few times, or at least this variation. He's gone in depth with engines, with coaches. I know the Marshall Gambit was his main repertoire in 2016 against Karyakin. It was his main repertoire last year against Jan Nepomniachtchi. And yeah, it's odd to see Hikaru Nakamura surprise him so early, Magnus.
And Jan Gustafsson, who is a martial expert, has also been in Magnus's team for so many years. So all that knowledge that Magnus has of the martial definitely comes from Jan as well. So shout out to Jan.
It's one of those situations, though, where Magnus might have forgotten more than I've ever learned. You know, he's in a position now that is tricky. He's down a pawn. His compensation is on the light squares and against the white king. But a pawn is a pawn, as they say, and if he's not careful, he may not find full compensation, sufficient compensation for the material. So I think that's what Magnus is trying to figure out, is can he try to open up his light square bishop, maybe on the A8, H1 diagonal, all the way across the board, fianchetto that piece, or will he slide... I didn't even get to finish my sentence. He does slide the rook to e8, as Tanya was suggesting, trying to use the open file to his advantage. But I'm starting to see how the players are reacting after the initial opening stage, and I have to think that Hikaru should be the happier of the two right now.
And where do you move with that queen, David? It's a big question. Bishop c2. I really like that move that you suggested. The rook is already on h4, eyeing that h7 square. So always be wary of that. Yes, you have a knight which is defending it right now, but you need to watch out for threats against it. After bishop c2, do you put the queen on the centralized d5 square? Is that what Magnus wants?
Yeah, let's give Magnus the opportunity to answer, because I'm not sure either. I only see 2 safe squares, or maybe 3 safe squares for that black queen. Not many squares to retreat to. And let's jump in to try and figure out what he's about to do as we see his awesome air quality. Still very healthy stuff. Okay. He makes the decision before we can get there. He does land it in the center.
Are we going to see a repetition again?
Oh, my God.
Are we going to see bishop b3, queen f5, bishop c2?
It is happening.
It is
happening. Robert said it. It has to happen.
Are we heading to Armageddon?
We are heading to Armageddon for sure.
We are heading.
Oh, yay.
Robert the Prophet.
Oh, my God.
Almost rhymes.
And, there we have it.
Wow.
Another draw between Magnus and Hikaru. 4 draws. And that means the winner's final will be decided in Armageddon between the 2 online bosses, Hikaru and Magnus. We have to be excited about that, Robert.
Yeah, I think Magnus can be excited because he started thinking for a while there. It felt like the pressure was on, especially considering Game 3 did not go his way despite the draw. So Magnus heads to Armageddon. Of course, all the fans say, free chess, let's go.
And Magnus is still sitting by the computer. Do you think he is now starting to make some tactics, Tanya, to find out what he's going to bid?
He is thinking about that big bid. I think it really comes down to both players wanting the black pieces. But what time, how much time are they willing to sacrifice to really get that is the big question. I think this last game made it pretty clear that both didn't want to take too much risk with so much at stake and said, you know what, let's just get that Armageddon going. Let's not forget we've got 2 streamers fighting against each other. Do it for the content.
Yeah. Robert, you're the expert on all regulations. What will happen now with the bidding?
Okay, the players will bid. They will submit a number. And the side that has the higher number of the 2 gets 15 minutes as their base time. And the side with the lower number gets that amount of time, will likely choose the black pieces and get draw odds. So if the game ends in a draw, that means the player with the black pieces moves on to the grand final.
All right. So, David, what's your expectations? What will be the bids? Who will bid the lowest time?
It's going to be a serious bidding war. Actually, Hikaru, he, I think, half-jokingly yesterday in his interview said he might go very low against Magnus because he's desperate to get black. So I think he's going to go around the 9.5 minute mark, just like yesterday.
All right. It will be revealed shortly. You guys, Armageddon is coming up. The action continues in the winner's final.
What is this? This is duck chess, you guys.
This is a new variant. It's called duck chess.
Chess, but with a duck. Quack, quack.
How to play duck chess. The duck is a brick. Pieces cannot move through the square occupied by the duck.
Click on a square to place the duck. Oh, you put the duck to prevent moves of opponent, not yourself.
Yeah, so basically you do this, and this cannot move. I'm gonna go knight f6, and I'm gonna put the duck in the most inconvenient place for my opponent to move. No bishop, no queen, so no Londons can permanently stop the London.
Capture the opponent's king to win. Oh, wow. Oh, there's no stalemate. Wait, there is stalemate. But the stalemated player wins. Ooh, if only that was real chess.
I think I'm getting the hang of this game now. I think I actually am getting the hang of it. I think this works. Oh, that's a horrible blunder. Oh my god, I just blundered.
I have to move something else first, then duck, and knight will take my king. This is the best way to lose the duck chess.
Those some real bullet skills right there, boys.
This is the first time winning duck chess. That's so exciting.
Oh no, mouse slip. No. I won! Yeah! Duck chess champion. Give me those points, baby.
Quack, quack. So much fun happening on chess.com. If you're not a subscriber on chess.com Twitch, then here is the Twitch break. You and Robert just predicting everything today, Jovanka.
Well, I only got one prediction right, and you can see my big smile. That's because I get all the feels for predicting that one. Yeah, I knew it. I mean, how could it be anything other than Armageddon, right?
Do you think they're both looking forward to that?
Yeah, I reckon that Hikaru has probably thought about it quite deeply. He's come with a game plan, and we'll see, what he has in store, especially when it comes to the time bids.
Yeah. You brought with you an awesome puzzle for the viewers today, Jovanka, and it's time to reveal the answer.
Yeah, and I have to say to everyone, I mean, what an amazing try. Everyone actually got into it, and they solved quite a bit of it, but very few people solved the whole puzzle. Because, as I mentioned, there are loads of twists and turns. Okay, so it looks like a straight-up pawn race. It's white to move, white pushes the d pawn. And there you go, one step forward. Black does the same, of course. And now here was the pitfall. The pitfall was you must not promote to a queen, because if you promote there, the pawn will actually promote as well to a queen. And then this is the crunch point, that once the queen comes to give check and you think, hey, this is going to be an easy win, the king is going to protect the queen. But the answer is no, the king can actually capture the pawn on b3. And after queen takes queen, it is the dreaded stalemate. So this was a big twist, number one. So you could not promote to a queen. So let's go back to this position. And so in this one, loads of people got this one right. It was a very neat idea that you promote to a bishop. And then the whole point is that after the pawn does promote to a queen, you can give that check in safety. And the king takes pawn. Isn't that scary? Because the bishop takes queen. No stalemate for you today. And but then there was another twist. So let's go back. And this is where I feel like this is like part one, and then there's part two. Because after d7, it wasn't actually compulsory for black to go running with the a pawn. He could actually set a trap and play king takes pawn. And if you were to promote to a queen, that would also be a big because after pawn moves to a2 and the queen comes out to just defend against the promotion of that pawn, black would promote anywhere anyway. And after queen takes queen, stalemate once more. So here it is. And this is so cool. In this particular position, white promotes to a rook. Ooh. So we've had like the bishop under promotion. Now we've got the rook under promotion. And now the coolest line here is if the black king steps forward to a2. This is so nice. And then the race begins. So David is going to put those bits, and then the rook gets behind the pawn, and here it comes. Pawn promotes, rook takes queen, king takes rook. White actually runs with the pawn, nothing for it. And here comes the final promotion to a queen.
Finally.
I know we've had the bishop, we've had the rook, and now we've got the queen. And then the whole point, once black promotes to a queen, oh dear. Queen comes to c2 and it is checkmate. And this is the kind of puzzle that gives you a big thrill when you solve it. You get this kind of eureka moment, you share it with your friends, and it's just a fantastic study by Vitaly Kovalenko.
Fantastic. Wow, what a puzzle. That was difficult. Twists and turns. And we do have a winner, someone solving this puzzle that will get a signed Airthings device, signed by Magnus Carlsen. And who is the winner? The winner is GG, solving this very difficult puzzle, I have to say, with so many twists and turns. Congratulations, an Airthings device is coming for you. Magnus Carlsen, he's going to need some good air quality right now because Armageddon is coming up. And it's a big year for Magnus Carlsen. He says 2023 will be a lot about online chess.
If you could list your 3 goals that you hope to achieve in 2023.
Magnus Carlsen is looking ahead to yet another year with exciting chess. But first, let's go back to 2022.
I would say on the board it was mostly pretty good. Overall, I think it was one of my better years.
But off the board, it was turbulent times. First, Magnus announced he would give up his Classical World Championship title. And then there was a big scandal when he accused Hans Niemann of cheating, causing Niemann to sue Carlsen.
What was all of that like?
No, it's comes with experience that I'm able to focus pretty well, even though things are happening around me, and having a lot of strong tournaments to play is always a nice distraction from everything else.
He definitely seemed focused at the board, as the 32-year-old finished the year by winning back the Rapid and Blitz World Championship titles.
Was relief a part of what you felt there, heading into a year where you will give away your classical title?
The timing is perfect. Like, if there was one time that I really wanted those titles, it would be now. But yeah, it just gave me joy, and like still when I think about it, makes me smile. It was a really great moment.
And joy is exactly what the world's best chess player wants more of in 2023.
Just wanna, to play and have fun. And I feel like that's true more than in a long time, especially now that I have these Rapid and Blitz World titles now. I can just relax and have fun. I think I look at it, at least sometimes, a little more philosophically than before. That, if I have a bad event, I have a bad event. Then I'll hit back in the next one. Number one is win a game with 1v3.
Okay.
And second is to have fun. And the third one is to win a game from -10 position. That's for the tour.
Cool, right? Magnus Carlsen with some nice goals for 2023.
I love the -10 position. Yeah, that would be fun to watch.
The other two, I think he's accomplished. So maybe now it's time for resolution number 3.
All right. Well, Armageddon is coming up. And let's reveal the bids from Hikaru and Magnus. Look at that! Hikaru has been 8 minutes and 59 seconds, beaten by 1 second. Magnus Carlsen bidding 8 minutes and 58 seconds. And this is Hikaru's reaction when that bid came in. Magnus has chosen to play, of course, with the black pieces. Hikaru will have 15 minutes with the white pieces. He has to win it. Hikaru Nakamura, Magnus Carlsen with 8 minutes and 58 seconds needs a draw to win the match.
I can't believe what we just saw. Winning the bid by 1 second, and this just shows how well the two players know each other. We've got liftoff.
And how much they wanted the black pieces bidding that low, Robert.
And I completely understand from Magnus's perspective, because he wasn't put under so much pressure when he had the black pieces. So he's saying, I don't feel like I am worse. I don't feel like I'm going to lose. Give me those draw odds.
Wow. What's your reaction, David?
I'm a bit shocked. I'm a bit gobsmacked. Having less than 9 minutes against Hikaru Nakamura, having a 6-minute deficit, and the black pieces, it's not going to be easy. It is Magnus, of course, but I think we'll see some serious flagging if Hikaru can't win on the position, which is quite likely, quite possible.
We've had 4 draws. The one thing's for sure that this one is going to be a result. So Hikaru has to win on demand. He's got the white pieces. He's up on the clock by a big margin. Magnus Carlsen needs just to draw. And the moment you say that sentence, it's hard to believe. Yeah. It's hard to believe that you can fight this.
But you can see what Hikaru is doing. He's playing a very closed position because he wants to do what David is suggesting. He wants to be a dirty flagger. He wants to win on the clock, not on the board. I mean, you look at the position. Black has everything under control. What Hikaru is relying on is lead on the clock. He just wants to keep the position as ambiguous as possible.
Yep, no trades, no exchanges, no clarification of the position. He's just trying to force Magnus to go into the tank at some point, which is guaranteed to happen, and only later maybe put him under pressure on the board or make him kind of force him into those difficult decisions. Worst comes to worst, win on time. But I mentioned earlier as well, Hikaru, the first iteration of Hikaru Nakamura when he was young, King's Indian player on the attack, and he's got the same position with the white pieces.
And it wasn't just that. It was also Hikaru Nakamura flagging the bots on ICC because he would close the position and make a million moves, then a pawn move and things like that to beat the bots on the Internet Chess Club. So here in this game, he's not a bot. He's only human, but he plays like a bot most of the time. Magnus Carlsen, only 8 minutes on the clock. No pieces have been traded.
Yeah. No pawns have been traded as well. So super closed position here. David, you said worst case scenario flag. I think that's the best case scenario here. When you're in the Armageddon, when you're up on the clock, you've got to play the clock as much as the position. And look at Hikaru. This is when he's going to make Magnus think, harry the H-pawn, goes up the board. G4 coming in next.
Yeah, and White's light squared bishop, which is a problem piece, can also activate. There we go, on a nicer diagonal now for Hikaru. He knows these ideas inside out. He's been playing these ideas since he was a kid. Yes, with reverse colors. Normally he's on the black side, but it's the exact same pawn structure. Magnus, he's got a promising position. He's got more space. Black has a really nice pawn chain in the center. But what do you do with it? Maybe less instinctive here. Black's plans. And he's burning time. The time differential here is increasing, if anything, in Hikaru's favor. This is really worrying times for Magnus, I've got to say.
But trades help, and so he just brings his knight in contact with the white knight on c4. He can swap off those knights. He can bring his queen up, try to trade the light square bishops. And as the position becomes simpler and simpler, then Magnus can find moves. And what he really wants to do is trade, trade, trade. Because if he can force a draw somehow or get a neutral position, he'll go for that. The problem is, if we get king and rook versus king and rook, which is an obvious draw, Hikaru Nakamura will try to flag him. So Magnus, he needs to keep his eye on the clock. He needs to play quickly every single turn.
And David, you've been talking about that white bishop on h3. One plan that black has to follow up with the trades would be to move the queen ahead and then to defend that bishop coming to e6. But look at this, the position has blown open. Hikaru says, now is the time I strike in the center, f4. That is one committal decision by Hikaru.
Yeah, I'm surprised he's gone for it so quickly, Hikaru, because finally there is a trade. Finally, Black's job here, or at least the next few moves, have become clearer. They have become more obvious. And yes, the evaluation bar shoots up on White's side, but he needs to back it up on the board now, Hikaru. He can't just rely on the clock. There is a threat. Black's queen, Black's dark square bishop are lining up against the white f-pawn. So do you just step the white queen forward? Do you bring that to a safer square? Maybe White is the one now attacking on the king side. The black king is on this g-file. White's king at some point will take a timeout, shuffle to the corner, and realign his rooks. But it's not the king that uses the corner, it's the knight. What a flexible move.
If we can bring up an analysis where I think there was a pretty critical moment here for Hikaru. He decides to step backwards, but I think he could have sacrificed the pawn, going e5, and after pawn takes pawn, f5. This is a thematic pawn sacrifice. You throw your knight to e4, you control all of the squares in the position, and you have an attack. I don't know if it would have worked out. It does involve sacrificing some material, but Hikaru instead drops his knight back top forward.
Yeah, and he uses that phrase, rotate the knights. He's definitely done that here. It's not clear the knight is necessarily better placed on the g3 square, but it does hint at jumping in later. Magnus has to watch out for the same idea that Robert mentioned, still on tap later, but also a knight jump, even a sacrifice later to open things up. First, he'll bring his bishop to a better square, bring his queen to a better square, line up, keep the tension, and force Magnus to make difficult decisions. I'm not sure who I prefer here, to be honest, but I do like White's position in general, at least the chances of a longer game.
It just feels like it's easier to play with White. The moves that you're suggesting are appearing on the board. David, he takes the queen out, expecting the bishop to come out, the rook to come out to a better square, and at some point, Hikaru will strike down the board with h5. You have to make sure your own king is safe first. Meanwhile, Magnus just waiting for that break as well, getting all his pieces ready for what we're anticipating on the board, because once all the pieces come to the center of the board, Magnus also will be ready to answer that break.
Yeah, it's building up to its breaking point, its climax this game. And it's up to Hikaru how to initiate the plan. How do you prepare these pawn breaks that are imminent?
Well, the good news is he wants to initiate something to win the game, but he can win on the clock. So if Magnus doesn't do anything to initiate some trades, then Hikaru can shuffle forever before throwing the pawn forward. I feel like this position is actually quite difficult for Magnus, taking into account he has so much less time. So Hikaru, he's spending his time wisely right now. He still remains about 4.5 minutes ahead. I think he'll slide his bishop out, develop his rook, things of that nature, and only strike at the critical moment because he wants to keep digging into Magnus' remaining clock.
Yep, it looks almost automatic. Just bring the bishop out, throw the move back to Magnus. But Hikaru, he has frozen. He has gone into the tank, not moving quite yet. And, OK, 4-minute difference now between the two players. Time advantage disappearing slightly, but still a very, very relevant factor. Magnus playing very quickly. He's trying to avoid any calculation. It's clear so far. Magnus just playing intuitive moves, just solid moves, but not really challenging the white setup yet.
Well, there's one weakness that I see in Hikaru's position, and that is the C2 pawn, which can be targeted with a jump with that knight from C6 coming on to B4. And that is perhaps what Hikaru is trying to look at. How dangerous is that once you take out that bishop? Because you really don't want to trade the bishop for the knight. He just first sidesteps with that king to H1, really hinting at that move H5 right now, which will make Magnus go into a bit of a think, because he needs to be prepared to respond with that. Magnus immediately plays the move bishop e6. We've been talking about the importance of trade in this position. He is afraid of the attack a little bit. The best way to respond to this is to trade off your opponent's pieces. I like this approach, actually, bishop to e6.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. It does depend on whether White can trade off those bishops and then step forward with his pawns. I'm not sure White is ready, especially while the dark squared bishop sleeps, while that rook in the corner is still not participating. But yeah, in general, following the strategy, both players, we called it before, they have come to the game with a plan. White keeping the tension, Black, Magnus trying to trade off pieces, trying to reduce the tension, try to at least make his game a lot easier to play.
And a 6-minute lead on the clock has been shrinking and shrinking. Now it's below 3 minutes. So Magnus Carlsen is doing a fantastic job of cutting into that lead on the clock. And he's playing great chess. He is sturdy and strong. Now White will need to start launching pawns forward. The bishops are staring at each other. Hikaru doesn't want to trade, but if he backs up, that gives Magnus the hand at the initiative. So I think that Hikaru recognizes the danger that his position is in, not just the match situation, but his actual position, that if he does step back, he feels like it's going to allow Magnus to take control.
And Hikaru making faces. He's not too happy. He has been playing a couple of very tentative moves. Just shuffling that king into the corner didn't feel like it helped his position too much. Now he has to start making concrete decisions, actually put pressure on Magnus on the board. Now is the moment. If you do start stepping back, retreating, it will be too late, especially now it's only 2 minutes in it. And yeah, turning in Magnus's favour, perhaps.
It's getting more and more level on the clock, and Magnus there looking very relaxed with this last move, and understandably so. It just suddenly seems as if the pressure has diluted. Imagine if the light squared bishops were to come off. At some point, Black can actually strike those central pawns with his own f-pawn, coming to f5. Again, it comes down to him having bought his rooks already to the party. They're all ready for the central break. Black will be the one who will have control of this f and the e file. Magnus looking good on the position. I think he's done everything right to neutralize White's initiative. And Hikaru there, big think there by him. It's what, over a minute, over 2 minutes already?
Yeah. Very long think. Only 1 minute in it now. And if you don't trade off these pieces, which does guide Magnus closer to that draw, if you retreat, then I think it's bad news. Suddenly Black's queen, for example, can move. You can start jumping in with your bishop. Maybe even Tanya's idea of playing this this f5 break will become very relevant. Black can open it on his own terms. But let's go back. Tanya, you predicted the future this time, and this is the current position. f5 on the board, trying to open up lines for Black's pieces.
David, I love Black's position. We've been talking about how ideally the rooks are placed, and take a look at this. Now, after f5, I don't see a way in which White can actually open the center. That looks like it would be great for Black if Hikaru decides to trade. You take it with the pawn, the g file is open, the queen can swing from c7 to g7 at the right time. You can double up on the e file. It looks like White might have to make the decision to push that e-pawn. And he does it. It's e5, the bishop on e7, and now this h4 weakness suddenly appears out of nowhere.
Yeah, he's at least hinting that he might trade off these set of pawns now and maybe shift the white rook across towards that black king. Still enough pieces left to create an attack for Hikaru Nakamura, but he needs to do it quickly now. He needs to rely on his instinct. Stop being in your own head. Stop calculating. You just got to go for it.
No, I'm starting to like the position actually for Hikaru, because closing it down, it may make it difficult for Magnus to find quick moves. And then Hikaru can play for her. That is why Magnus took this pawn on h5. That is a huge decision by him because it opens up his own king. But look at the white king in the corner. Now that's exposed. There's a rook on e6 ready to slide over to the h6 square. If that knight captures on h5, you may lose that piece if it gets pinned. So black can start taking control of the g and h files. And that's why Hikaru says, no. You can keep that pawn there. It's sort of an umbrella for my king. I'm bringing the rook to the g file first. I want to play rook g2, rook a1 to g1, maybe bring a rook to h2 as well. Bring all the pieces to the party before you start taking a pawn that is double and isolated.
Yeah, and Hikaru was really surprised by Magnus's decision to break his own structure to take this pawn. Now, long-term, actually, black is the one suffering with all these isolated pawns here. And it's definitely time to follow the players and as they make these quick decisions. It's a question to Magnus. How do you consolidate? How do you set up a defensive wall? The Black King, White's rooks are coming for it. And, okay, he chooses to slide his rook across.
And these are exactly the kind of positions where the eval bar is so deceptive. Don't believe it. I mean, look at the chaos on the board. Black's king side is absolutely destroyed. That pawn on f5, h5, h7, all of them are weak. Currently, Black was a pawn up. I was going to say is, but Hikaru snaps up that h5 pawn, and that's a big blunder.
Yes, because there's a tactic. I mean, I would not have seen it without the evaluation, but knight takes pawn on e5. That is a game changer, because once the pawn takes the knight on the square, the queen slides up one with check, and then the rook slides from g6 to h6. No matter what White does, he's going to lose his queen. So if Magnus Carlsen spots knight takes e5, it turns the tides in his favor. And I think he's looking at it, the way he's looking at this position, and he's kind of in a little bit of disbelief. Knight takes e5 is a huge oversight by Hikaru Nakamura.
Oh, he doesn't find it. He moves his knight away. Same threat, but it would have been more effective to capture a pawn in the process. You would have been winning on the spot. Another missed opportunity. Not the first time we've said that today by Magnus Carlsen. He brings his knight the other way, so this threat is still on the cards. Queen check, followed by the rook shifting. Hikaru still needs to defend tenaciously to avoid that one. But Magnus missing shots again.
That would have been game over on the spot, because you create the exact same threat, but on the way you win a key central pawn, knight b4, well, it still hits the c2 pawn. And you have this massive threat. Is Magnus going to end up with an extra pawn, even though it's not the amazing e5 pawn, but the c2 one?
Yeah, and suddenly Hikaru is trying to jump into his computer screen, shaking his head. He knows this one is still difficult, still the same threat on the board. Maybe he's realized he dodged a bullet there. But
isn't Black's f5 pawn hanging? Random question.
It is. White knight can go and take that pawn. Okay, he doesn't. Hikaru Nakamura stepping back. That move shows that he really is nervous. He does allow Black to grab a pawn now. Magnus a pawn up.
It's a little bit deep, but I think he didn't take the pawn at 5. There might have been a draw by repetition had he done that. I don't know if we have time to show it, but that's probably why he took a step back. He knows objectively maybe it's not the right choice, but he needs to win this game.
And often in Armageddon chess, let's show that, Robert, just while we were there. Knight takes pawn. You can bully your opponent with the thought of a repetition. How do we get there? We give a check, I guess.
And then sacrifice the rook on f5, and then go rook h6 check, and that's king on h2 is in harm's way. It can only go up to g3 in the position, and ideas with bishop h4 check or rook g6. Maybe, I guess, that was the wrong one. But the problem is this white king is in huge danger.
Yeah, simply the king has to go back. If the king goes the other way, then you drop the bishop in with the deadly check. So the king has to move, another check, and no way out. It would have been a draw. So Hikaru, that's why he was shaking his head. It was very deep stuff there. Instead, he had to give up a pawn. This is the current position. Black's position hasn't changed too much, except you've gobbled up this c2 pawn. So long term, you're doing very well.
And we were a little critical about Magnus missing knight e5, and now I'm just wondering if this was part of the bigger plan, that he knew that knight f5, he had calculated his way through, knowing that it ends in a repetition. He ends up with an extra pawn, and wow, we've got a lot of trades that have happened. That cannot be good news for Hikaru.
Can't be good news. The queens are off the board as well. Things are disappearing. There is a 1 minute difference in it right now, but Magnus should be able to hoover off all the pieces, at least lock down for a draw with his remaining time.
Did see him react, though, maybe realizing he has missed an opportunity in this game, but he only needs a draw, Magnus, to win the match.
He's now 2 pawns up, but he has let the white rook in. That white rook is active now on the 7th rank. He's going to start gobbling up some pawns. Magnus, has he lost control? Suddenly Hikaru, he's hustling. He's just trying to pose difficult questions to his opponent.
That knight on d3, though, I think is helping Magnus out, because that rook would love to just take off that pawn next to it on a7, but the knight would jump to b2. It can't go there right now because the rook is aiming back at the square. So I think that he's going to use his knight and just mop up some of the white pawns. And the 1 minute difference, this happens in regular blitz games. That's the good news for Magnus. It's stressful right now with so much on the line, but you get down a minute on the clock all the time in blitz over the board and on chess.com. So I feel like for Magnus here, I mean, he's at home because he knows his position is good.
Yeah, and it's less than a minute now in it. No increment nowadays over the board. Increment is the norm, but this one is a race to the finish. It's sudden death. And, okay, Hikaru, you got to move. You got to make a decision. If you can't go and take that black A pawn, maybe push the white A pawn. Just hint that you're going to promote it later. Okay, we see a trade of knights getting rid of the very strong black knight. But every piece that disappears from the board, every trade, guides Magnus closer to that draw. He's still 2 pawns up, remember. And the evaluation bar still in the middle. Can Magnus guide this one to safety? Still big questions to be answered. Okay, he does put his pawn on a safe square, but it's not going to be safe for too long. White's rook will go after it eventually. There we go. And what do you guys think? Predictions now?
Oh, this is tough, and it does look like the clock is almost level. Both players are under 4 minutes. Hikaru's got an extra minute on the clock. Now, just look at how calm they are, and that is what is so amazing for me to watch, because, you know, this is pressure, expectations. All eyes on Magnus and Hikaru right now. Under pressure and expectation, everyone chokes. But these guys are really bringing their A game. Hikaru making decisions that keeps the game going. And that's the key to this Armageddon. Look at him just pursuing that pawn. Magnus moves it one more step ahead, and now the bishop comes back to attack it. And I think he's creating his chances. If that A passer is on the board, it's game on.
Yeah, and under pressure, great song, bad feeling. And you see there's a pass pawn for black, but white is ready to take away the A5 pawn and create a passer of his own. As we look at the clock situation, Hikaru back to nearly a minute lead, and it's not easy choices from here on out. So I feel like Magnus has to be nervous given the circumstances.
Guys, we've got to mention, the whole day Magnus's air quality has been great, but as the pressure has increased, his air quality has got worse and worse and worse, and that might be affecting his play. And look at that, suddenly no green circles there for him. If he goes down to defeat, maybe that would have been one of the reasons. Meanwhile, a set of rooks have been traded, and black's pawns are all weak. They're ripe for the picking. Magnus, he's just playing too slowly right now. If he had better air quality, maybe he would be a bit faster, and every second counts at this level. The margins are so small.
The one thing that he's relying on is if white does pick up that A5 pawn, the black rook will swoop over to the A file, hit that bishop, and along with that, also win the A4 pawn. If these A pawns get traded, then life is good for Magnus Carlsen. Yeah. He goes easy towards that draw, but it's all about whether Hikaru can create that A passer or not.
But I think that black has an idea of his own. Magnus will slide his rook one square over to d8, use the king to protect the bishop, and then bring his rook d8 to d4 and go after the c-pawn. We did see Magnus just bring his rook to d8 after Hikaru stole a pawn. So Magnus's plan is now clear. Will he have enough time to execute it? That's the essential question. But with 2+ minutes on his clock, I do think it's looking like a task that he is capable of handling.
Yeah, 2 minutes. So on the board, he's fine. But is the clock going to tell the decisive factor here? I think you can jump in. There we go. The black rook has landed. Not just is this pawn up for grabs, the pawn behind it. And white has to bank everything on this passed pawn. You have to run it through somehow. You have to break the blockade, somehow evict this black bishop, kick it away, and somehow cause some problems for the black king. But on the board, it definitely looks like Magnus is in full control. And here we go. The position progressing. White's bishop is actually the one being kicked around. Black has two connected passed pawns. Hikaru doesn't look happy at all.
And the clock is about even. So Hikaru doesn't even have his lead on the clock. He's down material. That is terrible news for someone who needs to win this game.
Yeah, he needs to win it, but actually he should be the one defending. Look at the evaluation bar dropping down in black's favour. Those are two runners, those two black pawns. They're going to cost white some material.
And there's no stopping them. And we see Hikaru there. He is worried about his position, but he's still, wow, what just happened?
Things are turning again. This will happen a lot throughout this time scramble, but the black pawns are running. They look quicker. Two normally run slower than one, but those two connected pass pawns are so close to becoming queens.
Well, white can give a check and move his own pawn one square closer to the queening point at a8, but black's rook just saves it. And you've got these two pawns which are unstoppable. How do you fight these two central pawns?
Hikaru looks devastated. Hikaru looks like he's actually ready to resign almost. All you need to do is Magnus step some pawns forward. If you don't get flagged, you're guaranteed to win this Armageddon.
And now we have kind of a blitz game where it's about even on the clock and Magnus only needs a draw. And we saw the bar go about level, but I think the reason that it wasn't actually equal is because a draw is bad for Hikaru. It might have been a forced draw, and he can't have any part of that.
Yeah, Hikaru is simply a pawn down now. Neither of those pawns became queens, but it did come at the cost of more trades, more exchanges. And look at this classy move from Magnus. He's just trying to swap things off. He's now managed to get rid of the bishops, rid of a set of pawns. And Hikaru, is he going to try and flag Magnus? The answer is no, it's a draw. Magnus takes this Armageddon and the match.
And believe it or not, Hikaru is actually the one who offered the draw. That's the ultimate sign of respect. He wasn't going to try to flag somebody he was 10 seconds behind on the clock against. That is a good show of sportsmanship.
Wow.
We see a big smile on Magnus Carlsen's face and Hikaru shaking his head. The big match is over. Magnus Carlsen wins the winner finals with a draw in Armageddon. Hikaru Nakamura, what a fight he gave it. But he had to win in the Armageddon with a draw. It means he loses the winner's final. What do you think is going through his head right now, Robert?
Disappointment, but I do think that Magnus played the better chess between the two. It was close, but I think that when we had this final game set up, Magnus was never really in trouble over the board, so Hikaru probably upset he didn't maximize some of his chances. It just wasn't meant to be.
Yeah. Should we take a look at what eventually happened in this game, David?
Yeah, there were many twists and turns in this one. Magnus did play a really exemplary game, we should mention. Hikaru tried everything. He tried to throw Magnus off balance. He tried to hustle on the clock, but to no avail. And it was actually here that Magnus had a winning shot. He didn't spot it. It was difficult, we should mention. It was knight takes pawn, just to open up a check against the white king. This check would have been deadly if the knight had been recaptured. A check, the king moves in. Maybe the one that Magnus hadn't spotted is that you first have to push this pawn forward to break the white bishop's connection with this h6 square. Next, the rook slides across to win. And if we fast forward to the endgame, Magnus here was in full control. He had these two running pawns. He should have been winning for black, but he found a really nice way to guide it to safety, and Hikaru never got a chance to win on the board.
Whew, what a match this has been. Magnus Carlsen wins the winner finals and goes through to Friday's grand final. Hikaru Nakamura, he goes down to tomorrow play the losers final. There is still a chance Hikaru Nakamura can win the Airthings Masters. What do you think of the match we've seen between these two giants, Tanya?
It's exactly what we expected, right? So much drama on the board. Magnus had his chances in the rapid portion as well. I think overall today, Magnus was perhaps just slightly the better player in this match. If anyone had the chances in rapid, it was him. And in the Armageddon, what was amazing to see was that 1 second win by Magnus to get the black pieces. Just goes on to show how much they have the understanding of each other's mindset here. And then playing with the black pieces, I think that was a brilliant Armageddon game. Hikaru tried his best. He tried to create chances, made a mess, made a chaotic position on the board, but Magnus was completely in control today.
Yeah. We raised our eyebrows when we saw the bids. Robert Magnus with 8 minutes and 58 seconds. How brave was that to bid that little time against Hikaru?
Extremely brave, because in the game that we saw, Hikaru almost put Magnus under incredible duress. Magnus, thankfully for him, was able to open the board up and his plan became easier, but it almost worked to perfection for Hikaru. So that little time, that's dangerous against someone as speedy as Hikaru.
Yeah. Definitely. We are hoping to get reactions from the two players. Magnus Carlsen is the winner of the match. How will you sum it up, David, this whole match between these two?
Oh, it's just fantastic to watch. First of all, as a chess fan myself, it was so close, very high quality, both kind of trading blows with each other. Hikaru's only blunder today, I would say, was bidding 8 minutes 59 rather than 8 minutes 57. But yeah, fair play to Magnus. He took it small margins, but he did deserve the win.
And we're joined by Magnus Carlsen. Big congratulations on a big match win.
Yeah, thank you. I think what I deserve the most credit for is my bid. But that was a soul read. You know?
Definitely. Take us through your thinking there, bidding 8 minutes and 58 seconds.
I thought it was 1 second less than 8:55, which I thought was going to be his bid. So there you go.
Impressive, impressive. But did you feel that was taking a risk, bidding that little time against someone as speedy as Hikaru Nakamura?
Yeah, I think playing Armageddon is a pretty big risk to begin with. I believe that he's a lot more comfortable playing black in these situations. So I thought playing black would be the main goal. And this was, I thought, the amount of time that I could, the most amount of time that I could bid and still be black.
Now, did you have a plan for this bid from the get-go today, or was it something you came up with just in those minutes before the Armageddon started?
The truth be told, I was thinking about it before the fourth game because I was sure that he'd force a draw. And because of that, I was not focused on the game, and I just made the wrong move in the opening, which could have cost me dearly.
Yeah, there were a few missed opportunities for you today, Magnus. How will you sum up the match as a whole?
You know what? This was one of the days that I woke up after a long sleep. I had some breakfast, maybe some too much breakfast. Because afterwards I was spent and I could not recover for the whole game. So I think the match was of really, really poor quality. And I think Hikaru would agree as well. So normally, especially the second game, I get an opportunity which I should never in a million years miss. And also in this first game, I was much better, and it didn't feel like he was playing at nearly his best. So I think the chances are pretty high that I'll be facing him again, and then I think we hope that I hope that we both can play a bit better, because this was, I think, a match that was not representative of any of our levels.
Okay.
And Magnus, you mentioned that the breakfast kind of caused some issues this morning. What do they serve at the Chessborough house for breakfast?
No, we actually went out. You know, I had some eggs, some bacon, and some veggies. So that's, you know, close to what I normally eat. So I should have been fine. The other days I've come out here without eating breakfast, and then I've felt a lot better. So like then I've been just, you know, munching on some nuts and raisins during the games, and some carrots in between games, and that's worked a lot better. So maybe I should go back to that.
And Magnus, was the good breakfast that you were having, was that the reason why you were slightly late for the start of today's match? And did you read David's text that he sent you right at the beginning?
No, I didn't see David's text. So I thought it was going to start at 12:45. So I was a bit shocked when I was told that you know, we're starting. So I should have been ready, of course, but also like not having set starting times is less than ideal for the players.
Mm.
And Magnus, now that you're a streamer, you know chat isn't always focused on the chess. So a big question that was coming from them is, what is your favorite Pokemon?
Psyduck.
Oh, same as me. Yay. Good one, Magnus. Now,
Yeah.
the whole chess world has really enjoyed this battle between you two today. Together, you hold all the big world championship titles, with Hikaru being the Fisher Random world champion. You've had so many awesome battles in online chess over the last few years. Is the rivalry with Hikaru something that keeps you motivated?
Yeah, I mean, the games are a lot of fun, and especially in the last few years, they've felt very, very important. So yeah, anytime I get a chance to play him, it's a privilege.
Yeah. And winning today, you get a day off tomorrow. You are already ready for Friday's big grand final. So how will you spend the day off tomorrow?
I'm not telling you, that's for sure.
Okay. Respect that. Magnus, big congratulations on a big match win today. And good luck on Friday.
Thank you.
Enjoy your day off. All right. What do you think Magnus will be up to tomorrow, you guys?
Could be
David
anything.
might have the answers.
I don't know. I'm not there in Canada, but maybe studying some chess.
Maybe playing some Pokemon. You know, he seemed pretty happy to answer with Psyduck, so
Yeah.
maybe he'll go do some Pokemon Go.
Maybe he'll play duck chess if he loves Psyduck.
Ooh, that's a good one. Yeah.
I don't think it's going to involve a lot of chess, let me just say.
Enjoying his time with the chess bros in Canada. Magnus Carlsen is ready for the grand final in the Airthings Masters. Let's take a look at the bracket. We are done with 3 days in the Airthings Masters, 2 days to go. We started today with the losers quarterfinals. Wesley So was dominant, winning 2 games against Sarana to knock Sarana out and to go through to the losers semi-final. It was an intense battle between Arjun, Erigaisi, and Gukesh, the 2 young Indians. Eventually, Erigaisi made it through to the losers semi-final. He will face Wesley So tomorrow. The winner of that match, best of 2 rapid games, will go through to face Hikaru Nakamura in the losers final. So that is what is coming up tomorrow. The winner of the losers final will meet Magnus Carlsen in the grand final on Friday. So we do have Wesley So still in here. We do have Hikaru Nakamura still in here. Magnus Carlsen still in here. And Arjun Erigaisi, I guess the underdog.
Yeah,
to make it all the way to the final now.
Definitely an underdog, but somebody who we saw great chess from today. He's playing with confidence, with passion, fireworks all across the board. So he's a dangerous opponent for Wesley So, who prefers a solid game.
Yeah. What chances do you give Arjun and Erigaisi now, Tanya, to create an upset against these giants in online chess?
Well, undoubtedly on paper, Wesley is a big favorite going into that match. But you know what, Kaya? Last year, if anyone would have predicted that we'd find Arjun Erigaisi in the finals of the Champions Chess Tour, few would have believed it. But there we had it. We saw him make his way through that. He had a brilliant performance. He's capable of it. He needs to believe it. And of course, everything that he's been showing so far, he needs to come in with that same energy, same effort, same precision, and fearless play.
Yeah. What do you think so far, David, of the Champions Chess Tour 2023?
Well, I was expecting a lot, and it really has lived up to those expectations. We're really lucky to be enjoying the giants of modern chess playing in our tournaments, and whoever wins this double elim will prove that they are, at the moment in time, the best rapid chess player out there.
Yeah. Fantastic day of chess. Thank you so much to our experts for excellent commentary. Remember that in actually 25 minutes, the Grandmaster Shanklin is doing an Ask Me Anything, and he's going to focus on his new Chessable course that is out. Starts in 25 minutes on chess.com Discord. So check that out and join us again tomorrow for more chess. It's been so much fun today. We'll see you again tomorrow. Bye for now.
Bye.